perfect sense in a heliocentric spherical Earth model because the actual Earth is blocking the sunset. But on a flat Earth, the sun never goes below the plane of the Earth. So if the sun is never going below the plane of the Earth, how could we see it being obstructed by the horizon? It doesn't make sense. So then why doesn't the angular size of the sun change? Why is the horizon crisp and clear and not blurred? If this was truly because the sun was going farther and it was because of perspective, we would see it get blurrier and blurrier and as it goes farther away until eventually we wouldn't be able to see it at all because it's too far away, but it would be very, very blurry. And yet the sun is crisp, the horizon is crisp, they're not blurred, no blurring, no flat Earth. And finally, why is it that after the sun's not yet, Debbie, why is it that after the sun sets, you can take a drone with a camera and just increase the altitude, and then you can get the sun to be visible again after it has set for you on ground level? Why would that be possible on a flat Earth? No flat Earth model, to my knowledge, is able to answer these questions in the same way that a spheroidal Earth heliocentric model can. Okay, next, real quick, antipodal focusing. What am I talking about here? An antipode is just the complete opposite side of the Earth as a globe. So in this picture here on the left-hand side, you can see that there's an impact crater from a meteor in red at the very top there, just north of South America. So the antipode of that is down in Australia. That's what the right-hand side is showing, that if you were to dig a tunnel all the way through the core of the Earth, you would come out at Australia if you started digging where that red impact zone is. So with antipodal focusing, when you have a meteorite or you have an earthquake or volcano, some kind of big seismic event or anything that is outputting waves, they're going to spread in 360 degrees, spread in all directions from that initial epicenter point until they get all the way around the diameter of the Earth. And then they start converging, and they converge all the way on the antipode. Remember, the exact opposite side. So what we see is actually the strength of those signals gets stronger and stronger the closer that you get to the antipode. That's what we can see here on the right-hand side, where the seismographic readings are getting stronger and stronger at the antipode in Australia from that initial impact. Go next. So has this ever been observed, right? Here is an actual observation. In 2010, there was a magnitude 5.3 earthquake in the Indian Ocean. Now, the antipode for this earthquake is right here in the center of the United States, where it was detected by every single dot on the screen there. That's a seismograph. So it was detected by all of these seismographs. We're detecting the seismic waves converge onto that antipode point. This was detected. Press next. Here is the study that detected it, antipodal focusing of seismic waves observed with the US array. So here is their study of their actual observations showing that the seismic waves were focused at that antipode, which should only happen if the Earth is spheroidal. There's no reason why the antipode would be special in any way on a flat Earth. It should just, it's the opposite side on a spherical Earth. So it has significance if the Earth is spheroidal, and we can actually measure that there is something significant happening there. The seismic waves are focusing and gaining strength at the closer they get to that antipode. Next, if you don't believe me with this one, how about all of these? Here's a list of every major earthquake and volcano on the left-hand column from 1934 to 2017, anything that was over an 8.6 on the Richter scale. And
is this 6 minutes?
He's past 6 minutes, but we did say earlier that he had a bit more. Yeah, he's got a bit more presentation.
I'm almost done. We'll have 12 minutes total. Don't worry. On the right-hand side, you can see the corresponding seismic activity as measured at the antipode. So there is a strong relational signal between the epicenter and the antipode. We can measure the seismic activity there. And then this is my last slide. I just want to say on the next screen that this also occurs for radio waves. So not just seismic waves, we can do the same thing with radio waves. So radio signals, like kind of what you were talking about, radio waves, as they spread out from the epicenter, you can start to find a stronger and stronger signal the closer you get to the antipode. There is no way that that's physically going to be possible on a flat Earth model. And I'll just leave it there. Here's a list of 10 studies that are all showing antipodal focusing using radio waves. That's all.
So yeah, that leaves you with around like 4 minutes there, Dr. Tapioca. Weasel there. So thank you so much for your intro there, Base Theory. I do want to let everybody know, because of our conversation prior to the debate with the screen share, that we did agree to let Grayson have a little bit extra time to go over his presentation. So without further ado, over to you, Doctor. Your thoughts and your intro. Thank you for being here.
Hello. Yeah, it's good to be here. It's my first time actually doing a debate or being on MDD here. I am a real quote unquote doctor. I have a PhD in physics, but it's not a PhD in like geophysics or geography or something like that. I think Grayson really made some excellent points, and I don't have a whole lot to add. I would generally say that what I've noticed in my interactions with flat earthers is a lot of equivocation on what various terms mean. And for example, what does it mean for water to find its own level? What I would say is that it conforms on average to an equipotential or an equi-effective potential surface in your given model, and you'd have to calculate that accordingly. But generally speaking, I think that the problem fundamentally is that there is no model. There is no flat Earth model. There is no ability for flat earthers to start from an a priori idea of what the universe looks like, of where objects in the sky are, and then to explain how the light gets from those objects to observers on Earth that is consistent for all observers on Earth and for all objects in the sky. This is not a problem that the globe model has. The globe model is able to predict with astonishing accuracy exactly where we are going to see things in the sky. And if you don't see things in the sky where the globe model predicts, it's because it's cloudy, not because it's not there. So I have often said, somewhat mockingly and certainly informally, that as far as I can tell, all you need to do to prove that the Earth is round is have a knowledge of the night sky, a knowledge of how light moves roughly, and the ability to think in 3 dimensions.
All right. Well, not quite 12 minutes. That's A1. We're going to kick it into our open discussion, everybody. We're glad that you're here at Modern Day Debate. Just want to let you all know that we do have our link to DebateCon 4 in the description right now. So if you're going to be in the area and you can get tickets, that'd be awesome. We'd love to see you there. If you can't make it and you're not going to be in the area, you can still contribute at the Indiegogo link. We appreciate anybody who puts anything in there to help out and sponsor this event. But majoritively, I want to let you all know, as per usual, we will be doing a Q&A at the end of this conversation, so get your super chats in now so they'll be read nice and early. We're going to kick it over to the flat side to respond to what they just heard and kick us into our open discussion. So thanks everybody for being here, and over to you, Mike and Flatter Day Saints.
I have some observable documented evidence that contradicts what Grayson said about the sun. If I could share that real quick. Pull this up.
Sure thing. I think that's going to be a big part of our discussion tonight here. I think everybody brought up the sun, day and night, so we're going to...
One here, it's about 3 miles to the horizon when you're standing at sea level. This camera is capable of zooming far beyond that. As we can see, the sun is setting behind the horizon. On the globe model Earth, that means that the Earth is turning away from the sun. Well, if we just watch this and someone zooms in on it, see the sun get closer, closer, it's going miles and miles out till it's clearly above the waterline. So you have to now decide whether the curvature of the Earth is not there, or if this camera has the magical ability to turn back that curvature, because the horizon line is only a few miles out. And as you can see, with the powerful enough zoom lens, you can bring the sun back above the curvature. And the other observation I'd like to share that contradicts his sun statement, or it goes in line with his son's statement, is he said that, the sun should basically shrink in size if it's moving away on a flat earth, because it should. If the earth is flat, it should shrink in size as it moves away. Well, here's footage where out in a desert where there's low humidity, you can watch him do time lapse of the sun moving away. And as you watch it, you will see it shrink in size, and he will mark the sun. So as you see, observable reality absolutely confirms what our model says should occur. So to say that those things aren't occurring is one thing, but as we just saw, they are visually occurring within observable reality. And that's been my biggest problem with the heliocentric model, is that I found contradiction after contradiction within observable reality that contradicts the heliocentric model. I understand that the model works on paper, but reality contradicts it in many, many ways, which I'm more than willing to share this evening. But I did want to show that those statements are untrue about the sun.
Okay. I'd like to make a comment and just ask a question real quick. Now, number one, I just want to say, why is it that flat earthers never use solar filters in any of their videos or pictures of the sun? Something that is absolutely necessary to get rid of glare or any optical effects on your camera.
Saturation.
Yeah, is a solar filter. This would be unquestioning if a flat earther could show with a solar filter on their camera any of the things that Mike just laid out. But again, there's no solar filter. Curious why that wouldn't be the case. When you actually measure the angular diameter using a solar filter, or if you want special sunglasses or whatever, you can look at this yourself. Go out. I encourage everyone, don't look at the sun without sunglasses, without the special glasses. But with the glasses, you can look at the sun. You can watch the sunset yourself and tell me if you see it shrink. Because what he just saw in the video, I think everyone that's ever seen a sunset can say, yeah, that doesn't happen in real life.
Well,
I mean, have you ever seen the sun shrink in a sunset? Have you seen it yourself?
I live by the beach. I grew up in Dana Point, so I watch it set over the ocean all the time my whole life.
Yeah.
And anyone can also simultaneously go down to the beach with a high-powered telescopic zoom lens and watch that sunset beyond when the Earth should have turned past it and zoom and bring it back into focus. And
For how
that's
long?
not a lie. I've grown up by the beach my whole life. How do you explain that? Why didn't it? Is the camera able to bring back the curve when I'm standing on the beach and it should be gone 3 miles out and my camera can zoom 10, 15 miles out?
How long, how many minutes after the sun has set, after the last little bit that you see with your eyes has gone below the horizon, how many minutes after that can you stand there with a telescopic lens and bring the sun back into view?
I'll do you one better. I got time-lapse footage.
I don't want you to do me one better. I want you to answer the question. What
do you mean? How long does it take for the sun to set over the horizon, and how long can I film it for?
Which part tripped you up? The question I was asking was the sun sets. So yes. you see a disk. Okay, the sun looks like a disk. If you have sufficient filters so that your sensing equipment, a camera, or God forbid your eyes, which hopefully you're using some good, safe filters for, it's going to look like a disk with a very clearly defined outer edge, and the inner portions are not going to be saturated. If the inner portions are saturated, you no longer have fidelity in your measuring apparatus. So, therefore, if you're not saturating the thing, and you're going to see a clearly outlined disk, and if you disagree with this, then let me know. But eventually, that disk is going to go down, and you're going to see the bottom part of the disk cut off, and then the middle part is going to be like a half thing, and then the very edge. My question is this. You are asserting that when you go back and you zoom in with a telescopic lens, that you can bring back the sun after that little bit has gone under. And I'm asking you how long? Because surely you don't think that 6 hours later you can do it.
No, I actually don't even have an answer for that question, but I have video footage of a boat sailing out to sea for 25 minutes using time-lapse footage, and you can measure the rate of speed that the boat is traveling and how far it's gone and its distance, and it's way beyond the geometric horizon of the globe model Earth, but it can be brought back into view with the with a telescopic zoom lens. Long beyond when it should have set. You can measure it. It's all measurable. Like you said, how much time, it's measured moment by moment. It's got a time stamp on it, every single second of it. It can be paused. It's broken down. It shows the height of the boat. Moment by moment, every minute, time-lapse footage, beyond when it should have gone, long beyond when the whole boat should have disappeared.
So, Mike,
how is that explained?
So, Mike, you've said that you've done this yourself, right? You said that you've gone out there with a telescopic lens on the beach and you've seen the sun. Surely it wasn't just the video that you just showed us now, because that wasn't you. But if you have this, get a solar filter, illustrate what you're saying, and see how long you can actually do that for to be able to answer Tapioca Weasel's question. And I think if you did that, maybe you wouldn't be a flat earther anymore.
I don't see how that changes the fact that experiments show that the necessary curvature doesn't exist. By using a solar, that's assuming a height. What height are you assuming the sun is at?
Okay,
what diameter are you assuming the sun is at?
You can measure the angular diameter yourself using a solar filter and equipment, but here's the thing, is that you were claiming that it's beyond the geometric horizon, right? But we don't see the geometric horizon. We see the visible horizon, right? So you didn't, in your little experiment where you're showing the boat come back in, you didn't measure the lapse rate. You didn't measure any of the surrounding effects that would be able to affect the visible horizon. You need to account for your variables if you're going to be...
Absolutely.
Okay.
I have the greatest series of laser experiments ever conducted over a 2-year period of time, where they account for humidity so they can take into account the expected level of refraction.
Okay.
I've watched it all. They do a wonderful job. And you're asking what I've personally done. I can share with you something that debunks the heliocentric model that I've personally documented 7 or 8 times, that I have footage of, that I can share, and I can prove to you that it's out of place according to your model, if you want to see it.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, before you go ahead and do that,
let's let someone else. I don't want to dominate the time.
I know. I was going to say, while you're bringing that up, I did have some points on what Latter-day Saints was talking about with one, that the ground star, the North Star does move around a little bit. Okay.
Yes.
It's like a little bit of a circle. Everybody knows that.
Yes.
Water finding its level, like level is like just defined by being perpendicular to like the effects of gravity. So obviously the direction of gravity changes around the globe. So like level is going to change as like the downward acceleration of gravity changes direction. So obviously
you're invoking gravity.
The last point I was going to say, which is with ground wave propagation, since both of you kind of brought that up with radio waves, I just want to say, like, we know how ground wave propagation works, and you can do this yourself over a hill. Like, according to you, you think that it can't hug the surface of the Earth, but just go ahead and send them over a hill, and you'll see that you can get those radio signals down in the valley on the other side of the hill, because it hugs the surface of the valley all the way up and all the way down because of diffraction.
I'm just going to jump in here. Let's let
on the frequency. Not all RF waves are the same. They have different levels. Lower frequencies can do what you're describing.
Yeah.
Higher frequencies are line of sight. The example I used, there was 85 miles missing. 85 miles of drop that should have been there, line of sight that wasn't there. It's just undeniable.
In the 10 references that I showed was with radio waves, including those of medium frequencies, going all the way around the whole world to the antipode and getting stronger at the antipode.
We need to let Latter-day Saint respond, because you are addressing his points there. So first about the water level there, over to you, Latter-day Saints.
So you invoked gravity when you mentioned the water levels.
Yep.
How do you measure your gravity?
There's a number of different experiments that you can do. Cavendish was the first to measure it really well.
He measured gravity?
Yeah, he hung balls in his shed and looked through a hole.
So I can debunk gravity, bro, with a magnet. I could stick a magnet to the fridge and it could sit there indefinitely. And I can debunk gravity.
How do you, in your mind, how do you think that debunks gravity? Because there's another force that's stronger than gravity that somehow means gravity's not real?
Yeah, it's way stronger than this supposed gravity, but gravity can't be measured. There's no way you can
Yes,
measure
it
gravity.
can.
What would you use to measure it?
Are you
No,
familiar
you
with the
measure it.
Cavendish experiment that measured the gravitational acceleration?
So what type of gravity are you talking about?
We're talking
With no
about
gravity.
the fact that between two different test masses, you are going to have a force that is attractive between the two. On Earth, this manifests as things tend to accelerate downward because that's where all the mass is. There's a big ball of mass called Earth, and that causes a gravitational field and it pulls things down. And we can measure that very precisely. You can measure it at the bottom. You can measure that at one level, and then you can perform the same measurement 10 meters higher, and you get a different value because you're further away from Earth.
So you're saying you can measure that on a small scale or on a large scale, right?
You can measure that on a large scale. For example, you brought up the
On any
military.
What
scale.
about a small scale?
Not any scale, but yeah.
You brought up the
What-
military. earlier.
how small do you want? How small do you want?
Well, I just want you to show me an experiment where water can stick to a ball.
Well, okay, that's not what you asked. What you asked is to show you gravity on a small scale, and I'm going to
Yeah.
interpret that as gravity changing in its
Oh.
magnitude over a small scale. Now,
You invoked
hold on.
gravity, though.
Are you going to let me finish? Okay.
We'll wrap it up.
So there are experiments where the clock rate of a layer of atoms in a ultra cold gas of atoms that is trapped inside an optical lattice where the top layer of atoms and the bottom layer of atoms are 100 microns across, like difference. The top layer is only 100 microns higher than the bottom. A micron is a millionth of a meter. It's 100
Have you
microns
seen
is
a
about,
micron?
hold on, I'm not done. It's about the width of a human hair. And the redshift, the gravitational redshift between those two layers of atoms, which is a phenomenon that shouldn't even exist on a flat Earth, matches the predictions. You can tell that clocks tick slower if you raise them up by the amount of a human hair. We can and did measure that. My
Give me the
advisor in
citation for
grad
that.
school did it.
Let me
Yeah,
get the
just so y'all
citation. for
know-
that.
All right, let's let Flatter Day respond.
I just want to clarify, just so y'all know, this is what Tapioca Weasel does for a living. So he's got firsthand experience here.
All right, let's let
Well,
Flatter
I'm glad
Day
you're white
respond.
knighting for him, bro. Let me get the citation for that. The name of the experiment,
Okay.
the citation.
I'll look it up for you.
And while he's doing that, I just want to say, as long as we brought up the military, they've literally made maps that submarines can follow based on the strength of gravity. So when you're out in a submarine in the middle of the ocean, you can just map the strength of the force of gravity. And because it's different based on, like, if you have a straight line to the center of the Earth, depending on the amount of matter that's in between, so like the strength of gravity will be different if there's an undersea ocean there because there's going to be more mass directly beneath you. So
What?
you can actually make a map based only on measurements of gravity that is accurate for the navigation of Navy submarines.
So
Like the
what
United
tool,
Nations map that they have
what
for their
tool,
logo.
No, hold on real quick. What tool do they use in the submarine that measures the gravity?
An accelerometer.
Accelerometers do not measure gravity, dude.
They measure acceleration.
Yes, they do.
And gravity is the
Accelerometers do
downward
not measure
acceleration.
gravity.
Gravity is the downward acceleration.
So how
But,
far did the
but
submarine
you're
go down
saying the
before they
way
stopped
the
going down?
submarine is measuring gravity is with an accelerometer, but accelerometers do not measure gravity. Anyone can look that up. That's not a true statement. So I'm
A
asking
radiometer
you,
does.
you're saying submarines, you make maps measuring gravity. I'm curious the tool they make the map with that measures the gravity.
There are two main ways.
Yeah.
Okay.
There are two main ways that the acceleration due to gravity is measured.
No,
A very easy, straightforward way is to drop a corner cube in a vacuum. You drop a corner cube, you make sure, and you have to do systematic analysis. For example, it's possible, that the corner cube that you're dropping has a slight electric charge, and therefore there will be a force on it. So, for
Yes.
example, you do the entire thing inside a metal container, and according to Gauss's law, which if you can show me an example where that isn't valid, then you'll win the Nobel Prize, there's going to be no electric field inside that container. Therefore, the only thing that's going on this thing is gravity and the very, very, very small and extremely precisely quantifiable upward force of the laser that you are bouncing off of the corner cube in order to measure the speed. So what happens is you have a corner cube and you send a laser up and it comes back down and it interferes with itself and it counts fringes. As it moves down, the interference thing changes and you can count exactly how many wavelengths this thing has moved. This gives you an exceptionally precise measurement of the exact position versus time as the corner cube falls. That's one way. That's one way. The other way,
That had nothing. to
and the
do
way
with
that
my
I prefer
question.
is to use.
Okay, but
Let's
that just-
respond to that first point.
I
there.
let you just give a whole explanation that had nothing to do with my question. My question is, what is the name and model number? Like, for instance, I have an experiment where a guy drove around Lake Erie, a 200-mile drive. He used the MPU 6050 digital accelerometer and gyroscope to measure for pitch. In 200 miles, his digital accelerometer and gyroscope did not pick up the curvature of the Earth. That's the device he used. You're saying submarines measure gravity, and you're explaining how calculations work in a different experiment that does not have to do. I'm asking what the device is.
So there are commercially available gravimeters that can measure the strength of gravity depending on your location. So you can go and buy a gravimeter yourself, and they have
I don't
I'll look that
gravimeters
up
for
later.
state
I
of
was
the art.
just wondering what the submarine uses.
I don't buy
The
off the
submarine
part-
uses
I-
a gravi. The submarine
Bro.
makes a map using a gravimeter.
Bro, I don't do these things with off the shelf parts. Okay, I'm a physicist. I actually do the physics. Okay.
Yeah, the math. I get it.
Well, okay. If you
I
think
know
that
the math
is
works
fake,
in that model. I know it works. I'm not arguing with your math. What I'm arguing is that observable reality contradicts
what
the
I'm
model.
saying is okay. Can you explain why an object at the bottom of the chamber will fall faster than an object at the top of the chamber when you have controlled for every other thing that we can possibly measure?
I'm not sure the experiment you're referencing.
I'm saying that if you drop an object from a high thing and you measure how fast it accelerates in its first 10 centimeters, and then you drop it from a meter lower, and it will accelerate at a different rate. It'll accelerate faster because
Yes.
it's closer to the force of gravity. This is not a controversial.
It's closer
just
to the
wrong.
electromagnetic field of the Earth.
I
The
already
surface
said
of the
we.
Earth
Hold
has
on. No,
a
no, no.
negative charge.
Did you forget
the
the
sky
part?
has a
Did you
positive
forget?
charge.
Let's-
Did you forget the part where I embedded this entire thing inside a metal chamber? And according to Gauss's law, which again, if you can show an example where that is not true, then you win a Nobel Prize. There is no electric field. There is no electric field inside a conducting chamber. So there.
So
that-
space-time is making that happen. Space-time is bending around it
You're
because
changing
all
topics.
these objects
You
are
don't need that.
spinning, and that's
You don't
the
need that.
only explanation. There's
You're
no
changing-
other
you're
explanation.
changing the subject. He just
No,
asked you
that
to
is-
explain it in your model. We haven't
Yeah.
brought up space time. We're not.
Gravity is space-time. That's
Yeah,
the
but we're not.
definition.
We're asking you to explain
That's
what
not
he just
the
said.
Definition, but
I can admit that I don't have an explanation. What you're saying is the
Okay,
only
fine.
way this can happen is if the Earth is a big spheroid hurling through an expanding vacuum. And what I'm saying is I have a bunch of examples that prove that nonsense.
you
And
don't.
The more that
Show me
the
one.
technology advances, the more people are coming to terms with that.
Okay, so let's see one then. You say you have all this evidence for it.
You
Let's
want to
also-
see one that I did personally?
I get. By the way, I provided the reference you asked for earlier. I provided the reference about the differential gravitational force and the gravitational effect between the top and the bottom of an ultra cold atomic sample. I put it in the Zoom chat. I have another different reference here, absolute airborne gradiometry with a cold atom sensor, which uses the other method that I was going to talk about in order to measure the gravitational acceleration, which is to use an atom interferometer. And this is my preferred one because it uses quantum mechanics, and quantum mechanics is super cool. They flew a plane over Iceland, and when the plane was over the mountain, gravity was stronger, by which I mean the thing accelerated downward more quickly than when they weren't over the mountain. And when they were flying east, the thing accelerated downward less quickly than when they were flying west. This is the Edibos effect, and it is a direct demonstration of the rotation of the Earth. So you have gravity demonstrated, and you have the rotation of the Earth demonstrated very beautifully in this experiment. The title of the paper, again, is Absolute Graviometry, Absolute Airborne Gravimetry with a Cold Atom Sensor by Bedell et al.
Let's get
So
flatter
you're saying
dated here.
so you're saying at certain places the plane got pulled down stronger than it did in other places.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so did the pilot have to adjust for that?
It was a part in... what was the part?
It's very, very small effect. Like
So
the,
it's so
the
small,
effect,
it's so small only the sensor would pick it up, but it's not noticeable to people, so it's theoretical.
it's no that's
How is
not
that theoretical?
You're equivocating. Just because it's not noticeable to people does not make something theoretical. They measured it. It's not theoretical. It is empirically observed. Just the fact is that the turbulence just from the plane moving in the air is going to be a greater, more noticeable thing to the pilot than this effect.
Also, what the pilot has the ability to detect is determined by their inner ear. Their inner ear is a lot less sensitive than a state-of-the-art physics experiment designed to measure this stuff. This should not be a surprise.
So you're saying that it's something that we can't see, taste, touch, feel, or hear, but I'm going to take your word for it because the numbers match up and the machine said so.
Flatter Day Saints, can I ask you a quick
Sounds
question?
good.
Do you think atoms are real and physical? Because you can't see, hear,
Show me a
touch,
picture of
taste an
one.
atom,
Show me a picture of one, not a cartoon.
but you don't believe in atoms.
I'll honestly admit that I'm not saying I don't believe in atoms, but I do feel like everyone's re-examining all areas of science right now, including like stuff that's called quantum physics. That's science. We should always be re-reviewing. We shouldn't laugh at that. That's how we learn.
Yeah, but
I'm
nobody.
an atomic physicist.
I believe in
It's
Adam
okay
and
to
Eve.
All right.
I believe in Adam and Eve.
God.
Let's let Mike wrap up his thought there, and then we'll kick it back over to you, Flatter Day Grayson.
Well, no, let them talk, because if you guys want to see what I personally documented, I can go into that.
Yep.
So let everyone have
I'm just going to let the atomic physicist handle this one.
Yeah, so there are a lot of different ways that you can view atoms. It depends on what you mean and what you require as viewing an atom. Do you need to view a single atom? Do you need to be able to resolve a single atom as apart from a different single atom? If that's the true, then I'm going to have to refer you to quantum gas microscope experiments, which have come out since I think like mid-2000s. Marcus Greiner's lab is an excellent example of this. And they store single atoms in an optical lattice that are separated by about 500 microns. Now, inside an actual physical solid, your atoms are the interparticle spacing between atoms, for example, in like graphene or something, is going to be much, much, much smaller than that. And you're not going to be able to resolve it just by the nature of how photons work. You're not going to be able to resolve it with photons because photons are way, way, way bigger than these atoms. So instead, you would have to use something such as an atomic force microscope or a scanning electron microscope. These are all different ways in which we can visualize, measure precisely where the positions of single atoms are. And then you can rearrange them and you can make little patterns out of them. And that's like what everybody does. Whenever they make a quantum gas microscope, your first publication always has like you always like put in like the logo of like your university or something, because it's like a fancy cool thing. And you're like, hey, I can drag individual atoms around. It's really neat. So we can see single atoms. Have I visualized single individual atoms?
You said we. You invoked we. So I was just wondering if you've done it, because I haven't.
In my personal lab, no. But in the lab next door, yes.
Cool.
So, yes,
So,
I
could be a vegetarian and my neighbors could be steak eaters, right? But that doesn't make me a steak eater. And that doesn't even mean that steak's real just because they've told me about it.
if you're okay.
So wait,
Fair enough.
In order for you to accept that atoms are real, are you thinking that you have to be able to see them with your own eyes?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's fine. I don't have anything to respond to that with. So
Yeah, well, we
I
have
guess we can move
actual
on from there.
physics. We have actual physics to explain why you will never be able to see an atom with your eye, because the wavelength of visible light is so much larger than the size of an atom. No matter how sensitive your eyes are to visible light, you won't ever see them.
I will actually push back on that very slightly. You were correct. You were correct in the idea that you're trying to put across. But if you have a single atom trapped in an optical tweezer, and there are ways that you can know that there's exactly one, okay? If there are more than one atom, the interactions between them are going to change the energy levels, and you're not going to have your light that you're using to scatter off of be resonant with the atom. So you can know that you have exactly one atom inside an optical tweezer. An optical tweezer is just a focused laser beam that acts as a trap for, in this case, a single atom. Now, the human eye is incredibly sensitive to certain wavelengths, like green. If you have that atom and it is able to fluoresce at a wavelength of 532 nanometers, for example, the human eye needs three photons to reliably be like, oh, hey, yeah, I see a bit of light there. Now, if you're shining a laser on it,
all right,
Okay,
I would
I'm trying
definitely
to
ask
emphasize.
just to wrap it up there, just so we can kick it back to Flatter Day Saints.
I think we're
before
maybe
we
a
get to
little
the
bit-
points
you can
on the
trap an
table.
atom and you can scatter enough photons by shining a laser at it such that your eye would see the light from exactly one atom. Exactly one.
I think we're a little too high level when our interlocutors don't even accept atoms are real.
Well,
I
sounds like a
didn't
personal
say they're
problem.
not real. All I'm saying is that I'm looking also at a lot of different sides of stuff. So they very well could be. I'm just saying some of that I do feel is coming into question a little bit. But again, I'm not like, that's not my area of expertise. I'm more looking at the heliocentric model side of things more than.
Okay.
Well-
you've been saying that you're going to bring like
Oh, yeah,
evidence
I can.
the heliocentric model cannot exist or something. So I've been curious about that. If
Yeah.
you got it.
Yeah, that's fine. We could do that now. Let me screen share here.
Sure thing. Here you go.
Guys, and can you guys see that? Okay.
Yep.
We can all see that. Yep.
All right. So can we all agree on this definition that a full moon only occurs when it's 100 degrees opposite the sun?
180, and no, I don't agree with that.
So that's what it says right here when you Google it. It says the moon is exactly 100. It says how, let me read the definition then that astronomers accept. A full moon is opposite the sun in its orbit around the earth. Its sunlit side is entirely visible from Earth. The moon appears full to the eye for 2 to 3 nights. However, astronomers regard the moon as full at a precisely defined instant when the moon is exactly 180 degrees opposite the sun in ecliptic longitude. So you do not agree with that definition?
What I disagree with is the idea that full necessarily means what the astronomers are defining as full, as opposed to what we typically define as full. Something can be, if the moon looks 99% full, if it's a gibbous with just 1% of a thing, you're not going to notice that. And it's going to, hold on, it's not going to be, so it's going to still appear full, even though if you had a more reliable, more precise measuring apparatus like a telescope and you were an astronomer, then you might not categorize it as full.
Okay, so I'm going to go forward instead and just read standard definitions because I think that's going to be a lot easier. So the way astronomers define a full moon is when it's 180 degrees opposite the sun. That's when it's at 100% illumination by definition. The definition for when a lunar eclipse occurs is only at the full moon phase. So when it's at 100% illumination. These are just standard heliocentric definitions. There is absolutely zero controversial here. Okay, so now I'm going to share what I've documented personally on many, many occasions. I'm going to pull it up a second here, because we're asking about personal experiments and such that we've done. So let me pull this up real quick here. Sorry, it takes me a minute.
Yeah, Polaris.
Can you guys see the screen okay?
Yep.
You're ready to go.
Yeah, I would call that full for the record.
All right. It is December 13th, 2019. I am in Temecula, California. As you can see, the moon is at 97.6% illumination. I'd like to show you right up there is the moon. You can see it.
Can we
well
pause
above
it?
The mountain ranges there.
Oh, there it is. Sorry. Found it. I found it.
And directly behind me is the sun above those trees and buildings right there. So, according to the heliocentric model, that moon should be about 100, actually over 175 degrees around the globe model Earth. Now, my puny little body cannot see beyond the curvature of the alleged globe model Earth. And that thing is supposed to be on the unlit side of the Earth, 175 degrees away from that guy. And yet there'll still be people who will say dumb things like refraction. I'm sorry, but look how high that is above the mountain ranges. Moisture in the air did not bring that moon from the unlit side of the globe model Earth directly in my line of sight, simultaneously from Temecula, California, with the sun. It's just not possible. That's all I got to show on that. And there's another one. It's called a.
Can we address that one first?
Yeah, let's talk about that for a few minutes. And I just want to remind everybody, I mean, we got 16 minutes, just a little bit over 16 minutes of open discussion left. If it goes a little bit over, that's fine by myself. You all know that. But I just want to remind everybody, I see that there's about 400 odd of you kicking around in the live chat there, almost 500 now. Hit the like button if you haven't already. We really appreciate it at Modern Day Debate. Share it out in those spaces where you like to have these debates. And let's keep it rolling. So let's respond to what we just saw there, gents.
So, you know what I didn't see? I didn't see a measurement of any sort other than, hey, look over there and then look over there, which, you know, is better than nothing, I suppose, of what the actual angle was. Because that looked like 175 degrees to me. How wide is the moon, angularly?
I don't know if you've ever played pool, but 180 degrees is when 3 pool balls are lined up in a row. 5 degrees over is a minor movement. You're saying something that is 175 degrees around the Earth from the sun?
I'm saying that it looks consistent with that to me. Yeah, the moon is how.
I don't know how to respond to that.
Well, I know.
I just have a question. Why wouldn't you expect the moon to be in that position? I don't get why you don't think it should be.
It's not where I expect it to be. It's what the heliocentric model depends.
That's what I'm asking. Why do you think that the heliocentric model would tell you that observation can't happen? Why do you think that?
Because the phases of the moon work like the hands on a clock. A first quarter moon is like 3 o'clock. A third quarter moon is like 9 o'clock. A full moon is like 6 o'clock. A new moon is like 12 o'clock. It's like kindergarten, going back and learning the phases of the moon. That's how it works.
The difference is that a clock and a pool table are 2-dimensional. When you're talking about 180 degrees, you're talking about 2-dimensional things. This is a 3-dimensional system, right? You can't just make an analog for 2D. But the point is that we can predict when lunar eclipses are going to happen, right? You would accept that. We have mathematical models based on like the way that the planets and the moon and the Earth all move in the solar system. We have models that are capable of predicting to the exact down to the minute when lunar eclipses will occur. So
it's based on the solar cycle, bro.
There's an astronomical clock in Prague that still documents those type of events. They've been documenting lunar eclipses for thousands of years. The Mayans have done it. The Chinese have done it long before they had modern heliocentrism. So how did they do it if they didn't have the globe model Earth?
They did have the globe model of Earth.
The
Yeah, are you-
Chinese believed that
Mike.
the Earth was a spheroid 24,901 miles in circumference, flying through a vacuum around the sun. Show me proof of that. That's not
I didn't say
true.
that. I didn't say
But they
that.
can.
You added a
They
whole-
predicted lunar eclipses. So did every culture. Know why? You know how lunar eclipses work? They're
I
cyclical.
am very familiar.
They're cyclical. You don't need a big spinning ball for them to operate. They're cyclical.
Okay, so you're saying that you had predicted that. Okay, you think that the
I did-
heliocentric model would predict that that observation that you just showed is impossible. But I don't see where you've justified that. I don't think that your understanding of what the heliocentric model would predict in that situation is accurate.
No, you're demonstrating that you. Okay, tell me this then. If we're debating the moon and the heliocentric model
We're
without
not. We're
Googling-
debating the flat Earth.
Okay, the flat earth, that's all tied into it. We just talked about atoms in quantum physics, okay? Like, tell me this without Googling it. This is a simple question. What degree of tilt does the moon have above the Earth's ecliptic plane?
I don't know off the top of my head.
I
That's
think
just
it's
a-
about. Oh, I think it's about 5 degrees.
Boom.
Above the
You got
Earth's
it.
ecliptic plane.
Yes, you got it. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
See, but that's what I'm saying. You're saying that why would I predict the model does that, but you don't even know like a basic parameter of the motion within that model. That's a
It
simple
seems. It
parameter.
honestly seems like a non sequitur. Like if
Also,
I
I did know.
like
for the
if
record.
I don't
I'll give
know.
you a better one.
If
You
you're
want a
gonna,
better one?
hold on, if you're gonna call out your interlocutors for not knowing an irrelevant fact, you should make sure that neither of them know the irrelevant fact.
No, I gave you credit. I thought that was awesome.
I
I'm
know,
not-
but
I'm not trying to attack anybody. All I'm pointing out is that I have deeply studied this as well. There's no reason to laugh as though my knowledge is inferior to your knowledge. I've also studied this greatly in depth. I didn't just decide one day, oh, the Earth's flat, so I can be different. I don't give a shit about that, dude. Like, I believe it because of all the experimentation. I'll show you a greater one from observable reality than that one if you want. I'll show you a better one.
I'm
think
not
that's
done.
175 degrees-
I do, and I have.
Then I
can
can't- then
make
we'll
my
leave it
argument
there.
quantitatively.
Yeah, then
How
Let's move
wide?
on.
How large is the angular size of the full moon, roughly?
You agree that to be looking
How large
straight-
is the angular size of the full moon?
I don't know that.
It's about half a degree. Okay,
Okay,
so 175 degrees is going to be 10 moon diameters away. I may have said radii before. I meant diameter. Is going to be 10 moon diameters away from a perfect 180. Now, in the image that you showed, that looked like if you tiled the moon 10 times and brought it down by factor of 10 moon sizes, that it would pretty much be right on the horizon. So, yeah, it looked like 175 degrees.
Yeah, no, you're not understanding. It's supposed to be 175 degrees around the Earth from the sun.
Let's
They're
look.
both above the horizon. The horizon maximum can be 90 degrees. You understand that, right? If I'm standing on the surface of a ball, the horizon can be max 90 degrees. That moon should be below my feet in an angular sense. It's supposed to be 175 degrees around the Earth from the sun. So then if that's the case, then how do you see that exact same illumination in the middle of the night not next to the sun? If you can see them right next to the sun right there at 1 minute when it's 175 degrees away at that percentage of illumination, why have I also seen it in other positions in the nighttime sky? In all different positions.
Because the Earth is not obstructing the sunshine from hitting the moon in that scenario. I mean, you should be aware of that. I mean, when you're saying, why can I see the full moon when it's nighttime outside? Why do you think that anything would be obstructing the sun from lighting up the moon when it's nighttime? There's no Earth that would be obstructing that view.
Because it should be 175 degrees away from me underneath my feet. I'm not understanding how you Like, okay, so why doesn't the
thing-
sun sometimes pop up in the nighttime sky? If the moon is so, when I've seen the full moon up during the day,
Okay,
it's
wait,
supposed
hold
to
on,
be-
hold on. Before you go on to
Let's let
Yeah,
Mike
yeah.
wrap up his point there.
Yeah, let me say this.
15
If
seconds.
the full moon, if I can see the full moon, right, up in the sky with the sun when it's supposed to be 180 degrees around the earth in the nighttime sky, why does that never happen with the sun when it's supposed to be on the opposite side of the earth? Why does it never, due to refraction or whatever excuse, why does it never show up when it's in the nighttime sky when it should be set? How
Because
come
it's
only
being
the moon
obstructed
is
by the earth.
All right,
magically doing
we have
that?
to let Grayson respond to that there. So over to you, Grayson.
Yeah, it's because it's being obstructed by the earth. But like we're saying, what you observed in that video was 175 degrees. Look, if you look, this is 180 degrees right here. This is 90 degrees. You're
The
saying
middle of your
you literally looked at it at 175 degrees right there.
I can't do it.
That is what you observed.
My
The
hands
sun was
get-
over here, the moon was over here, 175 degrees separated.
This is what it looks like, right? I'd be standing on the lit portion of the earth. The moon should be opposite of it.
Yeah.
How can I be looking upward angle at both an upward angle from the surface of the earth, and you think that's anywhere near 180 degrees? How?
In your video, right? Just
Yes.
when you're wait, hold on. When you're standing and you look at something on the horizon and you turn 180 degrees and you look the other way, exactly like you did in
I'm
that
not saying
video.
turn around and see it. The objects need the earth between them. The earth is the middle point, not my eyes. The observer is not the central point. The center of the earth is the central point. That's what you're misunderstanding. You're using me as the observer, and yes, see his
Here,
drawing?
Can
That's
you
not
maximize?
accurate.
Can you maximize Tapioca's screen?
So we got the sun.
Yes, that's my
I don't know if
point.
I'm-
You're
I
not
don't know if I'm
understanding.
Bro.
Well, maybe people can see it the way it is.
We got the sun, okay, which is spelled totally wrong. And then over here we got the moon, and then we've got the dude here. He's chilling on Earth, right? And none of this is to scale. This distance is not going to be the same as this distance, even remotely. But my point is that you saw the moon way over there. This is a 175 degree angle, which
As the
part of this-
observer as the middle point, correct?
Yes, that was
Yes, so that's
the
not
observer
the
was
model.
the guy with the camera.
The
the
model
observer was-
says this.
This is exactly what the model says, bro.
This is what 180 degrees through the earth would look like. That's what it should be. You see this darkened side of the earth? That would be the nighttime side of the earth. The moon at 180 degrees would not
Oh
be
my
opposite.
God.
You're using the observer as the reference point.
Absolutely, yes, bro. The observer is the guy who's making the observation.
So if I'm this observer at the top of the ball, you think I'm looking at a downward angle at the moon in that video.
No, I
You
think you're
think I'm
looking.
angling look at the man standing on the earth in the picture. You're trying to convince me that my camera was pointed downward at the moon in the dark side of the sky. Well, then where are the southern stars? Why aren't those there too? Why can I only see the moon? If I can see that far around the earth, where are the southern stars too? It shouldn't just be the moon.
The sun is out,
It's
dude.
nonsensical that this
The sun
can't
is
make
out.
sense,
You wouldn't
but-
see the southern stars. You'd see the stars for whatever's appropriate for you to see. Okay, you can totally be standing at the North Pole, for example. You're never going to see any southern stars, but you can totally still see at the right time of year the sun right near the horizon, and the moon also right near the horizon. That's 175. It's 180 degrees. Your diagram is even more out of scale than my diagram is. That's why it doesn't make any sense.
Okay, well,
That's true. Yeah, sorry.
So I have a question is, so you're saying that that was 180 degrees, right? And I'm not going to argue with you over that, right? But is it 180 degrees when there's a full moon and the sun passes in front of it, or the moon passes in front of the sun for an eclipse? Is that at a 180 degree angle too?
No, that's a 0 degree
Respect to the
angle.
moon, maybe.
A solar eclipse happens with a new moon, not a full moon. Did you mean lunar?
So there's never a full moon where it's eclipsed.
Lunar eclipse.
Okay, so is that 180 degree angle?
The closest you get to a precise full moon would be in a lunar eclipse. Yes.
Okay, so during a lunar eclipse, is that 180 degree angle between the sun and the moon?
Yep.
Well, since both of these things are of finite size, you're going to have error bars on these. Also, measurement capability. That's actually the reason for the error bars. The finite size is, I mean, I suppose if you chose the center point of each one, it's going to be, it's going to go through 180 degrees if it's a perfect, full-on, absolutely aligned lunar eclipse.
Close enough to
Okay.
180.
Yeah.
I have another question real quick. So you were talking about if you dug a hole through the earth, you'd end up in Australia. That's what you said. So I'm just wondering, at what point, when you're digging that hole, at what point would you reverse so the blood would no longer be rushing to your head, or raindrops wouldn't be going opposite through the earth up, going the opposite angle of raindrops on the side you started digging on?
Okay, it was an imaginary hole to make the point about what an antipode is. If you were actually going to do that, you would die way before you ever got anywhere close to the core of the earth. But the core of the earth is at what point up, like down would be up, and it would flip at the center of the earth, going the other way. Because
so the blood would no longer be rushing to my head?
To be clear, you would never get there because it would be too hot and too high pressure.
When would blood rush in your head? When? What are you asking about?
When you're upside down, blood rushes to your head, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I follow.
So,
when you're upside down, blood rushes to your head.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you
unless you're falling, then it doesn't, because all of you is falling at the same rate.
So if you're falling from North America all the way down to Australia through the earth, right? When would gravity kick in once you hit Australia? So you'd go like that? How far up would you fall down to Australia if you came through right there?
This cannot be a serious question, but I mean, you haven't mentioned.
I'm just going off of what you said.
Again,
I'm just elaborating.
I clarified what I was talking about was just to illustrate what an antipode is. I'm not saying anybody has dug a hole through the core of the earth. I mean, I'm not saying
because they haven't. Yeah,
they have not. Correct. I just said it's too hot and too high pressure. We don't have the technology to do that or make that viable.
So it's a theoretical story, right?
No, antipodes are real. I'm just saying an antipode is just the opposite point on Earth, as if you were to dig an imaginary line all the way through, you would come out at the antipode. I'm just illustrating what an antipode is.
How about something you could experience? Like if a plane took off from America, at what point would the plane flip upside down before it got to Australia?
That is nonsensical. That had never happened. That is not a part of the globe or the heliocentric model. No model thinks that.
Welcome to flat Earth, bro.
No.
Welcome to flat Earth.
No.
You just proved my point. Thank you.
No, the globe model does not say that. That you are misunderstanding what the globe model would even predict for that in that scenario.
You wouldn't have to predict. Shouldn't it? You said have to predict anything. There's flights every day that go there.
Hold on for a second. I brought up actual measured empirical evidence showing that the antipode does have measured significance with antipodal focusing. That shows that the antipode is not just some arbitrary point on the flat Earth. It has actual measurable, verifiable significance.
Well, I'm asking you measurable things. I'm asking you at what point does the plane flip upside down when you go to Australia?
It never flips upside down. Nobody thinks that. That's not a prediction of the
flat Earth. Thank you.
No,
so if the plane never flips upside down, that means it doesn't go to the bottom of a sphere. It never flips upside down.
No.
You know what does flip? You know what does flip? You made my point.
Thank you.
You know what does flip? The direction of what down means. That does flip.
Does it?
So because it's a sphere.
At what point does it flip?
Going here.
Where exactly would it flip?
It flips continuous. It continuously changes because down is always pointed towards the center of mass of the Earth. Well, actually, down is always pointed towards the center.
It's close
That
enough
is-
to say the center
yeah.
of mass.
It's close enough to
Okay,
say you're
so-
right.
so-
I shouldn't. I do this all the time. I want to be like exact and precise, and then I make things more complicated than they need to be.
Yeah, it's close enough. It's the center of Earth. That's the direction the down is. So if you're asking me, maybe I misunderstood your question about the plane flipping. You're talking about at what point is the plane upside down relative to where it started? Is that what you're talking about?
Exactly.
Oh,
Yeah.
So
From its
Oh,
as,
does that
from the time it
continuously?
reaches Australia.
as the
continuously.
plane travels, it's going to be going like the direction of down is always going to be perpendicular.
Yep.
Close enough perpendicular to where the plane is moving. So as it
And
goes,
perpendicular is the opposite of horizontal, right?
no, vertical is the opposite of horizontal.
Perpendicular is not the
Vertical and
opposite of
perpendic-
horizontal.
Vertical
No, perpendicular
is
is the opposite of
perpendicular.
parallel.
Yeah, vertical is perpendicular to horizontal. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
It-
the opposite. They're intersecting.
Yes. That's how
Okay,
you
so-
define.
Does perpendicular ever bend? Or is it usually a straight line?
It's a straight line to the center, which obviously, as you travel on the Earth's surface, that straight line points in different directions, and this is measurable in land surveying.
Oh, so when they use a plumb bob, right? When they're getting
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
welcome
If-
to Flat Earth, shirts in the back,
No,
snacks on the way. Thank you.
Bro, if you have a very very tall plumb bob from two different points that are say 100 meters apart and it's long enough, those are going to be at an angle. They are going to
Show
be
me
at an
any
angle.
experiment where that's the case. Bro.
You know what? Okay, I will, because you know
Okay.
what, they do this in LIGO. In LIGO, you have two extremely long interferometer arms, and they have crazy over-engineered mirrors to go down in there. So you've got this long tube. It's like 4 kilometers long. Okay, between two things, and both of those mirrors have to be pointed slightly downward from straight horizontal according to the tangent line relative to gravity at that point. So
So you just invoked
Yes.
horizontal. Horizontal is a flat surface. It's flat.
I
Horizontal's
invo-
flat.
Yeah, and do you
Or-
notice the context in which he invoked it to say that the mirrors are not
tilted.
parallel, they're tilted
Yes.
compared to the horizontal, and that's exactly because
They're parallel to
vertical-
each other, but they're tilted compared to
Yeah.
the vertical.
a
Yes.
straight vertical would not be parallel at that distance. They would be
Yes.
pointed in slightly different directions, even though each line is
Then it
vertical.
wouldn't be straight.
What,
Then it
can
wouldn't
I
be
ask
straight.
what the
No.
distance?
It
Can I
would
ask what
be
the
straight.
distance is? What's the
For
distance?
LIGO?
Yeah, what's
For
the
LIGO?
distance?
He'll come up with that for a second. But I want to say, in addition to LIGO, literally any book on like land surveying will show you mathematically how surveyors actually account for this difference and how you can measure it yourself by looking at very tall things near you. And you can measure this. Okay, all you need is a theodolite. But literally, when the farther 2 points get and they're vertical as measured like by a plumb line, they will not be parallel, and they will become less parallel the farther away they are. And this is observed in land surveying.
No,
I have the stats.
it's absolutely not
Hold on,
observed.
I have the
Right,
stats.
It should happen. Okay.
So LIGO, the arms, as I said, are about 4 kilometers. Now, 4 kilometers corresponds to, assuming that this is correct, and it seems reasonable, and you can check me if I'm wrong, 1.26 meters. Now, that means that at the middle, I think you have to divide that by 2, roughly. Maybe 4, actually.
Do you mean miles?
At meters. 1.26 meters is how far for example, the 8 inches per mile square, if you were to plug that in over 4 kilometers, I think that you would get the 1.26 meters. What that means is that they have a big tube, and at the end, they have the mirrors at a certain height. And then they have the light traveling a straight shot between them. In the middle, the height of that laser beam is significantly lower than it is on either end because it's going over a shallow spot.
So you're saying the light on the laser beam bends?
No, it's no.
What
What he's saying is there's a measurable hump in the light, And it's about a 2-mile distance that they're doing this experiment over. So the hump would be pretty negligible. What's great about my
1.6
website on Flat Earth Archive is I have multiple laser experiments between 3, 7, some up to 12 miles, showing that the curvature that should exist doesn't. So if they're measuring it with mirrors in just 2 miles, imagine how much greater it should be in 7 miles and in 10 miles. And I can show that it doesn't exist. There's experiments demonstrating that it doesn't exist.
I highly doubt that you can show that.
It's all on Flat Earth Archive. Go look through the video section. There's laser experiment.
I do not doubt
laser
that.
Experiment.
Well,
I doubt that they are in any way
Everyone remember
compelling.
that their experiment was 2 miles. Go reference the distance of the experiments that you see on my page, and they're all videotaped.
Okay,
They're
now
not in a tube. They're not in a tube that nobody can see. They're
Okay.
right out in the open, verifiable and documented.
now just reference the precision and mathematically precision of the LIGO experiments versus the precision of you with your lasers and cameras.
They're astonishing.
I will-
They have
My,
okay.
not
This
my
is really,
lasers.
I am
They
gonna
used
jump
a
in here,
GPS
guys,
They
just
used
for
a
1 second.
GPS guided laser system.
I-
They built a $20,000 laser to conduct this with. My lasers and cameras. You're mocking something you haven't even seen.
All right, I'm going to
Oh,
jump in
is
here.
this like
Just hold on,
experiment?
Grayson. I don't want to start
Anything you have,
the
dude.
muting process.
It is.
I want to let you know that we have reached the end of our 50-minute discussion. I don't mind letting you guys carry on, but this is a point of respect for the other speakers in the room. If you guys need to take a little break, or if you need to grab a drink, that's fine. But let me know, each and every one of you, if you need a break or if you would like to continue with the open discussion, go into Q&A. Let's.
Can I get like 3 minutes? 2 minutes?
Yeah, sure. If you need a break.
That would be great.
All right, excellent. That's no problem. That's why we let our speakers know, because sometimes we talk for a little bit longer than we plan, and sometimes we need to use the washroom and grab drinks and whatnot, or we get really hungry. Oh my goodness, we get
Don't
hungry.
forget to wash your hands and sanitize them.
We don't want to be sitting there
Cleanliness
going.
is next to godliness.
Well, I will let you know, guys, we are going to do our Q&A here. I think that there may be a bit more open discussion coming up after this. I know that Grayson had another, I can't remember the name of it, Grayson, because I have to be honest with you, it kind of slipped me, but there was another thing that you brought up in your opening argument that was separate from this that we didn't really get to touch on, I don't think. So,
We kind of talked about the antipodes just a little bit.
okay. Oh, as long as you guys are satisfied.
Remember, they conceded on 2 points that I made already, so I'm just saying.
Wait, which points did we concede about?
You conceded about the point digging through the earth, and then rewind the tape on the other one.
I don't know
We
how that's a
conceded twice.
concession, because it was never my claim that we've dug all the way through the earth. So how can I concede on something that I never made?
No, but you said if they dug through the earth.
Yes. And I didn't
So then I
concede
said
about that they
and I
would get out
continued
of
the story.
If you dug all the way through the earth, you would come out at your antipode. And I don't concede anything about that. Antipodes are real and they exist. And I demonstrated in my intro that we measured that.
Most
So
people
no.
watching probably don't even know what that is. But I'm just speaking in layman's terms, right? So since I don't understand what
Well,
that is,
Speaking of
But
people
I
watching,
Let's just say
explained
that-
it- I explained it several times what it is in my intro.
I'm playing
I try
devil's
to be
advocate. though.
I tried to be very clear and use basic language so everyone can understand what an antipode is.
well, let us wait
So aren't
until.
you taking your demonstration or what you were saying, your example, all the
So
way
excited.
to the end of it?
What are you talking about? What have I not carried all the way through?
Well, when I said, well, if you did dig a hole to Australia, at what point would the blood be rushing your head? Would you be upside down? At what point would raindrops be going the opposite of the other raindrops on the other side of Earth?
I already did answer.
Well, we
that.
can't
At
really
the
dig
center.
all the way through the Earth.
I already answered that. It would be at the center if you could somehow control for the temperature and pressure.
You conceded. Thank you.
That's not a concession at all, for the record. So, you just said, cleanliness is next to godliness. I'm pretty sure God doesn't really appreciate lying very much. So you probably shouldn't lie and say that I conceded when I'm telling you I did not.
Well, I'm going to object here just before we go into, maybe we'll get some more open discussion. We're going to check with everybody once everybody's back. But I do want to let everybody know, if you haven't already, hit the like button. It helps us out in the algorithm a ton. I don't know what's going on here. We got 500 people watching. Do you have fingers? You know, sometimes when I'm laying in bed, you know, I can click things with my nose. You know, I can be that lazy. What's going on with you guys? What's happening here?
Let me just ask the chat really quick. I could do an after show on my channel after this. So if anybody in the chat would be interested, let me know and I can set that up. So, well,
I was going to say, it looks like, I'll read one preemptive. Dr. Dino for $5 says, setting up an after show for this fun little discussion. Open mic for anyone who wants to join. Gonna have some Kerbal Space program in the background. So your old pal Mike, Flatter Day Saints, Base Theory, and once Dr. Tapioca Weasel gets back, we'll let him know that Dr. Dino is setting up an after show, so everybody will be invited. I'll get you all the link for that if you want to hang out there afterwards.
And I love Doc, so I'll let him do the after show. I'll probably be coming through and saying hi to everyone. So
awesome. Well, we'd be happy to see everybody there. It's always fun to see everybody at the after show. It's really simple to follow the link and get into the after show. So hopefully we'll see you all there. But I want to let everybody know who's watching right now. Once again, hit the like button, and I'm gonna check with you guys. Was there any other open discussion that you guys wanted to flesh out before we hit that Q&A?
I have ADHD. I've forgotten.
He's forgotten everything, everybody. All right, well, cast your votes in the poll. We have it in the chat right now. Get your super chats in, as they will be read with priority, and will probably be the only questions read because we have quite a few super chats already. So let's get that rolling. LJ.
Really?
Can we get a cut?
Really quickly, if I could just pose...
Coming at us like that. Hold on now. Go ahead, Grayson.
If I could just pose the question that was in my intro to the Flat Earthers here, like, I'm just curious how you personally think that a sun sets on a flat Earth. Like, what is your explanation for why that occurs?
This will be my chance to step out.
Because light has a limited range, so the size and distance of the sun would make that light not carry across the whole surface in the models I've looked at. I'm one of those that it, like you brought up, that doesn't ascribe to an exact model at this point. I feel like there are too many unknowns, but it just doesn't make me accept a false model like the modern heliocentric model. I won't settle, but I don't pick or ascribe to a specific model at this point.
I ascribe to the zodiac model, where Aries is the beginning of the year and it's a perfect clock. So whenever you guys say, is it round or flat? It could be both. Like a coin is round or flat, or a dartboard or a clock is round or flat.
But how does the sun set?
So if I were to tell you that, that would just be my belief, theoretical. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be anything factual.
That's what we're talking to you to interact with your beliefs. Like that's all any of us have is our beliefs.
There's two really good videos on my channel. One is entitled "The Earth is Not 93 million miles away." It's where a gentleman uses AutoCAD and the angles of the sun from timeanddate.com and shows that even giving handicaps to the heliocentric model, that 93 million miles away is not even an option for an angle on it.
That
and
actually
there's
sounds
also another video that's just time-lapse footage of the sun, so you can compare observable reality to what heliocentrism teaches, which I think is important.
The way I see it is like this, bro. When the sun rises and sets, it's bigger and not as bright as when it's overhead and smaller and brighter. So you could take a flashlight beam, shine it at the wall, and adjust the beam. If the beam's bigger, it's not as bright. And the smaller the beam gets, the brighter it gets, just like we observe the sun being.
So
it's just a light. In my opinion, it's just a light. It's not something tangible you could actually physically go to or touch.
So then what is it that when the sun is halfway set, so the bottom half is obscured, the top half is not, you're claiming that the top half is close enough that we can see it and the bottom half is too far away so we can't? Or if you're not claiming that, what is it that is obstructing the bottom half of the sun? Why doesn't the bottom half of the sun's light make it to our eyes?
Well, I've used a P1000 and zoomed in on it. And so when the sun appears to be, where most of it would be obscured by what you guys call the horizon, I've zoomed in on it and it's a perfect oval shape. And I see the bottom of it too.
Have you had a filter? Has the edge been crisp? I don't think so.
I've always. So you guys were talking about filters earlier. The picture he showed of the sun. How do you know there wasn't a solar filter on it? What cameras have you used? What experience do you have with
Because
cameras?
it wasn't-
there
because it
wasn't a
doesn't
I
solar.
know. I'm just saying. I'm asking them what
Okay,
experience they have.
I will
with
answer
cameras.
Because
that.
it
Yeah, it's because when a solar filter is applied, you
Properly.
can very, very clearly see that it is, because none of the other stuff is visible. Like everything is
What
blacked
cameras
out.
have you
except for the
used?
sun.
What cameras have you used and what lenses have you used with a solar filter? Just out of
Can I just-
curiosity.
I've seen plenty of shots that have solar filters and those that don't have solar filters, so I'm aware of what solar filters look like when they're applied to a camera.
All right, Mike's,
I know how a filter.
I was
Yeah,
just
and
wondering
I
if
would
you've ever used
Mike's
one.
trying
or
to
not.
get in here, everybody.
To
Let's let
answer
Mike
your
speak.
question, to give you
Just
you
one
the
second
point that you're
there.
trying to get.
Before we get, if you can hold that thought for 1 second, Mike was trying to speak all throughout that. I want to give Mike a
I would
chance
just
here.
say that
Sorry.
the reason, so there's two different things. Obviously, one of the videos I showed at the beginning, that when the sun disappeared from view, it was still above the horizon. So obviously the, is obscured from visibility due to the atmosphere. And so when we see an optical illusion, like over the ocean, where the bottom portion is getting obscured, well, we know that the closer you get to the surface, the denser the air becomes, so we get more refraction there. So you get more obstruction due to the density of the air, the level of moisture. So that's where I would say that occurrence comes from.
I love it. I love that answer. I would love for you to go into details. I would love for you to give me a profile of the humidity, the pressure, and ultimately the index of refraction as a function of altitude over this distance, and show the calculation, show how when you integrate it through, this is the path that the light takes. I would love to see something like that. Because what you just said is precise and quantifiable. Bring receipts.
Yeah, I do. And I do. Let me see.
Can I just
if I
add one
got
thing
it.
to that really quick? Is that if you have like a medium where you have like more dense at the bottom, less dense on top, which is kind of what you're talking about, then the refraction would be like bending it up
it would
over.
make
wouldn't
it
be, it would
tends to make
carry it
look
further.
higher.
Yeah, it would it would
Yeah.
carry it further, not obstruct it from the bottom up.
Depends on the position of the sun, right? If it's coming at you, it'll do one thing. If it's going the other direction, it should do the opposite. It should handicap you. And I have footage of things where the sun should be handicapping you because light should bend towards the more dense gradient. It bends towards the more
Typically.
dense gradient. And there's examples where there are objects at distances further than when they should be seen, and the light should actually be probably working against you, if anything. And that's my problem. Like, I don't hate the globe model Earth. I was raised to believe it, but I just seen too many things that like I cannot unsee is my problem.
No, but it sounds
Yeah, I spent a lot of time on 4chan too. It's rough.
It sounds like you have
I don't
a
know what that
relatively
is.
sophisticated understanding of refraction, so you should understand exactly why we can see those things because of refraction. I mean, if you have a mathematical understanding of this, then you could do the calculation yourself with the known lapse rate that you could measure, and you could know how far you should be able to see due to the refraction conditions.
Yeah, and there's an experiment. I was trying to pull up the image on my website, but it's called the greatest series of laser experiments to this point in history, testing the convexity of the Earth's surface, and they do all that. They do it in multiple locations, so not the same location, different times of year, so it under different amounts of humidity. They calculate it all in, and they even show the type of laser they use and show how much refraction is expected from that exact product. There is no more in detail experiment on Earth, and it was conducted in 2022, I think it was. I have it on my page. And there's nothing more precise or more detailed than that series of experiments that took a few years in the making. There's nothing more precise than it. And they take into all that. You can watch it. It's an hour long. You got to sit through some dry, boring crap. That's why people don't want to watch it. It's boring. There's nothing exciting about trial and error and all that, but it's there.
So can I just ask you, what makes you qualify it as the greatest laser experiment ever done? I mean, are you aware of every laser experiment that's ever been done, or like what makes you say that it is?
The reason is because I can compare it to institutions like the Discovery Channel, that is a pretty top-notch channel.
Compared to
right?
LIGO.
What?
I mean, LIGO was
What?
a laser experiment.
Yeah, and it's
Discovery
and I
Channel is not a
and so-
scientific organization.
All right,
Let
everybody.
me answer that. Let me answer that.
We'll let you answer that, but then Tapioca
LIGO
Weasel's
is in
been
one-
waiting to get in here, guys. So let's. I'll give you another 15 seconds there, Mike, and then we got to let Tapioca Weasel respond because he's been trying to get in here too.
Yeah, I'll just say that. What was I going to say? I kind of lost my train of thought.
Why was it the
Never
greatest?
mind. Scoot on. What was it? What was it?
Why was it the greatest?
Oh, because I've seen because when you're debating this kind of stuff, you get a lot of attack, right? People throw their best things that they possibly can at you, which is appropriate. I feel like that's good. I think every position that we have should be scrutinized to its deepest extent. So I don't fear scrutiny. So I feel like with my page, you could probably imagine a lot of anger, a lot of proofs coming my way. So I would say that I've probably seen the best stuff that the globe has to offer. And when I weigh both sides, I can't believe in the globe model Earth. That's why. I don't see a better, more detailed experience. You watch it and you prove to yourself then. That's what everyone should do. You prove to yourself. You watch that series of experiments and then you go out and watch other lasers experiments and you tell yourself which one looked the most detailed.
All right,
that.
Doctor, let's get it in here before we go into the Q&A.
Yeah, I have a PhD in experimental atomic physics, which involves a lot of precision laser work. That's how you talk to the atoms. You have a vacuum chamber, you have a few atoms in there, and the only way you talk to them is by shining light of exactly the right color on them. That's honestly, that's like 95% of what you're doing is that, and the steps you got to take to get to that. It's very precise work. I'm very familiar with how lasers and laser experiments work. I will absolutely take a look at what you have challenged me with, but dude, you said that you use the Discovery Channel as an example of a scientifically reliable source, and I don't. Were you trolling me?
No, that's what I felt like they were doing to me. They did a laser
They
experiment.
are trolling. They are the Discovery Channel is trolling you. Yes, you're absolutely right. They're full of it.
Wait,
They're
wait.
not a
You're
reliable
telling me
source.
that there's no ancient aliens?
It's stunning. I know, but no. The Discovery Channel has never ever been a reliable source of scientific information. It should be.
Stephen Hawking was narrating for it.
They probably pay really well, but
All right.
I
Well,
don't know.
what I'll say with that there, everybody, is I think it's a good time to move into the Q&A, just because Q&A will spur a lot more discussion. I feel like this is going to be one of those late ones, everybody. As long as everybody consents to that, I think that's probably the direction we're going in. So I just want to let everybody know, of course, that we do have DebateCon 4 coming up. So if you have the means to be there, we would appreciate it. We'd love to see you there. As far as I know, I'm going to be there along with us. Of course, if you see all of our upcoming events, the order of people that are going to be there so far. So lots of great speakers. You won't want to miss it. So check out the link in the description. And of course, the other thing as well is if you missed it, Matt had a discussion with Perfect Dawa, and just like a lot of discussions on Modern Day Debate, they sometimes become podcast exclusive. That's right. We're on all the major podcast platforms. So if you're a big podcaster, if you're like, I like running and listen to my podcasts, check us out on whatever app that you like listen to your podcasts on, because we're all over the place, and that's where you're going to find this debate that you see beside me right here. So go check that out if you haven't already, and we're going to kick it into our Q&A, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Over to the Q&A. We're gonna ask some questions. LJ! Well, we're going to clean that up. Globe peoples, believe me. Globe peoples believe the ISS is traveling 17,500 miles per hour to all guests. And the Chad moderator, I think that's what they meant. Would you ever get on a roller coaster that would go 17,500 miles per hour?
I don't even get on regular roller coasters, so no.
I second that. I'm very squeamish, like, oh man, I can't do like amusement parks or like spinny things. Oh, the worst. Roller coasters? No, thank you. I'm out. What do you think over there, Latter-day Saints?
About roller coasters?
Yeah. Would you ever get on a roller coaster that's traveling at the speed of the ISS, which is at 17,500 miles per hour? And they're saying that
This is the equivalent of that. Imagine taking a GoPro, gluing it to a basketball, then getting on a roller coaster and spinning the basketball on your finger, and then viewing what you see. You'd see something different every single, however many times you went on the roller coaster, you'd see a completely different scene, right? But that's not what we observe in the sky.
You'd also
Because
see all
the Earth
lights
is
go
bigger
in
than a
circles.
basketball. Do you understand how much bigger the Earth is than a basketball? Because if you did understand that, it would answer your whole point.
So Earth really big, we really small, right?
Yes.
Like ants. Got it.
I mean, much
No,
smaller.
ants would be even smaller
Ants.
than us, but okay.
You're off by several orders of magnitude. Anyway, my answer is maybe. I don't know. It sounds like an awesome ride. I'd have to have more information. Not with current technology. That would be absurd.
all right. Well, let's get into
Current
the next.
technology.
Oh, you want to
For
have
the
more
roller
comments
coaster.
there? We'll continue on.
What is this? A school for ants? All right.
So when they're on the ISS going 17,000 miles per hour, but they look like they're going slow like underwater, the RPM of their socket wrenches when they're putting bolts in or whatever, they're doing work on the ISS on a spacewalk, it's going the same RPM it is on Earth.
Do you
So
understand?
that's one of the
Do you understand what the equivalence principle is?
So slow. I was going
So,
slow.
like in relativity, right? If you're moving like in a spaceship going really fast, there's not an experiment that you can do inside the spaceship to differentiate your acceleration versus like gravity field or anything. Like the things that are inside the spaceship are all traveling at the speed of the spaceship. So you don't observe
I'm talking about on
any
a
weird
spacewalk.
effects.
When they're on a spacewalk. They're on a spacewalk
Yeah,
outside the spaceship.
they're still traveling at the same speed as a spaceship.
But they
Yeah, I understand that, but it looks like they're going super slow, right? But yet the RPM on their socket wrench is going the same speed as is on Earth. It's not
Why
slowing
wouldn't
down. So that's the
Why would it not?
inconsistency.
Maybe.
So if
I
they're
don't know.
slowed down, the people's movements are slowed down, why wouldn't the RPM of the socket wrench be slowed down?
Because the
How would that
motor
be
is
the
still
same as on
going.
Earth?
The motor's still getting the same power. It's still going the same RPM.
Time doesn't slow down. Time
But
actually
people
speeds
slow
up.
down. It
It's
shows
timing.
people going super slow on a spacewalk, slower than they would on Earth.
Yeah, because
They're
they're
moving
being
like they're moving
cautious.
underwater.
You know what happens? You know what happens if they float off? Well, a tether catches them. But if that breaks, then they just go woohoo out in
Yeah.
space forever.
If
It's
you're
a
on a
horrible, horrible way to die.
If you're on a space,
Oh, because if they died in space, they'd explode and implode.
Mike,
They'd freeze and burn up at the same time.
Mike, you've got some thoughts down there. I haven't heard from you. What you thinking there on that question?
Oh
And
man,
what
you come to me right when my brain blanks out every time. Oh, I would say that when it comes to relative speed, right? You know, where if an object's already going that momentum, you know, you're essentially not going to feel that speed. The thing is that within heliocentrism, that's another hard part about it, is that in that model, objects wouldn't be keeping a consistent speed. They'd have to continuously decelerate and accelerate.
Why?
Because when you're flying, when say like the Earth is going around the sun, correct? In most models we see, they just show us a Newtonian model. They show the sun stationary in the middle, and they show the Earth and all the other luminaries traveling around it. But what their model requires is actual additional motion from the sun. And also when these alleged satellites would be orbiting, they're going to be passing different positions of the Earth's motion at different times. So to keep a consistent distance, its speed would have to accelerate and decelerate depending where it was in its orbit. And that would be very noticeable, but you never see that because it doesn't happen, because all that NASA stuff is just...
Why do you think that would have to happen?
Well, because
What
people have
math are
mapped
you
it.
using?
People have made 3D models of the motion, because all the motion's documented for the heliocentric model. You can look up the speeds, their trajectories, their distances.
Yes.
It's all mapped out,
Yeah.
so you can 3D model it. And
Yes.
most people just use a Newtonian model to demonstrate it, because it's much
But
easier.
why do you think that the satellites would have to continuously accelerate and decelerate or whatever? Like, why do you think that?
Because if an object is moving this way and something's rotating around it, it has to then catch up to it at certain times, catch up to what it's orbiting at certain times, and then pass back around it. And to keep a consistent distance, which we're told that it does on its ecliptic plane around the Earth, it would have to accelerate and decelerate to keep that. It's just the motion required. It's just, I don't know, but that's what the model says, so it should be doing that, but there's no indication that it does that.
All right. Well, let's move on to the next question here, because like I said, we're going to spur all kinds of discussion. And LJ strikes again for $4.99. Keep those Q&A super chats coming in, everybody. We super appreciate them. That's the real code for super chat. We super appreciate you. And LJ says, Globy's intro summarized. Trust me, bro. Do ships disappear over the hump when they sail away? How high do I need to go to see a hump in the horizon?
That depends.
Yeah, it depends on the circumstances. Like we went
And
through
on
all-
atmospheric conditions mostly.
Yeah.
But on the average, you can make a pretty good approximation by just ignoring the atmospheric conditions. And in that case, it's a fairly straightforward geometry problem. You've got a circle and then a line and a tangent line, and then
Also, I don't know what he
Check.
means when he says when he says a hump in the horizon. I really don't understand what that's supposed to mean, but I don't think either model has a hump in the horizon.
All right, well, let's continue on to the next super chat, which is also from LJ. LJ, we appreciate you so much contributing to the super chats there and asking so many questions, because you're going to, like I say, spur on so much discussion. So another good old impression for you. Pyramids and cathedrals were built before gravity was made. Now, that is Kermit, not my Jordan Peterson.
There was still gravity back during the ancient Egyptians. Sorry.
Does he think things didn't fall down?
I think he's implying that before we had Newton's equation of gravity, that gravity didn't exist or something, or that they somehow needed to understand Newton's equations in order to build the pyramids, but they didn't. So,
Yeah.
All right, well, keep the super chats coming in, everybody. We'll have all kinds of thoughts to unfold here. And maybe
Can
I
I
should
share
check.
one little thing on that, I guess?
I was just about to say, let's see if we have any thoughts on the other side. Go ahead, Mike.
Let me see if I can share a screen. I was
Absolutely.
actually with this, sorry, guys.
I have no problem with that. We're ready for you when you are.
Here we go. So just when it comes to gravity, there's a lot of debate on it. My argument when it comes to gravity is that there's no object in existence that can't be described without using density or buoyancy, unless it comes to harmonic levitation or electromagnetism. But outside of those more powerful forces, I would say that every object that we see could basically be described with density and buoyancy. But Nikola Tesla was a pretty smart guy. He was a contemporary of Albert Einstein. And here's what he had to say about relativity, which is the very foundation of modern gravity. He said that Einstein's relativity work is a magnificent mathematical garb which fascinates, dazzles, and makes people blind to the underlying errors. The theory is like a beggar clothed in purple, whom ignorant people take for a king. Its exponents are brilliant men, but they are metaphysicists rather than scientists. So even in Tesla's time, this theory, or in Einstein's time, there were brilliant minds questioning it then as well. And when you take into account that the Earth doesn't have the necessary rate of drop that should exist, then that throws off all the math for the rest of the model, honestly.
So, if I can just really quickly, Tesla believed in a lot of really weird stuff, right? In depth rays, in like free energy, like he believed in a lot of weird stuff. Okay,
he fell in love with the pigeon.
And Isaac Newton believed in alchemy. Okay, just because these guys were right about some things doesn't mean that I have to say that they're right about everything. And to say it's like kind of like an appeal to authority. Oh, Tesla said it, therefore it must be true.
And if we're gonna do it, Tesla totally thought the Earth was round.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then, oh man, I had a point. If I remember it, sorry, I'll come back to it. I forgot what I was going to mention about gravity.
Oh, that's a shame that you forgot your thought there. Anybody else have any thoughts before we move on? All right, let's move on from there, everybody. Keep those super chats coming in. We super appreciate them. Let's see. We have the next one coming in here.
Oh, wait. Can I jump in on it? I remembered what I was going to say.
Go for it.
Okay, Mike, you were saying that density and buoyancy can account for this, but okay, if you have like a vacuum chamber, right, and you have an object in the middle of it, and so in every single direction, it's going to be the same density, right? Up, down, right, left, it's the same density all surrounding that object. So why is it that the object goes down? Why is there that specific direction of movement down when the density is equal in all directions?
Yeah, that's what goes back to the not the electromagnetic spectrum, but it has to do with the magnetic draw of the Earth. There's a negative charge on the surface of the Earth. There's a positive charge in the sky. And we know that all matter has either a negative, a positive, or a neutral charge to it. So that would indicate its direction. It's the same way. Okay, so let me give you a real-life experiment. Let me give you a real-life experiment.
But I don't need you to do that. I can respond to what you said. I understand what you're saying. But if we did that same thing in a Faraday cage, or like what like Tapioca Weasel was talking about, where you cancel out the electrical effects, if you ground the whole system, so the whole thing is grounded, there's no difference in the electric field up, down, right, or left, it's still going to go down. And if you're saying like if gravity, the downward acceleration, is due to electrostatic effects, then
is there pressure?
You should be able to nullify gravity in a Faraday cage.
Is there barometric pressure in a Faraday cage?
No, not if you in a vacuum. It's equal in all directions. We're saying
so we need a vacuum and a Faraday cage. And has this been done?
Yes.
Well, yeah, both.
Yes.
A Faraday cage with a vacuum.
Yeah, that's what.
Well, no, I'm not saying it hasn't been done. I'm always investigating. I'm learning more. Like that's. But your explanation.
Wait. Let Dr. Tapioca explain, because this is the exact scenario that he outlined earlier.
I went into excruciating detail of exactly how you would measure this. You would do it with a falling object, a corner cube that always reflects things back right at where they're going from, and you can count in individual light wavelengths how fast it is moving. And you do this after you pump out all the air, because air friction is the bane of my existence. Okay? Because, it's annoying and it makes all the calculations harder. So just pump out all the stuff.
All right. Well, I mean, that's something that I'm more than willing to look at. I just don't see how that would indicate that the only conclusion to that is space-time bending around an object of mass, which is what gravity is.
Well, it means that density.
Because I've heard that things that block out electricity still at the lowest level still have a detectable. That's what I've heard, is that it's almost non-existent. It's almost incalculable, but it's there.
So I can let Grayson wrap this one up. All right, over to you, Grayson. We'll let you wrap this up.
I would just like to address those points because, yes, even if there's just a minuscule amount in a Faraday cage, or when you've grounded it or whatever, just like by just random dispersion forces of the electrons, whatever. The thing is that you would still expect for the weight of that object to change. If you've drastically reduced all the electromagnetic fields acting on an object, and you're saying it's those electromagnetic fields that are causing the downward acceleration, and you've drastically reduced it to a minimum, maybe it's not zero, maybe it's just super close to zero, you would still expect the weight of that object or the acceleration to change in accordance with the change in the electromagnetic field, which is not observed. So, like, just because you're saying, oh, this doesn't mean that it's warped space-time, it does mean that you can't explain it with density, buoyancy, or electromagnetic fields.
All right.
Okay, well, I'm not exactly sure
15
why
seconds,
you
Mike.
expect, like, the expectation that you have exactly. I just know that buoyancy and density can be demonstrated, electromagnetism can be demonstrated, and the one major proof that we have for gravity is this cage that may or may not eliminate all electromagnetism
Right.
or anything to it.
No.
Well, I mean, whatever. I'm just trying to repeat back what you were explaining to me. So,
Did I ever say that was the one proof of gravity?
So what-
Grayson,
so can you
Grayson.
give me an example outside of the Faraday cage that you think exclusively demonstrates gravity and its effects?
The
I-
Cavendish experiment.
Also, we already
Again,
talked
that-
about
oh,
this.
Static.
You're on mute, Flatterday. Flatterday, you're trying to speak and we can't hear you. Just let's let Flatterday in here.
Okay.
There you go. You're off mute there. I don't know how you got on the mute, but Flatterday, you're back in.
Oh.
The Cavendish
I was just wondering
experiment didn't have
I
that.
was wondering if a helium balloon or a hot air balloon would demonstrate gravity, or the lack thereof.
Yeah. If you have a helium balloon in a vacuum chamber, it's going to fall at the downward acceleration of
medium.
gravity.
Because there's no medium.
Because basically life on Earth is like being in a vacuum chamber. So that's something that's observable, testable, and repeatable in the natural world.
It's not gravity. It's that it has to disperse. The helium has to fill the pockets of the vacuum. It falls because it disperses. It doesn't fall because space-time is forcing it downward.
That's not why it falls.
Well, okay.
It's not leaking helium like out of the balloon or whatever. You can make a strong balloon.
Well, you said if a
How would you
helium
make-
balloon is in a vacuum, right? It's going to fall.
It'll
you're
fall at 9.8 meters per second, or very close.
Oh, okay.
Well, how would you
I
keep
thought.
all that-
I'm
how would
sorry.
you
I
keep-
was thinking of a hot air balloon. For some reason, I was thinking open, uncontained. I got mixed up with the. Yeah. Never mind.
Last word
Well,
to
the vacuum you're
Flatterday.
talking about, it's completely contained. Like there's no air, right? It's completely air proof. Like just
Are you
solid
just
container,
saying
right?
that pressure needs a container? Is that where you're going to?
Well, there's just no medium
Is that what
around
you're
the
saying?
balloon.
No.
So what
Is that
would
what
it
you're
rise
saying?
off of?
Gravity can contain pressure without a container, and electrostatics can do it too. There's lots of things.
But the
that
experiments you're
contain
talking about,
pressure.
everything's contained, though, right?
Look at a water droplet, right?
but what I'm
Why does
saying-
a water droplet disperse? Because there's a force holding it together. It's the same thing. Like a force is capable of holding pressure together without a
Yeah.
container.
And in
And
your
a drop
model,
of water can show that.
it would be ascribed to gravity. Correct.
Yes.
But there are explanations outside of that model that can also explain downward force. You just don't. You laugh at those answers, and that's fine. I can say that the helium balloon drops in the vacuum chamber because it has no medium to rise against. That's a simple, easy to understand explanation that
All right.
makes
We gotta
perfect
move on.
sense.
Quickly, can I wrap this one up? Can I
Yeah.
wrap this one up before we go? Because I just want to say, it's
15
not just
seconds
that we're-
because we do need to get to the
I
next
will. I'll wrap
super
it up.
chat.
I'll wrap it up. I just
15
want to say,
seconds.
it's not just that we're laughing at the things that you're saying. We are demonstrating why they are not true with things that Tapioca Weasel has done in his lab. So we're actually using. We're
5
not just
seconds.
laughing at it and smirking it off. We're just explaining why empirically it's not true and why buoyancy, density, and electromagnetism cannot explain it. It can't help you here. So,
All right.
anyways, we can move on.
Let's try to move on to the next question, guys. We'll have all kinds of time, I think, to respond to these questions because they keep pouring in. And as you guys are answering, 1, 2, or 3 are pouring in. We super appreciate it here at Modern Day Debate. And I hope you don't feel like we rushed through any of your super chats. There's going to be lots of juicy discussion. So as long as everybody's good to stay and have this discussion, I want to let all of our speakers know there's no pressure. If at any time you're like, hey, we've been going for so long, I gotta duck out, that's totally cool. But if you're here to fight the good fight, and that's what we're all about here at Modern Day Debate, we'll keep on rolling. Congo 44, $10. Question for the flat earth people. So if the sun can be brought back by zooming in, can you turn night into day by zooming in? Ding. Also use a solar filter.
No, every lens has limitation. And there's angular resolution, so things have a vanishing point. Even our most powerful lenses, and also when you're looking horizontally, again, there's such thing as atmosphere, so that exists. And the further you look through atmosphere, the more obstruction you have. So,
Atmosphere does not exist. It's fake. Just saying.
All right. That was for the Flat Earth side. So, Flat Earth Day Saints, let's close us out on that one. Question to Flat Earth people. So, if the sun can be brought back with zooming in, can you turn night into day by zooming in? Ding. Also use a solar flare or a solar filter. Sorry.
Well, I've heard them say that the stars that we see in the sky aren't even there. They've exploded a long time ago. So theoretically, I guess in the heliocentric model, sure.
Well, if you're, I mean, he's kind of invoking you guys a little bit there. So if you want to give them a chance to respond, Flat Earth Day Saints, or do you want to move on to the next question?
Either or.
All right. Do you guys have any response there?
I had a point that I actually wanted to make earlier that I had forgotten about until just now. The argument that Polaris has not moved in the sky, that is demonstrably false. The first time Polaris was called the Pole Star was in the 1500s. I have located, and I have a conversation with Pitch Lumen, with Nathan, on this topic on his channel. And I showed exactly where it says that the first time it was called the Pole Star that we know of, it was 3 degrees away from the actual pole, which is significantly more than it is now. And just last year, there was a study published where they had found a record from Hipparchus about the position of Polaris, and it was 12 degrees away from the North Pole.
Bro, they also say that the climate's changing all the time and they're trying to stop climate change. Well, the truth is the climate's changing every minute from hot to cold. So
Wow,
and it is
bro.
true they're trying to stop climate change, because if they do stop it, it'll kill us. The climate has to change every day. Every minute, every hour.
It's cold in winter, therefore climate change is not real. That's what you sound like, man.
That's what you said. Climate change is very real. It changes every minute of every day. Fluctuates hot to cold, hot to cold.
I don't think you know what climate is, bro.
Just you can't bite
you
on
realize
every.
I got something to say on the North Star thing.
Sure thing.
The thing with the North Star that was really eye-opening to me, again, that I found very problematic when it comes to the heliocentric model, is that I couldn't find a single model that took and 3D modeled the North Star using the actual heliocentric model. If you look at every 3D model that you can find for the North Star, whether it's on YouTube or Google searching it, they're all going to give you the exact same demonstration, the identical demonstration, which is based around a stationary sun. But if we look at this right here, this is essentially how much motion the modern heliocentric model should be experiencing. This is essentially what should be occurring if this model is true. But if the North Star were allegedly following the tip and the northern point of our Earth in this model, it would be impossible to model. That's why they never do. They only use a Newtonian model. So go investigate for yourself, anyone who's watching. See if you can find a single 3D model that takes into account the motion of the sun while it tracks the North Star. You won't find one.
Do you know how far away the North Star is to where, do you know the actual...
We probably know this. Let me find out.
Yeah, it's the closest Cepheid variable star. So we actually really do know exactly how far away it is. The Polaris, I believe, is the closest Cepheid variable star, which is
That's remarkable.
Well, I'm just saying,
Therefore, God exists.
you could
Percent.
calculate how much you might expect it to change due to the movement of the sun. I mean, that is a stellar
It's
parallax. You could calculate that value. It'd be very
can
small.
invoke
In a
Parallax?
Newtonian system, yes. Leaving out the motion of the sun entirely and the Earth's following of the sun, I
You could
agree
calculate
with
it with that in mind.
No, you can't. Or they might give you a number that they say, and this is the number, but if you try to 3D model it and make it work, the North Star wouldn't be in that position. It can't be with that amount of motion. Otherwise, there'd be a 3D model showing it, and they don't do that. It doesn't take it into account.
I think that you're just making claims that you can't substantiate at this point.
Okay, well, that's fine.
No, he's just discrediting your claim. He's not making any positive claim.
He just
You know
said
that?
that there's no 3D model that is capable of modeling.
It has
the
that
North
I've
Star
Yeah, he's
with
not
the
making
position
a
of the sun.
positive claim. He's making a
That
negative
is a
claim.
positive claim, dude.
That is a positive claim.
God.
Wow.
That's
I-
a positive claim.
Okay.
Well, let's move on to the next question, guys. Like I said, we got all kinds of discussion to have here. Hit that like button. This has been a really juicy discussion, and I'm really glad that we were able to get this discussion happening. A big round of applause, virtual applause, for the speakers here tonight coming out to have the discussion. Yeah, we welcome everybody here at Modern Day Debate. Let's ask the next question. LJ for $1.99. YouTube, in quotation marks, day and night at the same time. Countless vids.
There's
Sure
countless videos of day and night occurring at the same time, or what? Or,
The rest of LJ's questions has been, towards your side, so I imagine it's for you guys.
okay, well, it's nighttime somewhere right now in the world, and it's also daytime somewhere right now in the world. So, yeah, I don't understand what his point is at all.
I've been up high in a plane, and you can see that over there it's nighttime, and over there it's daytime. And I guess in that sense, there's daytime and nighttime on the same side. But like that's also like what dusk is. So like,
I
whatever.
think maybe he's
Th-
misunderstanding.
this isn't something that is like this would be just as confusing in both models, in my opinion.
I don't think it's that confusing in the globe
But
model because
I agree, but
the Earth is
I think it is.
obstructing the view of the sun on
But
the area where it's nighttime on Earth. The Earth
Yeah,
is
that's-
physically getting in the way of the sunlight.
that's
But
true.
that's not occurring in the flat Earth model. So what is getting in the way of that sunlight in a flat Earth model? So I don't think it's hard for our model to explain at all.
Actually,
you're right.
that's
So
the
you're
perfect-
invoking
that's the-
a flat Earth model that neither of us invokes, bro.
That's the perfect tool, and I actually agree with your point, Grayson, because I do not. Unfortunately, I can't pull it up at command, but I do. Well, okay, then I'm a liar. Whatever, I'm lying. But I will say that I do have footage of high altitude footage where you can see the sunlit side, just like you're describing from the plane. You can see the sun
Yeah.
on one side. You can see the nighttime sky and the moon, and you can see both bodies are above the surface of the earth. So it's not the
1 minute on
edge
the
of the
timer.
earth blocking the sunlight out. It's still visible because in an average airline, you can see about 200 miles to the horizon. So you can see a pretty good distance at that point.
Again, the presence of the moon does not signify nighttime.
Well, no, I'm not saying that the presence of the moon, but I'm saying if the edge of the earth rotating away from the sun is what's blocking the sun, and you can clearly see above that horizon that the edge of the earth is not blocking the sun because you can see
15
where the
seconds before we
terminating
move on.
line of the sun is, then you're showing that it's not the bulge of the earth. It's literally that the sun has a limited range, like all light does. It has a limited range. It can't just project forever.
So are you talking about tired light here? Because that's very easy to debunk.
All right.
I mean, light can keep traveling for millions of light years. I mean, there's nothing that limits the range of light. It doesn't get tired as it travels
No.
and just lose energy and
It just disappears, huh?
But the model says that the
Oh.
globe model Earth rotating away from the
Yeah.
sun, and the unlit side that's facing away from the sun is why there's dark. But you can be in a plane high enough to where the sun should be hidden behind that curvature, but you can still see the nighttime portion of the Earth from a high enough altitude.
I know you
That
want to
would
respond,
work on a
Grayson,
flat
but we do need
really,
to
really
move
want
on.
to respond just really
We-
quickly. You
all right,
can still
10
see
seconds,
the
buddy.
nighttime
We gotta
part,
move on.
but you're not there. You're in an airplane. That's why you can see
Yeah.
it from a distance, but it's not nighttime for you because you can still see the sun. You're not.
But there
at
should be
All right.
curvature too. There
We're
should be
gonna-
a big
You're just
arch
changing the
one
topic
way.
We're going to move on to the next question because, like I said, they're pouring in faster than we can answer them, and we'll be here all night if we keep getting into the back and forth. And we really do appreciate it, and I'm sure that everything that you guys are thinking right now will get fleshed out before we finish because people are going to ask those questions, and they're going to want you guys to get those thoughts out on the table. So, Sunflower, member for 25 months, thank you so much for that, says, why doesn't gravity work on the quantum scale?
because it's so weak that for it, like the effects of gravity are only really demonstrable for very large masses at very large scales. So it's such a weak force in comparison to the other forces that once you get down on the quantum scale, the effects are so small that we don't have proper measuring equipment to even measure them.
Yeah, we can't measure it. That doesn't mean it's not there.
So it's just theoretical, like Santa Claus kind of at that point.
Well,
Good.
yeah, quantum gravity is even probably less than theoretical because we don't really have a theory describing quantum gravity right now.
We have competing models.
I should say we don't have a
complicated
consensus.
thing. We're debating whether the Earth is flat. It's
Yeah.
like
Competing model, that sounds like a
you
swimsuit
gotta
competition,
crawl
bro.
before you can run.
I should say we don't have a consensus
Mhm.
theory for quantum gravity.
Yeah. Yes, that's true.
All right, let's move on to
Welcome to
the.
Flat Earth, homie. Shirts in the back, snacks on the way.
Thanks for that flatter day. Let's move on to the next question there. LJ for $1.99 says, the doctor, we'll leave this one just to you. I'm going to set a 1 minute timer without interruption. LJ says, the doctor can't comprehend his life has been a lie. Have you heard something like this before, Tapioca Weasel? 1 minute and the floor is all yours.
Yeah, I suppose I have, and I don't have an answer that this person is going to find remotely satisfying, other than to say you don't comprehend like how many things preclude the possibility of that from so many different directions. But I'll give you the point you're going for. If the Earth is flat, then that would totally mess with me. And I would probably be in a state of horrific cognitive dissonance. So there's the quote and the acknowledgement that you want.
All right. Well, thank you so much for answering that question. We're going to move on to the next one, which is from Congo 44. $5. Question to Flatter Day. Just for you, Flatter Day. 1 minute for you. Do you enjoy... Well, this. All right, I'm going to try to clean this up because it's just kind of ad hominem, Congo. I'm sorry.
I like it dirty, bro. You can make it dirty.
Well, they are saying that you are ignorant. So they're saying, do you enjoy wallowing in your ignorance? It's pretty gross. So they're accusing you of being ignorant. A 1 minute for you to respond to Congo, as juicy as you'd like.
So ignorant on compared to who? Compared to what you consider smart, or compared to what are you considering ignorant?
All right. Well, that one we will move on from. LJ, because strikes again. LJ, hey, thanks again. $4.99. Spinning space ball without curve, water. Explain why you still blindly believe in the fake core model when the deepest hole ever dug was less than 8 miles.
Because of seismology.
Any thoughts over there, Tapioca, or do we want to move on?
Because of seismology.
All right. OC for $2. No question attached to your question. OC or your super chat, but we appreciate the $2. LJ says Ryan has been a great moderator. Well, thank you.
Claps for Ryan.
Yay! I always like a little bit of
You've been a
joy
model
from that.
moderator.
Oh, me, yes. No, I was gonna say I probably should work out more, honestly, more than just my vocal cords. Which, yes, to the people who are asking at the beginning, that is me singing, and I do play the guitar solos. And from what I know, your old pal Mike is no slouch when it comes to playing music as well. So, you can always check out that as us as musicians. That's cool too, because we don't mind screaming in the microphone. That's cool, but not here at Modern Day Debate because we are gentlemen. Cool Biko, $5. Flats have no passion for the subject. They know they are wrong. They're coming right at you guys. What do you think?
If being wrong is a helio, then I don't want to be right.
Well, good, you aren't.
Any thoughts there, Mike?
I just look at everything like I'm still examining. There's pieces to the puzzle that I can't personally test. So, like when it comes to Antarctica, we all know there's a treaty that doesn't allow independent exploration or travel beyond the 60th south parallel, and we know that there's a treaty around the North Pole as well. So, and even our airspace is governed. So, all of it is kind of still subject to learning. I feel like there's too many pieces of the puzzle to come to a full conclusion, but I do know that there's enough modern technology and enough experiments out there testing the surface of the Earth that there's no reason to believe it's a spheroid of 24,901 miles in circumference.
Can I make a really quick point about the Antarctica stuff? So
Couple seconds there, but I'm not sure how long that might take.
This guy on Twitter, Mike Buckner, he's a flat earther. He actually, I give him credit. He wanted to put his money where his mouth is. He decided that he was going to go to Antarctica himself and expose the fake globe Earth, expose the ice wall, and he said that he would.
Way to open a can of worms, Grayson. We are going to talk about this for a little bit. I'm pretty sure.
I just want to make the point. He said we
didn't touch on it yet. That this is happening.
The tickets. He had it all set up. He said he was going to be streaming it live in 24 hours, and then he never tweeted again. He hasn't tweeted in 2 weeks. He said he was going to expose it all. He went to Antarctica himself. He's too embarrassed to put it out there. Also,
man got to him.
Yeah, the deep state got to him. Also, North Korea is not in the Antarctic Treaty, to my knowledge. Why doesn't North Korea expose this? They have an interest. They're against the West. If they wanted to expose the West as liars, surely North Korea, who has a nuclear energy program, they have nuclear bombs. They're not dumb. They have scientists.
Now,
if they could prove it, they would. It would be in their own best interest for the North Korean government to expose the lies of the West and show that the Earth is really flat, if they could.
Well,
Like you as a civilian would know the best interest of North Korea. Come on, bro. Fantasy.
They're anti-West. Don't you think it would behoove them to expose the West?
Here's what I would say on that. There are 55 nations that currently uphold that treaty. What would benefit North Korea to poke the bear and break that treaty? They're not allowed there. Why would they break that treaty? And the other point I would make is that it's not mythology to know that Antarctica has the highest elevation of any continent on Earth. So if it was the outside rim and it was holding the oceans in, it does fill that. And if anyone thinks, oh, the Antarctic ice wall is a joke, jump on Google right now, type in Antarctic ice wall, look in the images, and you'll see that there's big, giant walls of ice. Like, it's not a gag. It's the highest elevation on Earth. It's entirely made of ice, and it seems to hold in the oceans. But, I mean, Even on the ball, it's the tip of the oceans, you know? And here's the thing. Most people don't realize that the flat model and the globe model match really, really well in the northern hemisphere. It's not till you go further and
Everybody
further
knows
south that they diverge. And interestingly enough, there's a treaty at the 60th south parallel when the greatest divergence begins. So I don't know, make of that what you will, I guess.
Just buy a flight from Santiago to Sydney and tell me how long it takes, and you'll know if the Earth is flat or not.
Why though?
Because
it flights on a
Because on a flat Earth, you said it yourself that the divergence in the southern hemisphere becomes greater and greater. So if you flew from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia, and you compared the time that it takes you to do that flight, you could do this flight yourself. You will see that that is not significantly different from like New York to Dubai. It's about the same time. But in a flat Earth model, those are way different distances. And
But
if you
which
say,
model?
oh, it's
Hey,
just
bro,
the trade winds.
All right,
Couldn't
let's
you
let
just
Flatter
fly
Dave
anywhere? Yeah. Couldn't you fly in a plane anywhere and notice if the pilot doesn't continually dip the nose of the plane down to adjust for the curvature of the Earth?
No,
It's
you
fine.
wouldn't notice that.
You wouldn't notice that, really.
No, you would
No.
not. Correct.
Why would you notice that?
Going
It's
500
going to be way
miles
smaller
per
than the
hour.
But yet they
fluctuations
take
from the
in
wind.
Coriolis effect for shooting, right?
Wait,
Snipers
quick
take in
question.
Coriolis effect for shooting, but not for
Quick
an
que-
airplane. Okay.
You're not constantly manipulating and adjusting the course of a bullet. If you were, then all of that shooting business would be a lot easier.
Okay, well,
So you're
You're
saying that
flying a
airplane
plane.
pilots don't adjust the nose of the plane to make up for the curvature of the Earth?
Look, what we already said, what both of us already said, is that just the
Also, they don't
normal
need to do it
turbulence
aerodynamically.
is going to cause higher amounts of course correction for the pilot than this effect would. Just do the
Also-
calculation yourself.
If the pilots don't touch the controls on an airliner with the way that modern airliners are structured and the way that they're weighted and the way that they use the rear things to sort of counterbalance, they are aerodynamically going to self-stabilize in a level flight, which is going to self-adjust to
Thank
the
you.
microscopic amount of change in which direction is down as it goes.
Microscopic?
So the plane has an
microscopic.
adjusterometer
Wait.
on it?
Hold on.
Is that
I gotta
what it is?
address
An
this.
adjusterometer?
All right, let's
Hold
let
on.
Mike in here, everybody.
Hold on. Microscopic amount of adjustment. A plane
Yeah.
flies at 500 miles per hour. Do you know how much drop should exist in just 200 miles?
You understand that lines of isobaric
26,000 feet
Yeah.
in just 200 miles.
Okay.
So
and-
before course, hold on. So before course correcting planes, those dudes must have been white knuckling those steering wheels to
No.
keep around a curve. 26,000 feet in just
They're com-
200
All right,
miles.
we got to
That's
let
it.
Tapioca
Yeah.
Weasel respond here.
They do it continuously. You have to express the amount of correction in terms of arc minutes or something per second. That is the appropriate way to do it. And if you look at how fast planes move around just from very, very normal, completely unremarkable winds that don't even rise to the level of mild turbulence, you're going to find that this is well within just the noise of how a plane moves. It's not fast. It's not orbiting the Earth. If it
Not
was,
fast.
it would burn up.
Do the math yourself, Mike.
It's the rate of drop that should exist. That's
this is what I'm telling you.
really
I don't
rapid because it's only flying at about 35,000 feet. And just in 200 miles, let's see, 500 miles per hour. How much drop should that drop right there in 500 miles? You should lose
You can't. That's not how you do the math.
166,000
That's
feet.
no. You can't do that. You can't apply. You can't look at how far a quadratic equation, which is what the sphere could be approximated as in this thing, and then divide that as a linear distance. You have to account for the fact that it's a continuous thing. So you can divide this down. If you're going at a mile per second, for example, a mile per second is like a reasonable ballpark airplane speed. Okay, then that is 8 inches per mile. That means that the thing has to go down by 8 inches over a fucking mile.
Every second.
Exactly. That's microscopic, dude. Do you know what 8 inches in a mile is? Do you know what that angle looks like?
Well-
It
well-
looks like much smaller than the
It's
fluctuation
not
of the plane.
microscopic. It's observable to the
That's
naked
the
eye.
first
Bro.
mile.
Oh my god.
It exponentially grows.
It's
'cause
continuous, is
But
my
the
point.
calculation isn't 8 inches per mile. The calculation is 8 inches per mile squared. So the greater distance you're traveling, it grows exponentially.
But you're
It's not like 8
continuously
inches, then 16
All right.
inches, then
I've
20,
said my piece.
you
Do
know,
you think-
24
okay, look.
inches.
Mike, if you
Yeah.
are continuously adjusting, then all that matters is like the
Yeah,
per
if you
second
are.
per second. It's the derivative. So you're
Who
saying after
continuously
1
adjusts it?
hour
The pilot?
they should have.
Or is it
wait,
built into the plane?
So wait, you're saying after 1 hour they should have all this drop to account for, but it's not like they're accounting for it every hour. They're
No,
continuously
They
adjusting.
would be doing it as they go. And what I'm saying
second.
is older planes were not outfitted with that technology. And I've heard pilots break down how they never accounted for that amount of curvature. So
You need
I
an
don't-
altimeter.
what?
You just need an altimeter to measure your altitude and stay on the same altitude line.
Exactly.
Okay, so how do they stay on it? How do they constantly adjust?
They
Is it
would
built
have
into
to
the plane
stay
or do the pilots
upward.
do it?
on the globe, they'd have to go and wrap around that curvature. There'd be curvature. They have to go with
That
the
is what they're doing.
It'd be
And
called an
as,
air
we,
curve, not an
as we
airplane.
have been pointing out, the adjustment needed to stay on that curvature is smaller than the adjustment needed to just focus and just keep going without the turbulence. Like the
Yeah.
normal wind pressures and turbulence that it's experiencing are a much greater factor than the amount of adjustment that they need to make for curve. So they're paying attention to just keeping the plane straight at this steady altitude. That's what they're adjusting for,
Flying in
and
a
that
straight line.
automatically
Thank you. You
adjusts.
just said it.
That automatically adjusts. That accounts for the Earth's curve when they're doing that.
You think a plane in 5 miles in 5 seconds is dropping down 16 feet? In 5 seconds? It's dipping down 16 feet. is
15
what
seconds
you're
and
saying?
we're moving on.
Again, you need to measure this in arc minutes. You're measuring this in altitude relative to the start because you're assuming a flat Earth.
Measuring reality, bro.
Go. Huh?
Yeah, reality minutes.
That doesn't make any sense. But thank you for contributing.
The claim
Alright.
is that gravity is holding the
5 seconds, buddy.
plane at a certain distance and
That's not the
keeping it
claim.
level around the surface, correct?
No,
It's keeping
absolutely
the-
not the claim.
No, so it's not level around the surface of the globe model Earth. It loses
It's
level.
not gravity that's keeping the plane at the same height, man.
We're trying to
We
move
have
on, everybody.
so much more stupid to get to.
But-
okay, no matter what position we all hold,
Insult.
you think
That's
that
really
we're
going to prove your point, bro.
Well-
Insult that. That's going to prove your
you
point.
think that
There you
we're
go.
stupid.
You got a
You think that
PhD?
we're stupid.
Go
My
ahead with
point
your
is,
PhD.
no
I
matter
think
which,
you guys are smart.
I never said you were stupid.
well, you think
You
the
said that
opinions
about
are
us,
stupid.
bro.
Then
all right, let's try to
I
move
never
on to
said
the
the
next
word
super
stupid, you
chat.
did.
We're gonna
But that
let's
shows you have a
hold on.
PhD.
Well, let's just all just we're gonna take it down for just 1 second, everybody. We're gonna move on to our next super chat. We're gonna use our proximity effect to calm everybody down because we have lots of super chats to go, lots of great discussion to happen, and I want to make sure that that comes through cogently. So let's move on. Sunflower for $5 says, most people with PhDs show restraint and tact. This tapioca guy is bursting at the seams with soy rage. He's coming right at you right after I said, let's calm down. Everybody. All right.
Yeah.
He probably hasn't worked in the private sector, says Sunflower.
it depends on what you mean, I suppose. My university is a private university, so I guess in that sense I do work in the private sector, but I do work in academia. And also, you know what? You're right. You're right, Flatterday. And Mike, when I said that, I realized as it was coming out that I was calling you stupid, and I didn't mean to do that. I meant to what I was trying to do, and what I tried to follow up with, and I should have led with this if I was going to make this point, was I was trying to say that regardless of our position, we think that the other person's position is absurd for numerous reasons, and in that sense is stupid. So I wanted to address what I just said, because as the question asker just asked, I'm a beta cuck soy boy, is I believe the term.
If I may, just really quick, for those of you who don't know Sunflower, okay? Sunflower, the guy who was saying this about my debate partner tonight, Sunflower's been on my streams. We've had debates back and forth, and I just want to say, like, Sunflower's voice is at least an octave higher than Tapioca's voice. He's like, "Oh, Grayson, you're so wrong about everything."
Oh,
So just pay attention to who that comment was coming from. Not exactly a peak specimen.
hold on. As somebody who sings a lot of Judas Priest, I won't allow you to make fun of people with high-pitched voices. Moving on to our next super chat. Cool Biko for $5. Sorry, we already read that one. Jack Nelson for $10. Bad Science Sundays. Dr. Tapioca Weasel is the man. Let's take our shirts off and dance like we did before.
I don't think. Did I take my shirt off?
All right, maybe not. No. We don't want to get demonetized. That's fine.
I
I've done worse things at rock shows, honestly, but I don't think we should take our shirts off. But we have a fan, Jake Nelson. Yeah, thank you for your super chat. I
just want to say what he's referencing is I host a show called Bad Science Sunday over on Maya Adkisson's channel. And Sunday evening, you should come check us out. We've been doing it for, I think this will be episode like 31 or something.
Excellent.
Episode 33.
33. All right. There we go. See, I'm terrible at counting, I guess.
Excellent. Well, look at that. We have
There
two
was a
fans.
Masonic, right? No. No.
That's good.
Well, I'm glad everybody's having fun. If you're having fun in the live chat, if we're having fun in the debate, hit that like button, because honestly, at the end of the day, I think everybody could get along if we could all play video games together. Or music together.
Sure.
That's for
Also,
sure.
I don't play video games, homie.
All right. Well,
I don't have any content. I just want to cut in. I don't have any content on my channel. But I know that Grayson does have content on his channel. I don't know if Mike and Flatter Day have a lot, because I just met you tonight. But I do notice that currently in the description, I don't see links personally, but maybe that's just
Well, I have
me.
about 400 videos on my YouTube channel.
Okay, well,
maybe
Yeah,
not
about
yet, but
20-something.
we will get them updated, and we will make sure that they are tagged in the
I can send it to
podcast.
Ryan.
And I will make sure,
Thank you.
just because I referenced my fellow, musical player here. This is Mike. This is his second time on Modern Day Debate. He runs the Flat Earth Archive on Facebook. He's a super cool guy. He plays punk music. He's a good singer. Go check him out if you like what you're hearing. Go check out all our speakers. I just wanted to put them up on the screen and big there for a second so that everybody could see, yourself there. Because we had a chance with everybody, I think, with the screen share, except for yourself, Latter-day Saints. So I'm going to give you 1 second, because as far as I know, you're the only person that hasn't done a screen share or a pitch for where you're at. So Latter-day Saints, where can everybody find you?
Flatter-day Saints at YouTube. That's the name of my YouTube channel, Flatter-day Saints.
All right. That would be the pitches there.
I'm a flat earth rapper.
Ooh.
Oh, I think I've seen something of yours before.
Does anybody else play music here? My goodness. Who else here plays music?
I have no discernible musical ability.
That's totally fine. No, as I say, we don't judge based on musical ability. We just like having great discussions here at Modern Day Debate. And I hope you enjoy my music at the end of all this stuff. My buddy Josh was here last time for, some of the fun, who is my band compadre. And we're trying to work on some new stuff and get some real drums on the Modern Day Debate track. So stay tuned for that. Let's continue on. LJ, I got to scroll up a little bit. Quite a
I
bit.
may have to duck out in about 15 minutes here.
Well, we'll try to keep
Sorry,
it down
bro,
to.
I can handle both these dudes, bro.
I think it's been, honestly, I feel like it's been a fun discussion. Everything gets, a little heated, but in a good way, like a respectful way, I thought. So, I mean, whatever, we're all just figuring stuff out, whatever. Man.
Yeah,
I gotta
I'll
say, Mike, on a personal level, I like you, man.
I like you guys too. You guys are fun.
Both of you have comported yourself, Yes, very well.
I like everybody here. Honestly, you guys are all awesome. As soon as we get everybody linked in there, I hope you go check out their links in the description. You give them a like and keep an eye on these fellas because I'm sure they're going to be back for lots of juicy debates. I'm going to set a 2-minute timer for each of these questions so that we can run through them, and that way, if we get any more for Mike, he is here to address them for you. If you have something for Mike, so Congo 44 for $5. Question. Oh, hold on. They're moving around. Sorry, that's not. We've already asked that one. See, that's the play. That's the pain of all this. LJ for $4.99. Spinning ball. Spinning space ball with curved water. Oh no, we've asked that one as well. My goodness. See, this is the problem when so many people have asked so many questions, and then I try to rush through because I'm like, No, I have to bring it back down, everybody. We all take a deep
We
breath.
covered a lot, you know.
That is true. We've covered a lot. All right, so haters
Covered a lot of curved ground.
hates stairs for $5. Dr. T, please come back to Modern Day Debate. Great arguments and presentation. Well, you got a fan out there. That's really appreciated. We love the super
who
chats.
was-
That is
Who
from
is the person?
hates stairs. Everybody hates stairs. Do you hate stairs? Do you wish
I like
everything?
escalators better.
Yeah, everything.
It's the only exercise I ever get. So yeah, but like it's I hate my brother too.
I
but
live
love my
upstairs. You hate your brother. What the?
I have two brothers.
What does that have to
hate and
do
love
with
both of them.
stairs? Do you throw them downstairs? What's going on? All right, we'll continue.
It's,
Oh,
I'm
so
saying
love-hate
it's
thing,
complicated,
right?
okay? That's
Yeah, love-hate
my
thing.
relationship to stairs is like my relationship to my brother. It's complicated, but on the whole, I depend on them.
Okay. Cool Biko for $5. Thanks, Cool Biko. Being animated in a debate doesn't mean you're being emotional. Thoughts?
I don't have emotions.
Who would say that I was emotional?
Nobody would. They'd be so upset with them if they did. All right. Let's move on from there, everybody. We can all have fun with that, I'm sure. But we have only limited time here with Mike, and we want to get through these questions. So LJ says for $1.99, having a doctor title only guarantees I was a nerd.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can't really disagree with that. I suppose, like, if you're a physician, surgeons aren't what most people would call nerds. There's a certain personality, but on the whole, 99% of the time, yeah, if you're a doctor, you're a nerd.
Yeah, I can vouch for that because I applied for multiple PhD programs and they all told me I was just too cool. So
Boom.
Oh, my problem too. My goodness.
He needs to exit right there. Just the mic drop too.
Moving on to Jake Nelson for $10. This is so frustrating. What was the date and time for his observation of this video? That matters for the placement of the three bodies. He's talking to you, Mike,
yeah.
I think, because you shared a
Yeah.
personal
in the
video.
Oh,
Yeah, it's at the where do I have it saved?
it was 2014, right, or something.
28. I want to say 2018, but I have it on time and
Said in the
date.
beginning of the video.
Yeah, exact. Good memory, dude. Yeah, I pulled up timeanddate.com just to be sure. So it wasn't me just pulling up a website or whatever. It was in real time. So I had two phones with me. So I documented in real time my position and the exact percentage of illumination of the moon at that exact moment. So I could try to. I don't remember where I have it saved. It's somewhere, but. Yeah.
But you can rewind the video, dear viewer,
yeah.
and you can see it's at the beginning of when he played that video. It said the time and date.
Yeah.
Rewind the telemetry data.
What is
Or
it?
did they lose it?
Oh yeah.
The telemetry data, bro. Rewind it. Play it back. You know what I mean? With no delay on a landline phone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've got
238,000
my
miles away.
tinfoil hat on, so that blocks all telemetry signals.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to the next question, guys, before we get into the tinfoil stuff. We don't want to get too off the base here. So we have LJ slapping another super chat in there. Thank you, buddy, for the super chat. Flatter Day absolutely destroyed the Globies. And then he puts a little expulsion and then a fire, emoji. So
Hey, like we always do about this time, homie. It's second nature. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know if he's saying like he can't see you doing something over the fire while a monkey watches and is sad, but that's what I got out of those. Yeah, don't do that. All right, Jake Nelson, $5. Perpendicular is the opposite of parallel.
Yes.
Yes.
Because earlier he was saying perpendicular is the opposite of horizontal, but what he meant to say was vertical is perpendicular to horizontal.
It may depend.
Tapioca, don't just say it's approximately okay and nod your head. You don't need to go all the way.
Break it down.
All right.
Parallel means that they never cross, but they're in the same plane.
You guys invoke parallel. I never said parallel.
I know.
Y'all are invoking shit I didn't say.
We're talking about the questioner, man. The questioner did say it, so don't blame us.
And I did accurately say what you had said, and what you probably meant to say. I didn't twist your words on that. So.
You never know what I meant to say, bro. Only I do.
Well, if you meant to say that perpendicular is the opposite of horizontal, then that's a nonsensical statement. So I was giving you the benefit of the doubt that you were trying to say an accurate statement, like vertical is perpendicular to horizontal. So
most of the stuff you've said during this debate's nonsensical, bro. I mean, that's obvious, bro. I hold these truths to be self-evident.
All right.
Let's move on to the next question there, everybody. So the next question was actually Dr. Dino. He had said for $5. And I mentioned it earlier. We're going to have an after show. Everybody who's here on the panel, you're absolutely welcome to join the after show. I'm going to put a link in our chat in just a few minutes. I'm going to message, actually, Dr. Dino, not Dino. See, you got the E there, and that's the Canadian coming out of me. Dr. Dino, send me on Discord your link to the after show, and I'm going to put it in our chat. Thanks, buddy. All right, Jake Nelson for $5. Grayson, antipodes are real. Does back down. What?
I don't think I ever conceded that antipodes are not real. They're clearly real positions on the Earth's surface. So, and what I showed was that they actually have a real empirically measurable meaning to them, where you can see that radio waves and seismic waves focus and get stronger at the antipode. So it does have physical significance.
That's something I want to learn more about, because I was actually completely unfamiliar with that term before tonight. I hadn't even heard the terminology antipode. So another little side area to learn about. Yeah, cool, man.
So actually, I am in similar company. I had heard the term antipode, but I've also seen it was on an episode of The West Wing once. But I had not heard antipodal. What was the term? Refocusing. Focusing. I had not heard specifically of that term antipodal focusing, which is basically if you have an earthquake on one side or a big seismic impulse on one side, that you're going to have diametrically opposite on the other side of the globe.
Oh, okay.
You're going to have an increase in things. So I had also not heard of that term until today when Grayson and I were talking about it. So you learn something new every day.
You played it off like you'd heard it before pretty well, though. I got to give you props on that, bro.
Well, I mean, I have a PhD in being able to convince people that I'm smart, literally.
Of course you do, bro. You follow directions well, bro. And you don't question anything. So you're a very good follower.
I don't think that that's ever a part of the PhD process to not question.
Completely part of it, bro. Even the name university is something false. There's no such thing as a universe, bro.
Sure.
Listen,
We live in a closed system, tell me.
All right.
We're all
1
in the
minute for
dream
this last
of a
point.
giant moose.
A moose that's in Canada. That's right. Moo! That's right. The Canadian moose is striking again to say, let's move it on, fellas, because we got a couple more super chats here coming in. And keep those super chats flying in. And I just messaged, like I said, Dr. Dino to say, where's that link for the after show? And we'll get that into the live chat in just a few moments. But keep those super chats flying. Jake?
I got to duck out, sirs. Felt like it was a good meeting everybody I hadn't met before, and maybe I'll come across some of your materials and stuff, and or maybe we'll chat again or something. But hope you all have a good night, and yeah, it was a good conversation, dudes. So appreciate you, Ryan, bringing me out and thinking of me. So,
well, I was gonna say, if you had just one moment there, Mike, before you go, I would be more than willing to give you a minute to give a closing statement if you want to give your closing thoughts on the discussion you had tonight.
All I'll say is what Scripture tells us to do, which is test all things and keep that which is true. So that's all I'll say.
All right. Well, a big round of virtual applause for Mike. Thank you for being here, Mike. Keep rocking out, buddy. Keep playing music. I hope to see more of those links, from the Instagram there. And once again, we'll have everybody linked in our description so you can find out where they are if they're not linked already in our description. So thank you, Mike, for being here, and feel free to drop out whenever you want to there.
Later, dudes.
Don't forget to keep doing your part in flattening the curve every day, bro. Only you can flatten the curve. You know what I mean?
That's right.
IQ.
All right, later, dudes. We're good.
All right, thanks, buddy. All right. Well, let's move on from there. All right, who's got the shoulder there? Oh, that's the shoulder there. I got to fix this up, so we're just going to do that. Isn't that better, everybody? All right, well, thank you to Flat Earth Day Saints for staying around and representing the Flat Earth side for the rest of our super chats. We super appreciate you being here. Let's continue on with the super chats. I screw up because that will be
AKA Flat Nasty.
Oh, Flat Nasty. Okay.
Oh wait, is that your rapper name?
AKA Flat Nasty.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to do like a parody like that was a thing. I just thought you were saying something.
I'm just saying, though.
Flat Nasty.
That nasty.
All right. Let's keep going with these here.
Is that 2 words or 1 word?
Whatever you want it to be, bro.
Ooh. Well, that reminds me of an old clip. All right. LJ, $1.99. Sun sets like the traffic light 2 miles ahead of you. That's for the globe side.
I got no idea what he's talking about with traffic lights being 2 miles ahead of you and setting. I've never seen a traffic light set. Don't know what he's talking about.
Can you clarify maybe what Jake Nelson might be saying here? Flat Earth Day Saint.
I mean, I would assume that he's saying, like, if you're 2 miles away and you see a traffic light from 2 miles away, it's going to appear possibly like the sun appears from far away, setting, might turn into like an oval shape, is what I'm assuming he's saying. It's basically straightforward, no pun intended.
Well, yeah, Jake Nelson, though. Jake Nelson is not a flurf. I know that.
I don't know what that means, bro.
Jake Nelson is not somebody who believes that the Earth is flat. So
maybe he just knows it's flat. It's not a belief, really, like a religion. It's just an observation.
I'm just saying that I'm familiar with them, and I think that they're probably trying to make some sort of joke, but I can't figure out what it is.
Or maybe over the course of this discussion, he's seen the truth and he's come to the knowledge and understanding of the true nature of Earth. It's always a possibility. He could be a born-again flat earther like me.
Could be. Could be.
All right. Well, I get the screens set up. Let's move on to the next question, everybody. Thank you so much for your super chats. Let's keep them coming in. Great Sky for $20 says, a Mike microbe sitting on a basketball, from its perspective, would appear as if it were sitting on a flat plane. We are like microbes on the Earth. But the Earth is bigger than a basketball by way of comparison. We live in a globe. Fact. Great Sky, thank you for your question.
Wasn't really a question, I guess, was it?
It was more of a
It's more
declaration.
rhetorical.
Yeah, but at the same time, I had to say that because it was $20. A microbe sitting on a basketball, from its perspective, would appear as if it's sitting on a flat plane. Let's go from there.
Generally, yeah, that's the argument against the "but it looks flat" sort of initial intuition.
Right, because you don't trust your senses since you've been told as a little kid not to trust your senses. You know what I mean? That's why people are in so much turmoil, bro.
No,
You know,
nobody
they're
ever
not
told
to
me
trust
that.
their senses.
Nobody ever told me as a little kid not to trust my senses. So
But
I don't know.
you
What
don't,
you're
bro. You don't trust your senses.
I do. So I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know why you would tell me that I don't trust my senses, because you don't know me, right? So
All right.
I won't
Let's-
disagree with you.
all right, cool.
Let's move on to the next question there. This one coming in from JD on YouTube. Thank you so much for your super chat. If I wanted to control the masses, I would want them to buy into a fake version of the world that causes them to have full faith in what my people say. Thoughts on that?
I wouldn't. That seems extremely fragile.
Well, yeah, and that's sort of what's happening in North Korea, like what we said before, and yet North Korea hasn't made any attempt to say the Earth is flat, or so they haven't tried to fake a moon landing either. If you're saying that we faked moon landings or whatever, I know it's off topic, but
I mean, me personally, I didn't fake anything, bro. So don't say we, because I didn't do any of that.
Well, but NASA presumably did, right?
Yeah, but you said we. I'm not part of NASA, and I don't think you are either. You mean you might be,
Well,
but
I was technically, sort of vaguely at one point. My
yeah, but I
grantee
mean, you're not
graduate
you're not a 33rd though. I'm sure
My grandfather was a 32nd.
that's believable. I don't doubt that for a second, bro.
All right. Well, we can move on from there, everybody. So we have the next one coming in from Wade Eberly for $1.99. Why is there a southern celestial pole?
that's a question for you.
For me,
Yeah, because we have a perfectly
Yeah.
valid and coherent explanation for a southern celestial pole, but you were saying about the
I
north.
think it would be more like a ring, a southern celestial ring.
Do you know about the Southern Cross? So you remember how
Tell me about it.
you remember how you brought up that the North Star doesn't move, which it really does move a little bit, but you're saying everything
You
moves around
just
the
can't
North
see
Star.
it moving, right?
Yeah, in the southern hemisphere, they cannot see the North Star. What they see instead is the Southern Cross, which everything kind of moves around to in the same way it does in the northern hemisphere for the North Star. So they have their own equivalent. How can that possibly happen on a flat Earth?
I don't know, bro.
Because on a globe Earth, we have the North Star because it's kind of spinning by the axis, and then there's a southern axis as well. So the southern hemisphere would have their own equivalent, and the northern hemisphere would have theirs, the North Star and the Southern Cross. But there's no coherent explanation for that in flat Earth.
All right, let's move
I
on
don't
to
know
our
what to tell
next.
you.
Let's move on to the next question there, fellas. Cool Biko says for $5, the headlight of your car breaks the speed of light. Problems, chemist?
It doesn't.
All right. Any thoughts anywhere else? No. All right.
Nobody's broken the speed of light with a car headlight. I'm sorry. If you believe that, you might want to see a mental health professional.
I do
All right.
psychology on the side if you're interested.
Yeah, go talk to Flatter Day Saints about it if you think that. He might be able to help you out and get your head on straight, I'm sure.
All
Or
right.
wait, get your head on level.
I'm just flattening the curve every day. I'm just doing my part to flatten the curve. You know what I mean? We all can do our part.
All right, let's move on to the next one. Jake Nelson for $5. At the solar system scale, Newtonian physics have been abandoned for relativity.
That was probably more directed at what Mike was saying about that we've only done Newtonian physics to explain the movement of the solar system or whatever. So that was probably more directed towards him.
It's yeah, you don't need to use relativity in order to land a probe on any planet at all. Even Mercury, which would be the one where it would come the most into conflict. But part of that is because these things are self-evaluating and self-correcting as they go. Not continuously in the case of probes, but
you also do need general relativity to explain certain aspects like Mercury's perihelion.
Yes, but that's slow enough that if you want to land a probe on it, you don't need to know about it. It'll only move it by a few kilometers, and over that distance, that means that you leave a thruster on for a quarter second longer than otherwise.
The point is that both with Newtonian mechanics and with general relativity's predictions, we've gotten accurate predictions down to very small amounts of decimal places. So,
all right, you're shaking your head over there. 20 seconds to close us out there, FDS.
I just think it's funny how people think that they can land probes on things that are millions of miles away and then not actually see the video of it. It's kind of ridiculous. It's like science fiction, but who am I to say anything?
Well, all right, just real quick, if I could, because that was sort of a new point.
Well, we have to move on.
This latest probe, the Indian moon landing that just happened with that Indian probe on the moon, that was independently verified by independent astronomers. Go check out Scott Tilley on Twitter. He actually showed he set up an antenna to receive the signal that was being put out by that probe, and he did a Doppler analysis on it and showed that it matched that on the moon, which is extremely strong evidence that probe was on the moon. And he was independent. He's not working with NASA. He just did this with his own equipment, and so can you.
All right, next question.
He's just brainwashed, and he's just a fanboy who does it for free. You know what I mean?
Jake
they
Nelson.
Got a lot of them on the Helio side, bro. I can't knock you guys. You guys got it. You guys have a lot of people influenced, bro, and believe in the trickery and the witchcraft of the heliocentric belief, bro, which is a Luciferian concept.
Let's respect Jake Nelson coming in for $5. His question: Flurfs provide a model of how sunrise and sunset works.
I don't have a model, bro. I had one, but she left me. You know what I mean? Now I don't have a flat Earth model.
All right, let's carry on from there. Great Sky, $20. Let's see. We already read that one. Sorry about that. Let's continue on. Wade Eberly asked that one as well. My goodness, my scrolling thumb's not working so well. I'm gonna have to get that thing worked out. Cool Biko. Lordy. Yeah, we actually got through a lot more than what I thought. See, my finger, I was scrolling down through and I was like, oh, really? We answered that many questions? You guys are on fire. Honestly, you guys are rolling right through them. Keep the super chats rolling in, everybody. We appreciate Flat Earth Mike for being here on the Flat Earth side. He took off, so don't worry about him not being here. Flatter Day Saint is going to take over and answer any questions, I think, that were directed there. So, old Jay's,
like an energy weapon, you know what I mean?
Sonic Shroom says for $2, what is harmonic levitation?
Where you use sound to levitate things, which completely defies the concept of gravity.
It doesn't.
All right.
So you can why don't you just draw a free body diagram and prove to yourself that it doesn't violate any aspect of gravity? Nothing is in contradiction there if you actually understand the physics. You can calculate all the forces that are acting on that levitating body, including gravity, and you still get the levitation. It's not against gravity.
All right.
It's similar to asking why don't we just phase through the floor? It's because there are forces that prevent us from doing so.
All right, this next one coming in. This one was from Mike from Sonic Shroom. Why can't you trust the work of past hundreds of years done by people much smarter than you? We'll hand that over to you, Flatter Day Saint, for a minute.
I mean, I don't trust anything, bro, that I can't test for myself. I don't trust anything because I was lied to as a kid by Santa Claus by people who really thought they were doing something good, but they weren't. They were telling me it's bad to tell lies while they were telling me a lie. It's all part of the psychological terror that they impose on kids. The brainwashing, bro. It's state of the art and there's nothing like it.
All right, let's carry on to the next question there. LJ says, even my dog knows all the moon landings were faked. Well, thanks for that, LJ. That's more of a declaration. Jake Nelson for $5 says, Darwin was wrong. Tesla was wrong. Jake Nelson also said, at the solar system scale, Newtonian physics has been abandoned for relativity.
Nick Nelson says a lot of things because he's having fun. I love you, Jake.
Any other thoughts?
What was the last thing he said?
So the most recent thing that he put in there was Darwin was wrong and Tesla was wrong.
But you said something else after that.
He was putting in context of the earlier things.
Yes, at the solar system scale, Newtonian physics has been abandoned for relativity.
I don't know what he's saying about Darwin. Yeah, I don't know.
All people are wrong about some things sometimes.
Except for me, because, I'm perfect.
Except for Tapioca Weasel.
Don't forget
Hey,
about
did
me.
you get your name from Corny Beaver? Is there any similarities right there? Because you're naming a food product and then an animal afterward. I'm just wondering.
No, no. Good question, though. I don't really, there's not really a good explanation other than it was a random collection of words that I remember thinking of when I was like coming up with a username literally back in high school. And I'm 31 now, so that was a while ago. It doesn't come from anywhere.
Next one.
I thought you were going to say you're 33. You know what I mean?
Next one coming in from our very own moderator, Yadian. Radiant Yadian. All right, no more singing. If you put a helium balloon in a shipping container, close it up, then drop the container out the back of the plane, the balloon won't rise to the top of the container while it falls. If everything is density, can you explain?
That'd be for Latter-day Saints.
Can we?
I'm sorry. I was just starting the vehicle because I'm gonna pull out of here. So if you could just repeat the question.
That's no problem. So, if you put a helium balloon in a shipping container, close it up, then drop the container out of the back of the plane, the balloon won't rise to the top of the container while it falls. If everything is density, can you explain?
I can't explain it, bro.
I actually don't know.
I don't understand. I don't understand how it works. I just know that there's too many things that defy gravity and they contradict gravity. Magnets, helium balloons, smoke, airplanes, fish not going to the bottom of the ocean but swimming freely. These are just some examples of anti-gravity or whatever you would call it. It debunks gravity.
Not only are none of those contrary to gravity being real, like there are completely coherent physical explanations for every single thing that you just listed within the framework of gravity. So I'm sorry, man, but
any other thoughts there, FDS, before we move on? Or you got some thoughts there?
I'm not going to stay on a stream with somebody who's driving. It's like a policy that I have.
Sorry, I'm about to park, but if you want to hang up, you can. I just couldn't stay where I was at.
Oh, okay. If you were just going to keep going.
No, I'm just looking for somewhere to park.
I can wait.
All right. Well, we have this next one coming in from Wade Eberly for $4.99. If the sun disappears from view because it's getting too far away, why does it have the same apparent size all day, even when it's setting?
This is what I brought up in my intro as well, that the angular diameter of the sun does not change substantially at all. So, yeah, he's basically bringing up a similar point that we talked about.
I would disagree with that. I'd say when the sun is rising or setting, it's a lot bigger and it's a lot less bright than it is when it's high noon overhead, when it's really bright and really small, just like a flashlight would be.
So
when
do you have measurements of that?
It's just observable, bro.
I do not observe that. So I would like you to measure that. If you claim that it's just observable and we can all see it, then just, try to find some measurements or measure it yourself.
I'm just saying it's clearly observable, and I find these truths to be self-evident.
All right, next one
So
is
if you don't observe the same
How
thing
many
that I
how many
observe,
more do we have, by the way?
we only
'Cause
got
I think
three
I also-
more.
All
And
right.
then we'll go to our closing statement for each and every
Cool.
one of you. So, Sonic Shroom, no, that is acoustic levitation.
Oh, acoustic as opposed to harmonic levitation?
I think so. Maybe.
Couldn't tell you.
Not sure.
Harmonic is a term that is applied in a lot of places where it can sometimes be a surprise.
Yeah, let's just go to the next question.
All right. Sonic Shroom says for $5, do you test how the cameras that you are using gets your image to me? I think that's for you, there, FDS.
do I test how the cameras I'm using get to him? What is he saying, that he has my camera now?
I'm not sure. I will. Yeah.
Maybe he's talking about how when you said that you don't believe in anything that you can't test, maybe he might be talking about have you tested? I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out what he's asking.
All right. So
I mean, I'm very well knowledgeable about cameras. I've had a Nikon D850, a D800, a P1000, a P900. I've owned over $15,000 in lenses. One summer, I took 350,000 photographs with the P1000. I'm not a professional, but I've had my share of moments with cameras. You know what I mean?
all right. Well, let's move on to the next super chat. We're almost to the end, everybody, and thank you so much for all your super chats. Greater Sky for $5 says, Latter-day Saint, if we were on a flat Earth, wouldn't sunsets and sunrises be more like a light turning on and off rather than a slow, gradual change?
If we were on a what? Sorry?
If we were on a flat Earth,
Oh, okay.
If we were on a flat Earth, what?
if we were on a flat Earth, wouldn't sunsets and sunrises be more like a light turning on and off rather than a slow, gradual change?
I think it would be the same whether you were on a flat Earth, a triangle Earth, a spherical Earth, a disc-shaped Earth.
Oh,
Right.
the,
Neil deGrasse Tyson even says so.
the geometry would be fairly different in all of those cases, but in none of them would you be able to replicate a sunset. So
Last one coming in from Cool Beco for $5. Wasn't FDS drinking before? Imagine sitting on a merry-go-round that rotated at 15 degrees per hour. Would you even feel it?
He's saying I'm drinking. Yeah, I'm drinking water. It's just water in a glass bottle because I don't drink out of plastic.
There you go, Cool Beco. Imagine sitting on a merry-go-round that rotated at 15 degrees per hour. Would you even feel it? Last super chat. Any thoughts there, or shall we move to our closing statements? All right. I think that sums it up, everybody. There were no thoughts on that last question. Ryan was met with just the crickets. Oh, my heart sunk. I was like, did I mess up? Did my sound screw up? You know, what's going on, fellas? Let's move into those closing statements. 1 minute. Let's start with you there, Base Theory. 1 minute for your closing statement. Floor is yours.
all right, so yeah, we didn't hear any explanation about how a sunset occurs. I mean, I applaud both my opponents for saying that they don't know, they don't have the model. That's fine. I appreciate them for being truthful, but yeah, the globe model easily explains sunrises and sunsets, easily explains antipodal focusing, easily explains all the points that I had at the very beginning of that slide. I could have easily picked any single one of them. All of those debunk the flat Earth. And I didn't really hear anything cogent from either of my opponents tonight that debunked or was even a challenge to any of our current understanding of physics or the globe Earth model. So
What about when
yeah,
I talked about water always seeking its true level? You didn't have any explanation except something you invoked called gravity.
yeah, gravity is not just something I invoked out of nowhere. Gravity is observed, and you can go and look at the definition of level used in land surveying, and it is level with the curve of the Earth. That's the definition.
I love
If
the
you go-
liveliness, but
And black means white, right?
this is supposed to be 1 minute for the closing statement. Nominal for our member says heliocentric universe is 95% imaginary. Nominal, if you have time, join us for the after show. Maybe we'll get some afterthoughts. We're going to
I
hand
can
it.
respond to that. He's just talking about dark energy and dark matter, which are not imaginary, so he's wrong.
All right.
Dark lives matter, right, bro? Dark hole lives matter.
All right,
I have
let's not
no
talk
idea.
about dark holes, everybody. We're going to get demonetized. My goodness. How sexy do we need this stream to be? All right, let's hand it over to Dr. Tapioca Weasel before we hand it to Flatter-Day Saint to close us out. Doctor, the floor is all yours.
I would just like to reiterate a point that I brought up earlier. If you drop an object from here and then you drop it from higher up in the same room, and you control for all the variables, you control for electric and magnetic fields in all sorts of ways. We have ways of measuring and controlling for these things. The object will fall faster when it's closer to the ground because it's closer to the source of gravity. I don't see how that happens in a flat Earth.
Shouldn't the object always fall a little bit away from where you dropped it because of the spin of the Earth, though?
No.
Actually, they
Welcome to Flat Earth.
do that. They do that by an amount that is dependent on the angular velocity, which is really, really slow.
Mm.
All right.
It's unmeasurable, right? We can't see it, taste it, touch it, feel
No,
it, hear it.
we can absolutely measure this. This is
Gotcha.
absolutely something that we can
30
measure.
seconds to Dr. Tapioca Weasel there before we
If
hand it over.
you when you do artillery launching, you have to take these things into account. For example,
Not true.
30 seconds, like I
You're
said.
just wrong.
I'll give another 30 seconds to you, Doctor.
No, I'm done.
Are you sure? Okay. Well, 1 minute there, Flatter-Day Saints. Your closing thoughts.
Well, just like all the other people I've debated and the people I bump into daily when I flat smack, I don't really believe that you guys are genuinely being knowingly dishonest. I really truly believe that you guys really believe what you're saying is true. So I just hope one day you come to the truth and trust your senses and not trust what anybody else tells you unless you can prove it, and just test all things and hold fast to that which is good.
All right. Well, we appreciate everybody for being here. Mike, Tapioca Weasel, Based Theory, Flatter-Day Saint. You guys have been a great panel to have tonight and having this discussion. We want to remind you that DebateCon 4 is coming up. You can get your tickets in the description in our YouTube link right now, along with all of our guests, which will be tagged post this debate. So if you like what you're hearing, you'll be able to find them at their links in the debate, whether that's a Discord link or their YouTube link. We'll try to get you connected to these speakers here. Last thing I will mention here is that Dr. Dino says after show up, open mic for whoever wants to join. So Dr. Dino is having a show over at his channel. So head on over there if you want to getting some after show. I'm not sure if I'll be there. I'm gonna go make some grilled cheese, because that's what we Canadians do. We just indulge in all that great nonsense. So
I'm
I
gonna make
hope
some flapjacks, bro.
that's right. I need that flat cheese in my body. All right, so everybody, I hope you enjoyed this. I hope you had a ball, just to make an opposite pun. Anyways, have a good time, everybody. Cheers.
They need all the help they can get, bro. I ain't mad at you. They need all the help they can get. You know what I mean?
All right. Well, without response, we're going to try to close it out. Thanks, everybody, for being here. Hopefully, we'll see you for DebateCon 4. If you can't make it, you can, like I say, donate to the Indiegogo link at the bottom there. We super appreciate it, and all your contributions to helping these live events happen. And what we heard here tonight, we'll see you for more juicy debates. Enjoy some of my screaming in your ear and some guitar solos. That's what I like to do. Good night, everyone.
Hey, shouts out to Bear Pelagic Coffee and Flat Earth Farms, bro.
Wasting time, all of my life, living in a world of aggression, tyranny's mixed with self-oppression. The top, try to find a way to fight the fire, smart derived from the minds of liars, who call the shots as you bow your heads, and the march never stops. The stars could be free, but this insanity bends you right by the knee. Running in circles now for something that can't be found, and I bet that you hit the wall. The rain starts to fall. You can run away, sing a tune that's true. I'll be beside you. Starts to decay from tears of blood, regrets of laughter. Turn around as your heart beat faster. Your hollow shape as the faith begins to drop. Shelter can find your thoughts of suicide. It's hanging down by the frame. Running in circles now for something that can't be found, and there's no time for today. Prayed away, the world would be untrue. I will rise against you. Until they're gone, nothing can matter at all. Insanity bends you right by the nail. Running in circles now for something that can't be found. Out of breath, smash the wall, the water consumed all. You prayed away that the world would be untrue as it rose against you. Did you think it would always be for free? Now sit back, watch it burn, burn, burn for all eternity.
Good evening, everybody. I hope you enjoyed our debate. A lot of new faces over here at Modern Day Debate. I think that was a joy to be had. So if you haven't already, hit that like button. I still see there's about, a couple of you hanging out there. We're going to have all of our guests linked in the description, but I'm going to let you know that the most important thing that's going on here right now at Modern Day Debate is, of course, our DebateCon 4. This is going to be an awesome experience, everybody. It's going to be happening November 4th into November 5th. You don't want to miss it, honestly. I'm going to be there. Leo Filius is going to be there. Aaron Raw is going to be tackling David Wood. Eric Hernandez versus Leo Filius. Leo Filius is also going to take on Witsit. Witsit's going to be there with Leo Filius as well. And David Wood is also going to be taking on Issa. If everybody remembers Issa, he was on here just a little bit ago having a debate, which was a lot of fun. And if you get your VIP tickets, you actually will get a VIP dinner with the speakers. And as I was just talking with our other speakers earlier, hopefully if this has a situation where there's a bar below, then who knows, maybe we'll get into doing some karaoke and I'll scream some tunes at you in live person, getting out of my element here in Canada. Our tickets are super cheap, so if you can make it to the event, we'd love to see you. We've tried to make it as affordable as we can for everybody so that you can get access to these debates and that we can get to know our audience a little bit more on a personal level. That's something that I enjoy. I enjoy it when people message me on the Discord. If you haven't had a chance, check out our Discord. Hannah or Anathema, if you guys are hanging out in the live chat, or Yaden, put our link to the Discord so that everybody knows where they can find us. And we will see you next time for more juicy debates. Cheers, everybody, and good night.
Okay, so that's a fair chunk there. I have to do the math here. It's going to take me a bit, but
Yeah, why don't you just look at the Beyond Horizons? They're the professional long distance Guinness World Book record winning photography. They've got all the information in their website. They're not flat earthers, they're photographers. So why don't you look up Beyond Horizons and look up the information they've done, then you can put that together with what you're saying you're calculating or whatever. These are actual observations done by photographers.
Yeah, look at 29 minutes after the hour. It has all the information you need. The target distance is 255 miles away. The observer height is 9,136 feet. There should be over 12,000 feet of the target hidden by Earth curvature.
Do you have a favorite Earth curvature measuring program? Do you know how to do it? Grenade head.
oh, wait a minute. Am I on? Is my mic on? Oh, Dave, get the numbers here. I'm just seeing what's going on here.
Okay, so you see the picture right there, okay? You're not supposed to see any of that. We can see the mountains coming down to the shoreline, and we can see all the mountains. How does that work?
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
going to research this a little bit. I'm not going to sit there and make a comment about it until I know more about it.
Okay, fair enough. So you understand why we're saying it couldn't work on a globe, though?
Well, I understand what you're saying. Yes, I do. But I don't understand what's happening in this picture, so I don't want to make any...
You want me to throw you a life jacket? You want me to tell you what your side's going to make you say?
No, I'm looking at this. I want to find out where this is at.
Request?
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. Because
This is just one of hundreds.
the photo's in infrared, by the way.
Yeah, which limits the spectrum of light, right? Which limits the effect of any type of movement of that light. I mean, this is so staggering. It's not even close. It's 3 miles should be there. 3 miles. Well, why can't I see the shore, dude? There aren't 3 miles there. There's nothing there. I can see the shore. 3 miles. That's super long, bro. So drive 3 miles on the road and then flip that up vertically. That's what should be there.
Yep.
I mean, you wonder why Flat Earth's censored? You wonder why famous people would never debate a Flat Earther for the world to see? You want to know why I've been kicked off PayPal for being a Flat Earther? And Venmo, and Twitter, and Facebook, and Instagram, and YouTube, and DLive?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What makes you trust your own vision so much?
Well, it's not really about trusting my vision, right? It's falsifying the globe radius. Are you saying that if I can see mountains and they look exactly like they're there, and I can go touch them and know they're there, that it looks like they're actually there, like they actually are, but in fact nothing's there? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that almost every single quote unquote empirical science, globe priests, whatever, one of the main first tenets of every science is that the first observer is the least reliable. So I'm wondering how come you're saying that your measurements taken by your senses are reliable.
Okay, we can do this. First of all, measurements, right? So the way we have measurements is we measure the Earth. That's how we know the mountains are that far away, because we measured it using planar survey, right? We measured over a horizontal. That's how you have maps. That's how we measured it. So we know how far the mountains are. Now, if we can zoom in with a camera and see all the mountains, we know we did not zoom in through a mound of Earth curve, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how? I don't even know the question. And there's many ways you can do. You can shoot a laser over the top of water or a frozen lake, and it hits the other target completely horizontal. without any curvature blocking it when there should be hundreds of feet blocking the laser. You can use mirror flashes. Long distance observations test the globe, right? You're not supposed to be able to see stuff in the distance because we're supposedly on a globe.
And is there is there empirical evidence to suggest that a device that does not require any of your sensory input will demonstrate that there is no curvature? Because personally, I don't believe in anyone's firsthand accounts or anyone's firsthand experience on globe or flat.
Space? Do you believe people went to space?
I don't believe any of their firsthand accounts.
Okay, nice. Just seeing if you're consistent. So we can throw the moon landing out in every story NASA said because we can't believe them. It's just first-hand accounts of people that are Masons.
I don't believe anyone's firsthand accounts.
Okay, that's perfect. We want you to go test it. I've done it. I did it around the whole U.S. for the last year. Almost everyone in this room has done it. This is one of thousands of observations. You can test it yourself. So would that fulfill your parameters where you can verify or falsify it yourself?
Sure. Can you explain to me the experiment?
Well, this is an observation. This is actually not an experiment. But yeah, you just take out a P900 or a P1000 and you zoom in to the distant object and you see if it's blocked by Earth curvature.
That sounds to me like your senses with a filter on it.
Okay,
Very rudimentarily.
Oh, so the 125 times zoom camera is making images up, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying it's filtering your view. It's still filtering your view. Your view is not.
How is it filtering it?
So it's not your original. It's the same. So light enters the camera. Light enters the camera.
So tell us how it's filtering it. Please.
Light enters the camera. It's refracted by lenses and changed and zoomed in whatever way you've set it, and it hits your eye. And that's not. Wow, that is actually incorrect. So light hits the object you're looking at. Light hits the atom you're looking at and bounces off directly at you. We're assuming that nothing else occurs outside of this. It bounces, goes inside the lens of your camera, goes through whatever reflective lens and whatever mode or settings you've put, and then hits your eye. So the baseline receiver of said at all interactions is your eye.
So you've been told to not trust your senses, and what you're telling us is a religious doctrine that comes from your school of thought that has basically been driven into you that you can't trust your human senses. So congratulations on that. We're talking about empirical evidence that could be verified by measurement. Do you know what a measurement is?
Yes.
Do you know the difference between a measurement and a calculation?
Yes.
Could you explain the differences, please?
Sure. Do you want a dictionary definition, or do you want my perception of it?
You said you know, so I want to know how you know the difference. Tell us the difference between calculation and measurement.
Okay, so a calculation would probably be. It's hard to say probably be because I'm sure there's a universal definition for it, or
probably is not an answer to the question. But continue on.
I mean, I don't know the exact wording that you would prefer.
It's not about what we prefer. You're making statements. All I'm asking you is to tell us how you know the difference between calculation and measurement. So explain the differences, and I've heard nothing yet but evading answering.
Evading answering.
If you don't know, just say so. It's okay. I don't
know your exact wording, so I'm going to try and find the most universal wording that I can.
We're not.
Don't be afraid of the exact words. We're just asking if you know what the difference is.
I didn't ask you to go find something. You said you know. So I'm asking you, what is the difference you said you know between calculation and measurement? And you can't seem to tell us. Okay, I'll just ask you directly. What is a measurement? A direct measurement. What is that?
A direct observation of...
No, I didn't say observation. I said measurement. What is the definition of a direct?
I'm trying to explain to you without using the word
I don't
measurement.
want an explanation. I want a definition. What is
Okay,
a
so then I'll find you a definition. I'm not a dictionary.
So you don't know.
So I don't know the definition. No, I don't.
You don't know the difference between calculation or a measurement. And you don't know what it's singularly, what a measurement is. You've just shown that to the whole entire audience. Thank you.
A measurement is the act of measuring something. I'm so okay. And then a calculation is like, wow, I'm not.
If you want to know if something is curving, or flat, would you measure it directly?
To answer your question directly, yes.
All right. So, do you think that in order to know whether or not the Earth is a sphere or a topographical plane of existence, do you think we should measure it directly to know for sure?
I think to know for sure you can measure it directly, yes. However, like for me personally, and the results of an experiment that I would accept would have to be, again, where none of your human senses are involved, because I don't trust human senses. I believe that very simple things your senses are usually wrong about. Just like on a neurophysiological scale, it just doesn't compute.
So you already, so by default, you're already.
You're just saying we can't.
Real quick, can I just say this?
One at a time.
I know, please. One at a time. Right. One at a time. Just 1 second. So you're already admitting then you don't believe in outer space or the globe religion.
I did not say that. I believe in the globe religion. Yeah.
So
no. This is like the guy who was on here a little while ago. Who's like the brain in a jar guy. He thinks he's a brain in a jar. Pretty much.
I joined yesterday. I joined earlier this morning. I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, this isn't that guy. But real quick, you just by your concession of expectations and point of view, you don't even have a claim for a globe Earth.
I don't have any claims as of yet. No. I asked the question that I have not received an answer yet.
Exactly. Welcome to Flat Earth. That was easy.
Yeah, you just have a belief and then you don't want your senses to be true. So here's Marconi wireless telegraph. That's a transmission of 10,553 miles. That's impossible on a globe.
I mean, like, I'm hearing a lot of measurements and this would be impossible, but nobody's answered my previous question. Like, you guys assumed as to where I'm taking it and given me answers to where you think I'm taking it. And
what's the question?
The question was what makes you, or by you, a person who believes in flat Earth, what makes you
not about belief.
Trust your senses to the
We don't
degree.
believe,
I just
and
explained
we
to you
don't
something
listen.
that didn't require just your senses.
One at a time,
so what the
please.
fuck?
Listen, hold on. We don't. So stop putting words in our mouths. That would be a good start. For one, we don't believe that the Earth is flat. None of us in here have a belief. It's
so you
based
know.
on fact. Stop interrupting.
I'm sorry.
So that's the first starting point. Like, I don't have to believe if I measure my table. When I go into the restroom and take a pee, I know that I measured it. There's been a transfer of energy. That's what a measurement is. Okay?
Let me ask him a little question. I'll just be real quick. Say you don't trust your senses. So if you look outside your car, your window, and you see a car out there, and you don't think you can walk up to that car, touch it, feel it, and verify for yourself that the car actually is there and you're actually seeing it, it's real. I mean, you can trust your senses at least that far, right? If you're looking at something and you can go out and touch it, you can then verify that your senses are not lying to you, correct?
In the exact scenario of the parameters you've laid out, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is that it?
Well, no, the second part was going to be, so if you go out and you use your eyes to see something, and you go out and take a measurement for the distance. Let's say you're looking at something in the distance, and you could guess, oh, man, it looks like it's maybe 10 miles, maybe 50 miles, whatever. But you can actually measure that, right? You could get in a car, drive it. You could, whatever, look on Google Earth if you trusted that, whatever, and come up with a very close number as to the distance that you're looking at, right?
Yeah.
Would you believe that?
In the parameters that you've laid out, yes.
Okay. Good, because we have observations that follow those exact parameters that show that the surface is flat, by the way. I'll let somebody else take it from here.
Okay.
Do you agree that the default position is that the Earth is flat and not moving, and that the stuff in the sky moves?
What does that mean, default position?
Yeah, like that's where you begin, because that's the observation, that's what we observe, and that's what we always have being the case, right? The horizon's horizontal. We have plains. We have the abyssal plain in the bottom of the ocean, 70% of it all completely flat. We have all kinds of planes on the Earth that are super flat. You've never felt the Earth spinning. Planes have to pretend the Earth's not spinning to work. Shooting missiles has to assume the Earth's not spinning. And you see the sun and moon move in the sky. You see the stars move in the sky. So our default position based on empirical evidence is that the Earth is flat and stationary and the stuff in the sky moves. So if you're going to make a claim opposite to that, then you would have the burden of proof, right?
Can you say what my claim was? But I don't.
That the Earth's a magic spinning cartoon ball that defies physics.
I just said I believe that. I don't think that.
Yeah, you believe in something. You believe in something.
I'm not claiming. I've asked a question, and I've received like your claim is wrong. You're going down pathways that I maybe would like to go down at some point, but like right now, I just want to know like why like no quote unquote globe priest trusts their senses, but flat Earth, like everyone.
Do you have a citation? Do you have a citation for what you just said about no scientists believe their own senses? Can you give us a citation? Which scientists?
Well, I don't have a specific citation.
There we are again. So you're making these claims, bro. I'm just trying to point them out. I'm really not a bad guy. I know I sound like the bad cop today. I make a really good cop.
He didn't say scientists, Sonny. He said globe believers. He said globe believers. He said, I'm wondering why globe believers don't trust their senses, but flat earthers do. That's what he said.
Okay, there you go.
Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah.
I thought I just clearly explained to him why we trusted our senses, because we went out and verified what we'd seen was real.
Well, let's hear him respond. Let's hear him respond, please.
I mean, I thought I gave him an answer.
I have nothing to respond. I don't know the answer to the question I asked.
Because to believe the globe religion, you can't trust your senses. That's all.
So here's the thing: why flat earthers we don't have a belief. Because see, you've come into a place where we've studied and we've investigated these things about the human eye, the sizes of things, ocular resolution, like all the how perspective works, all these different things that we've looked into. That's why it's not a belief anymore, because you can take the size of the aperture of the eye and you can make certain reasonings based on that are real, empirical data as far as size, distance, and so forth. So we've done measurements where we have known distances, known heights of objects, over and over and over and over again. It's like measuring your kitchen table 1,000 times, or measuring every kitchen table within 100 miles. Like, we've looked into this, so that's why it's not a belief anymore. I wanted to clear that part up. What you have done is a belief. You have a belief because you cannot provide any kind of empirical data of anything exacting or specific at all about your fairy tale globe.
I'm laughing because I have nervous laughter. I apologize.
There's nothing that you can provide. Listen, if you could even provide us a claim that a globe Earth is being used in any technology that is using real physical objects, over, under the water, anything like that, we would love to see that, because we've looked for it for almost 7 years.
I got a question too for the new guy. Why are all flight simulators, and yes, all of them, programmed over a flat stationary Earth? Why would they do that? Why would they teach them that if it's a globe?
Yeah, that's why it's called a plane, right?
I actually have not yet seen any simulation that well, except for Kerbal Space Program, which
that's a video game, dude.
Yes, that's what a simulation is it not?
We don't have to talk about simulations. I'm talking about the flat and stationary being used everywhere, all military, radar, rail guns, okay? Line of sight, hundreds of miles. Get out of here. It's not a globe.
When they train a pilot, bro, right? They put them in a simulation to learn how to fly. And in that simulation, they negate what's called the gravity vector. They just completely negate it in the simulation. And then the simulation is built to fly over a stationary flat Earth. That's how they're trained. That's how the blueprints of the plane read as to how they were built. That's what he's explaining to you, right? We're talking about a video game.
Yeah, it's not video games. It's real world shit, because those people are going to be in flight training in the real world. A lot of those people are going to be pilots who love to play those kinds of games, or they already are pilots. Again, why would it ever be considered once to teach someone about flat and stationary if it were a globe? Why would you ever have to bring up flat and stationary, let alone the amount of times that they already have, which is in the tens of thousands at least?
You gotta admit that's kind of weird, bro.
I'm sitting here watching. I know you guys are talking, but I just want to mention this as an aside. Like, I'm watching Vinny, Vinny B from the guy that was on the podcast with Dave Weiss. I went back to his original video that he did on there, and he's talking about the Jesuits and laying down so much information. I'm like, oh my God, I got to look into this. Talking about the Roman Empire is still running things. And the reason that these people have this strong heliocentric belief that they live in a ball in a vacuum is literally because of the church. The irony is killing me, bro.
Yeah, the Jesuits, bro.
That's got to be pretty shocking. I mean, think about that. Iron Dan, is it Iron Dan?
No, it's
Iron Dan.
Is it?
What do you think, Iron Dan? That your whole entire paradigm of the space thing, the Big Bang, was created by a Jesuit, a Catholic priest.
The entire thing?
Yeah, George Lamont.
Yeah.
He proposed the Big Bang.
And he was buddies, many meetings with Einstein, other pseudoscientists of the period.
Okay.
Which is why we say heliocentrism can't really be that old, because all of the other sources for it, they're not primary sources. Like Eratosthenes, nobody knows this man existed. There's no other literature surrounding where he's come from or wherever he's come. Like, none of that is. You can't really verify any of that, even from a historical standpoint.
Yeah.
Like, it's
Isn't it kind of interesting that you were never taught any of these things? Doesn't that kind of make you think, like, why wouldn't I know these things? Why do flat earthers in 2022 have to teach me about all these things, right? And we didn't get taught them either. We had to figure them out, but that should make you wonder.
Before you brace against it as like, all right, they're saying some more crazy shit and blah 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 blah. Just look up the name Georges Lemaitre and type in "father of the Big Bang" and see what comes up. It's none of this stuff is hidden that we're talking to you about. I think I heard them telling you about all of the government documents that in there reference flat Earth. Like, I mean, why would that exist? Think about it.
You can actually go get these documents and read them, where they say that they train pilots and build planes to fly over a flat plane.
What you do have is YouTubers who tell us no. What you do have is various YouTubers that popped up after people have been questioning flat Earth to tell you that, well, mentioning that stuff is in there is out of context. Tell me how you can simplify mathematics for a sphere to flat planar geometry. How do you? It's not even the same thing. When they say, "Oh, this is just the simplification," and they're actually misleading people. Okay, well, whenever we ask them for the complicated version, that doesn't really exist. So it's kind of like you have to fact check the fact checker. Because imagine you find out some bullshit, then you go to a person and you're like, "Why'd you lie to me?" And then they give you their first objection. Do you normally go, "Oh, okay, I guess you're right"? No, dig into it a little deeper. Have them give you verification for their justification.
Can you imagine flying a plane and trying to land on a surface that was spinning or moving at 1,000 miles an hour? And people want to say, "Oh, it's your momentum you took with you." What if you turn the plane and go opposite direction and then turn around and go this direction, that direction? Then you go to land on an object that is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. How do you really think that's possible? Do you really think a plane could land on an object moving that fast?
Answer your question directly, no.
That's exactly right.
Hey, Iron Dan, you can read, right? Simple.
Before you. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Because I'm just trying to dispel. Because I know what people, like normal people, respond with, and okay, so obviously you can look, and then people will say, "Oh, flat earthers are wrong again because actually it's 1,000 miles at the equator, not everywhere." But it's really an RPM, right? So if you have a surface of something that's moving like a sphere, matter of fact, I'll do you one better. Imagine something spinning like a tire. Does it matter where you put your finger on that tire that's going 100 miles an hour? Honestly, it's not like it's not going to be moving if you land on one place of the tire versus the other. Like if you land on, say, like the middle, like where the axle is.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's still moving.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as Earth's movement, there's no accounting for it whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a justification for why not. It makes no sense. I'm sorry.
We can't find any citations where it was empirically demonstrated to measure or detect the RPM of the Earth. So many people tried in history and never actually did it.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, Einstein said that he's come to the conclusion no optical experiment would ever prove the rotation of the Earth, the movement of the Earth. So even Einstein said it can't be proven, and that it's because of relativity. And then, basically when things fall down, really the Earth could be going up as well. It's all relative, and there's no way that you could know. So it may look like it's still, but it could just be moving. That's the actual, still to this day, best argument.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
But
sorry, my mic was done.
If he's new to this, he's getting all this information for the first time. So, it's all good. It's crazy, bro. It sounds crazy, but just keep listening. These are all verifiable facts.
If you really think about it, you've never seen Earth curvature, right? If you've been in a plane at 35,000 feet, because the globe indoctrination is so thick, people will see like the two sides of the window on left and right bend just a little, but that's because there's 7 fucking panes of glass between the viewer and outside. You think none of that's going to be bending? It's crazy. It's flat, horizontal, all the way up. The horizon stays right in the middle of your vision. How is that possible? The higher you go up, it should be dropping exponentially. We should be able to see half the fucking Earth from 30,000 feet.
Again, you got the. I'm sorry to bombard you. So I know I just jumped into the conversation and I said all this. I didn't even introduce myself. My name is Elijah. It's good to be speaking with you. Sorry to just unload on you like this, but I just feel like every time someone says something, I'm thinking about the counter, and it's like, well, let's think about that counter for a second. Like the fact that people. First of all, Neil deGrasse Tyson came out. There's another guy, planetarium director Paul Larson, came out and said mathematically, obviously, with the area that you can see with your field of vision, you can't see the curve. In response to us sending up balloons to, I think, 120,000 feet, and it was like, where's the curve? Why is this curve that they're telling us is the curve? Why do we not see it when we send up balloons? Which is why they had to start saying that. But ask yourself this, like for all of because there's a flat earth debunk website that says, yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong and he should apologize. Ooh, scary words. But if it is curving in your field of view, just put that image in your mind for a second, that it's curving just a little bit. And then begin to do a turn. And when you get 180 degrees in your mind, tell me how that curve makes sense. As a matter of fact, tell me what you can get on a plane and you're looking out and it's curving. So then you go to the other side of the plane and it's curving the same way. How does that make sense? But this is what they tell people, and this is what they've reinforced people with. I've seen the curvature on the plane. I've seen it. You know, because it's on like Good Morning America or whatever. It's like, oh yeah, people. Of course, people. No, they haven't. And if you claim you have, it's like, word, you seen the curve through that little window, and then you didn't really think about what happens if you did a 180 degree or 360 degree on that curve that you think you see. How does that even make sense geometrically?
Did you know that every single star in the sky moves east to west in a circle around Polaris, the North Pole star in the center? And it's done that for all recorded history of mankind. They say we're on a 66.6 degree tilt, wobbling, revolving around the sun, 66,000 miles per hour, as the sun drags us through space at 500,000 miles per hour, and the galaxy shoots through space 1.3 million miles per hour, and we're on an elliptical orbit that constantly changes, and yet the sky has done the exact same thing, resetting back where it started around the center star for all recorded history.
Which indicates no movement at all.
And that all of those stars reset at exact geographical locations over the flat plane of Earth, as they have for all those thousands of years as well.
Surely you've seen these ancient buildings that show the summer solstice. They show the sunlight coming through a little hole in the wall, and it shines on a specific spot. And they view that every year, year after year after year after year. If we were spinning, flying through the universe or whatever, you think that light, that the sun would shine on that exact spot every time, the same time of year, exactly in the same spot? It's impossible, bro. We're not moving. That's why.
Iron Dan, your thoughts on any of this?
At this point, I feel as though anything that I say is going to create controversy, give me name calling, and
No one's going to call you names, bro. That's not what we're about.
The
It hasn't happened yet, has it?
Text would disagree with you.
Well, why not? Well, why not answer the question? What was that about? You know how weird it was to say, "What are your thoughts on what's been said?" And for you to say, "Well," unless you're gonna answer with a non sequitur, aka things that are totally not related to what's been said, which would kind of piss off anyone in any conversation. Why wouldn't you just answer the question as it relates to what we've tried to say? I mean, I know we've said a mouthful. Maybe you could say something like, "Could you repeat that thing about the Jesuit priest? Like, that was interesting. What were you saying? What was his name?" Or something like that. Like, I mean, because unless you're going to say what we're saying is wrong, in which only thing we're doing is citing information. Why? Because we didn't make it up.
Right, but he's not being real combative, right? So, like, he came in here, maybe thinking that this was crazy. But to be fair, if someone was going to be honest, if we were unloading information on him like this, they probably would kind of not have much to say because it's a lot to take in. So,
Yeah,
Well, I mean, you can hold on. You can just say, "I don't really have any comment right now," because it's a lot to take in. That thing about people be mad if like I said, only if you don't respond directly to what's been said. If all you have to say is, "I don't have anything to comment right now, but I do have a question," that's honest. Or it's better than nothing.
Sure. I don't. It's hard to recollect a lot of the things that you were saying. I think it's interesting the analogy that you made about the spinning tire. You said 100 miles an hour, right? And you said at any point that you put your finger on the tire, it's still 100 miles an hour.
Right.
Okay. I don't know. I feel like if I comment at all in any way, it's just instantly, globe priest indoctrination, and you can't make assumptions based on your school of thought. Like I'm really cornered here, at least intellectually.
Well, we don't make assumptions. Everything we've told you are not assumptions; they're just facts that can be verified. So
Yes, but like when I'm solo and there's like 30 of you, then everything I say is assumptions, and everything you say is assertable fact.
if you state a fact, we're gonna go with it, dude. We're gonna know if it's an assumption, though. We do know these things.
Yeah, so let's break through some assumptions and some of the stuff that we were talking about initially when it comes to planes flying, right?
Mm-hmm.
And somebody mentioned that all flight simulators are, flat stationary, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm going to do, just to get some participation here, is I'm going to post something in live stream voice text. It's from NASA. It's a nasa.gov website, and it's a PDF. Do you have the ability on your computer or your phone where you're at to pull that up?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Okay, cool. Can you do me a favor and just read me the summary? So you'll scroll down past the table of contents, and then you'll come to the summary of the document. Can you do me a favor and just read that aloud?
I'm not going to read it out loud. I'm sorry. I'll read it to myself.
I mean, you can go through it slow. Nobody's going to make fun of you whether you're mispronouncing something or anything like that. That's not the exercise I'm trying to do. And let me know if there's anything in that summary that stands out to you.
If someone read it to you, would you listen to every word?
No, that isn't my point. But yes, I see that it says that it's a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Right. So this is NASA.
Linear aircraft model. Okay.
Yep. So this is NASA's derivation of the linear aircraft model, right? Okay. Why would they utilize that language, and why would they use a flat, non-rotating Earth for their aircrafts? Why would that be the case? Why do you think that is? Because this is coming from NASA, right? Which is obviously you've heard us say that we don't necessarily trust NASA. So what we're doing is we're using what's called a hostile. Yeah, we're using a hostile witness. So we're using NASA as a proof of our point here.
Okay.
Fortunately, they're telling the truth on this document.
Well, yeah, so people's lives are at stake when it comes to flying planes, things like that.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
So when people's lives are at stake, we have to assume that it's a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Right. I mean, that's the only way NASA can fly anything. I mean, what does NASA look like not being able to fly anything?
Even if you go ahead, brother.
I was just gonna ask your thoughts on reading that document from NASA. Do you have anything that comes to mind? Anything on your mind?
I'm going through the introduction right now. The only reason I could think of that they would be specifying over a flat, non-rotating Earth is because, as you mentioned, that's what their current model that they're speaking of here. And what does it say? 1988. The model that they have for linear aircraft. It doesn't even say flight. It just says just a linear aircraft.
Right. So, why would they have that in the 80s if they went to the moon in 69, bro?
Those sound like two totally separate topics. It seems like the only reason they would support that would be because they're, especially early models like models and simulations definitely just couldn't compute a full rotating body beneath you. To do that, you have to render the whole body.
That's ridiculous.
Otherwise, it's just like a treadmill.
So you just assume that the thing is the exact opposite of what it really is when you're preparing to fly over it? That's ridiculous.
Hey, you want to know why they? You want to know why they can't do it?
Wait a minute.
They actually.
What's it? This is one of those moments where everybody just needs to take this in, because realize everybody, we all know this matches reality. This matches reality. Isn't that crazy? And that's the point, is that this model matches what we experience. Wow.
That is kind of hard.
I want you to know, though, like, they can't even mathematically propose it on a spinning ball. So they actually can't even come up with an equation. It's called the three-body problem. They can't do the math. They have no choice. Like, they can't even mathematically explain this model. But like you said, they model it based on reality because they're flying in reality, and if they don't do that, people would die.
So the linear verbiage there, linear being a straight line. Yeah. So that would insinuate that this model craft is flying at least in a straight path.
You see kind of how this kind of comes back to what I told you at the beginning, bro, like how this is actually the default position, right? Because like all observations and measurements show the Earth is flat and not moving. And to do anything successfully in the real world, practically, whether that fly, shoot ballistic missiles, use ground weapon system towers, whatever it is, you have to assume the Earth is flat for the practical use case to work, right? For you to be able to practically do things, you literally have to treat the Earth as if it's stationary and flat. So it's the default position. It's the only way anything works. So if you're going to claim anything else or believe anything else, you have what's called the burden of proof, right? You have to substantiate that what you're claiming is true, even though opposite to all evidence ever.
So, for example, in this case, can you find us a document that describes how nonlinear aircraft work on a curved Earth?
I can't, no.
You could try. You didn't even try. Come on, give it a search. Give it a whirl.
I mean, you agreed with me a minute ago that it wouldn't be possible to land on a surface that was moving at 1,000 miles an hour.
I agree to your direct premise. Yes, I don't agree in the sense that a plane taking off, like you said, the detractors would say, is that that Earth constitutes an inertial frame of reference relative to the rest of the quote unquote heliocentric model, and when that plane leaves the ground, it still maintains the momentum of the rotating Earth relative to another body that is within the same heliocentric model. So that would be relative to the moon.
Yeah, but you didn't. I guess you didn't hear the part where I said the plane went up and turned and went in one direction and then another direction and another direction, which takes away all that angular motion, all that momentum. It's gone at that point because you're going in completely different directions.
There's also a problem when you're traveling from the equator and towards the imaginary poles on the ball. You're going from an area of higher rotation to an area of lower rotation, so there should be a deceleration somewhere.
So turning in a plane is not just turning; it's also I'm sorry, what are the four forces? Lift, drag, thrust, and load. No, weight. Weight or load. I don't remember.
On a flat Earth. Yeah.
So when a plane is turning, there's a lot more involved than just turning. There is first it has to bank, right? It has to.
I'm not talking about turning. I'm talking about the change.
I'm answering the previous gentleman's. I'm answering the previous gentleman's thought, where he said that you're losing all of the inertial momentum imparted on you by turning. I don't believe that's the case, considering that the atmosphere moves with the Earth. Not exactly right. It's not.
Give me evidence of this.
I'm sorry. I was told I shouldn't interrupt anybody. So could you?
Well, when you make a baseless claim, can you? I'm asking you to clarify your baseless claim. Can you give us evidence of the gas being attached to the rotating object?
I'm not saying it's attached to it. I'm saying that it's a part of it, so to speak. If we are to follow the premise of the globe model, my point ultimately, like I'm not going to go into stuff that I can't prove to you or that I don't know personally, but I will tell you that
that violates gas law 100%.
No.
Gas does not attach or bond to anything. That it violates all gas laws.
Sorry, that was wrong. That was wrong of me. I didn't mean to phrase it that way. I meant to say that the air still acts upon the aircraft, and still, like, the momentum is still conserved somewhere, right? So if a plane turns, the momentum of the plane changes, but some energy is still dispersed into the air, some minimal amounts of it, but it's still primarily efficiently pushed in the direction that the flaps are turning it in, and thus going in that direction. However, you're still conserving the same momentum that you had when you took off, because if that were not the case, if there was no atmosphere, for example, and it was a rotating ball, then yes, you would have to, depending on the speed that you attained in the plane, and that could be honestly however much the proportion speed, whatever of said thrust generating source.
This is what I wanted to ask you before we got. Look, okay, because I just wanted you to think about the words that you're using initially to justify this. But I'm going to ask a question, which is kind of annoying to us, so I would understand if, but trust me, it makes sense to ask this.
Sure.
What kind of momentum are we talking? Linear momentum or angular momentum?
That you're discussing right now?
Well, when you say it has to conserve momentum, which kind of momentum are you thinking? Because I would be thinking angular momentum, seeing as that you're traveling over a curved surface.
Do you are, but as the globe priests say, you're moving at 1,040 miles an hour before you even take off, right? And then depending on the direction that you take off, and the vector in which you take off,
a red herring, and let me explain why. Because it's not dealing with the kind of momentum you're saying you're conserving. I'm just asking you which one you think it is.
I don't know. I just know that there's no such thing as absolute motion, and that every motion is relative, and the plane is relative to at least in the context that we were discussing, the plane is relative to the ground from which it takes off. So
right. So the ground is curving and the air is curving. So you would have to conserve angular momentum. How would you be doing that? Seeing as that you're flying a linear aircraft. I mean, have you thought about it before? You don't have to force an answer.
I'm trying to force an answer that makes sense to me, let alone applies to either globe or flat.
Okay,
but it doesn't make sense.
Like for instance, if I spin a yo-yo, the yo-yo portion is attached to the string and it's attached to the rotation. However, if I cut off the yo-yo, it's going to fly off in a linear fashion. Well, obviously, it's going to drop to the ground at some point, but we're talking about moving in a linear path. So,
and without the influence of gravity or any sort of atmosphere or anything at all, then yes, it would most likely be linear motion. But it's not, considering there's so many other factors involved when a plane takes off the ground, like 4 forces, right, that I mentioned, which is
then why that's what we're saying. Why aren't the ones that are actually manufacturing the aircraft or flying the aircraft, they're not doing any of what you're saying? Why is that?
Well, they're not doing it in 1988, and they're not doing it based on this assumption of a linear.
No one's assuming anything about a rotating globe underneath the aircraft. Only flat and stationary.
So it's because it doesn't make sense to assume that it is rotating, because it wouldn't have an impact. In the sense.
Do you realize that all you can do to argue for the globe is go on and on trying to explain why we never experience Earth as a globe?
I also want to point out, like, you put it that way, yeah. This argument now a couple of times of in 1988, like, it's just so outdated. Don't you think if they came up with new information, NASA.gov might have updated that information?
Yeah, because actually, the other gentleman is right. All you have are excuses for why none of us ever experienced, nor has anyone ever experienced, a rotating globe.
Yeah, just nothing to explain the ways.
That's excuses.
How long has the Boeing 747 or the 737 been in use? Do you know?
No, I don't know that.
Okay.
Well,
because we've been flying planes the same way since 1988, right? The surface of the Earth hasn't changed. The way that we fly these aircraft really hasn't changed much, right?
Okay.
So, at what point does the spinning, rotating, and curving Earth come into play? What year? What year did we have to account for?
I'm not saying that it does come into play at a certain point, but I just, like, it doesn't. I can't even give an example that makes sense. Like it.
Well, okay, so because the problem is logical fallacy, and so we're saying, well, the documents say that you're flying for all intents and purposes over a flat, non-rotating Earth, which is in opposition to what people believe it is. And so when we ask you questions where we think, well, if it were curved, if it were moving, shouldn't these problems happen? Like I mean, obviously, if you simulate it in your mind, it presents a problem unless you accept the ad hoc explanation for why none of this would happen. So it's actually begging the question, because the conclusion already is, well, it is a globe Earth, so the reason that we don't experience it is add whatever ad hoc explanation you like. So the question for me is, why do you believe that?
I want to hear it.
I'm just asking why one would believe that. I mean, it's like so many different. I mean, you can believe what you want. I'm not telling you not to. I'm not telling you not to think what you think.
I just feel like I haven't fleshed out like what I'm trying to say. It's that in the reason that they're speaking of linear models for aircraft, because I think especially at that time, and probably even now, there aren't aircraft that it could make. Well, actually, maybe today there is. I don't know, but at that time, I don't think that there were aircraft that could end up in a situation where a curved Earth would have an impact. And what I mean is that if you were to, let's say, for example, that you are flying through an atmosphere filled with air, because that's what you can't have quote unquote flight with.
Can you provide? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Dan. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but can you provide a citation for what you just made a claim for?
Sorry, sure.
In the very first part of your statement, just now, you made claims. Can you show us a citation where that is, or are you just making it up?
Could you repeat the claim that I made?
Oh my God.
I'm sorry. Look, I'm not tracking what I say. If you're tracking what I say, then you should be able to repeat it.
You don't. I don't think you even know what you're saying. That's what sophistry is.
Sonny, everyone, can I just point out what he just said, though? Right before Elijah started speaking, he said, when asked about it, he said, I don't even have an example for the globe Earth. He said, I can't even come up with an example for why we would need to operate over a globe Earth, and nobody noticed.
That's not what I was referencing to, but sure, I guess. Yeah.
No, nobody noticed.
It's okay. No, it's okay. I did notice. That's not what he said, but I get your sense of it is what he did.
No, it is what he said, Elijah. You're not paying attention.
That's not what he said verbatim. No, it's not.
No,
what
he clearly
did say,
made the. Bro, you guys need to open your ears, please.
But can you not interrupt and allow me to actually repeat what he did say, so you can say, you know what, you're right, that's more accurate, or no, that's not what I heard. Do you have to be this oppositional? Okay. So what he said was a whole bunch of trying to explain why you would have a plane conserving momentum after I made the thing about the yo-yo and yada yada yada. And at the end of that statement, he said, it's not really making sense to me right now. I don't even know how to explain it.
I can't give you an example where that would where
that would make sense.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not like I'm not an aeronautics professional, but I can say that like I do know that there are four forces that act on a linear aircraft when it's traveling through an atmosphere. I mentioned
that's what I wanted to say. That's what I wanted the citation for, right there. I need something stating that those four forces, right there. Sorry to interrupt you, but you move too fast, and it's like a moving target. So right there, you said there's forces acting upon it. So we need a citation. Can you provide that citation for that statement?
Sure, I definitely can't. If
and how it's used in linear aircraft model, please show us where that is.
He said he can't do it, man. Like, this is the only beef I have with this place sometimes is like it's probably pretty hard for someone new to the subject, right? Yeah. And so if someone is being decently honest where he's speculating answers and when he's told why it's wrong, he's trying to figure it out and he admits it doesn't really make sense, we don't need to make it more difficult. He said he doesn't have the citation. I think the point is that instead of just making claims in your head, right, it'd be more productive if we can actually discuss things that can be verified. We actually know your side's information and all they have to offer, so the more efficient way would be to stick with empirical, verifiable things. And I think that's what Sonny's kind of trying to say to you when he keeps on bringing up the citations. I do think that we
Oh my God! I found it by accident. I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry to interrupt you. I found what I was talking about by accident. If you go to page 26 of what you linked me, 1.3.4 discusses energy-related parameters and then force parameters, and they discuss these quantities are total aerodynamic lift, total aerodynamic drag, total aerodynamic normal force, and axial force, which I'm guessing is.
And how does that? And how does that relate to the actual in-flight, physically flying the aircraft? Tell me how are they adjusting for those forces?
So,
no, it is actually what that page is talking about is exactly how they engineered the plane to fly in reference to a flat, non-rotating Earth. That's the point.
And I can probably see how all four forces would still apply on a flat Earth. What I can't see is that it would make sense to think of it as a rotating Earth, because there's just like you would have to travel a very fast and very far distance in order for curvature to apply, especially at that altitude, and then you would have to adjust for that.
So the thing about
I don't know how far.
Oh.
So the thing about curvature, right? Let's get into that.
Mm-hmm.
When we're talking about curvature from where you're starting, it's an exponential equation that you're talking about. So when the plane takes off and it's flying in a straight linear line, right?
Exactly, where height is not increasing or decreasing.
No, we can do it. We can do the math. I'll help you out, and then I'll let the guy that was just talking previously take back over. 500 miles an hour. So, how much drop would you have to negotiate with that?
I don't know, but it would have to be relative to the plane. I'm really sorry. The spherical plane on which it is in the atmosphere relative to its height above sea level. That's the only universal one on the globe. And so as long as that doesn't change, then no extra force would be needed to climb higher, because then gravity would be, a different load, a different weight force would be.
It's not about extra force to climb higher. It's about the floor that's dropping away from you at 500 miles an hour.
So think of it this way.
Yes.
Think of Everest as a plateau that has a airport on the top of it. Your plane takes off from the top of Mount Everest.
Okay.
And you have a slope. We can even use a slope, which isn't an exponential curve, right? If that plane takes off and it flies flat and level, like planes do,
mm-hmm.
as it takes off and the mountain below it begins to drop away,
mm-hmm.
is it gaining in altitude?
Above sea level, yes, technically.
So at what point would it be going downward to either follow some sort of curvature? Does it do that? Does the plane
how long
follow?
It flies, right? Like it has to fly a certain distance in order for it to even begin to account for curvature. Otherwise, if it didn't, it would technically be climbing as it went straight.
Right. So think of it this way: no matter where you're at on the ball, from your perspective, you're on the top of it.
This is why I interrupted the first time. Because he seems to think that you have to fly a vast distance to have to negotiate the amount of drop there would be in an hour. We can even break it down to minutes.
Yeah, I was just trying to
say anything about distance or time.
Can somebody just pull out like a quick Earth curve calculator and figure it out for him? Because that seems to be his main point of contention. So let's deal with it.
Well, I was trying to display the fact that when that airplane takes off and it's flying flat and level, you are flying tangential to the curve, right? So then we can do the math and we can figure out how much curvature it would be that would be falling away.
So if the engine is never given extra power, and if the engine never decreases in power and maintains straight and level flight, no extra force is applied on any floor, then on a curved Earth, like the simple act of traveling straight would technically make you go straight. Like you're not gonna fly off the globe just because you've changed trajectory. And if you do,
you would be gaining elevation.
You would need more power from the engine in order to continue to move further away.
Exactly. I don't understand why you're saying that. You can't say fly straight, aka in a tangent, when the ground is curving in relation to the tangent that you're flying. Like it doesn't
and a certain amount per distance, right?
That's what I'm trying to get to. Do you not think it's significant?
So it depends, right? Like if we're doing the example of Everest,
doesn't really
right?
depend because you can use the example of just say 0 altitude. Just use the curvature of the Earth. Obviously, it would have to be more because the radius would be increased the further in altitude you go. But just using 0 altitude to tell you how much curvature there would be would suffice. The question is, does anybody ever have to account for this kind of drop when they're going straight in a tangent in relation to the curve of the Earth underneath them? Before we even answer that question, we have to figure out some kind of hypothetical number so that you understand what we're talking about. Because somebody just whip out an Earth curve calculator and figure out how much drop is in an hour for 500 miles.
Well, Matthew Learns helped us out there and posted something in chat where he said it would be 8.33 miles per minute would be the drop.
That's false.
Well, either way.
It has to go by the 8 inches per mile square drop. It's about 2,790 feet per minute.
Yes, well, I just wanted to point out Napalm and Sunny. So Napalm, this is what you said. At what point does the spinning, curving, and rotating Earth come into play? And Iron Sophist's answer was, I can't even get an example that makes sense answering that question. And I just can't believe that these can constantly ignored. We're reviving a dead dog with electroshock therapy when the guy's admitting he doesn't have a claim.
I don't have an example that would make sense to somebody who's looking for exact.
All right, I've heard enough. Someone black swan me.
Please, something.
All right, black swan me. So look in the voice text. There should be something called the black swan coming up, all right? We're going to go ahead and get straight to the heart of the issue. Okay, so they say the Earth's a sphere and has a radius of 3,959 miles with a circumference of 24,901 miles, right? So we have something called geometry. That is the measurements of shape. So if you claim the Earth is a shape with a certain dimension, which is a sphere with a radius of 3,959, you can use geometry to measure and test that, right? So we're going to use this radius value and see if it's true. Now, if we are on a sphere with that radius value, if we're 1 foot above the surface, we would see the curvature of the Earth, the geometric horizon, at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which I said was 1, which means you would see the horizon at 1.2 miles away. So very simply, if the Earth's a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, if you're 1 foot above that sphere, you have to see the geometric horizon no further than 1.2 miles away. We have an observation right here, 1 foot off the surface. The horizon is over 10 miles away. This is utterly impossible, geometrically impossible. On a sphere, the radius would have to be 264,000 miles. What this means is we have falsified the globe Earth radius. Did you understand that?
Wait, did you just plug in 1 foot and one point? I think it was, you said 25 miles in the same equation without equating the variables first?
1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is how you determine where the curvature is based on geometry if you have a radius of 3,959 miles.
Are there different variables in that equation? Because if not, then they'll be weighted.
Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University Astronomy Department, comes from your side.
That equation. Could you post that equation if at all possible?
Wow. Sure. So real fast, we encourage you to verify the equation. This is not our equation. He just now invoked Andrew Thomas Young. That's the subject matter expert for your side. We are using your side. We are testing your claim. So if the math is correct, which it is, do you understand the argument?
And do not forget that a sea mile is big of is 1.8.
If you're talking about nautical miles versus statute miles, you would multiply the nautical miles times 1.15 to get the statute miles, the regular miles that we're used to. Roughly, it's about a 6 bigger than a nautical mile.
Yeah, it's a nautical mile.
Well, you really need to make sure you understand this and address it, because if that radius value they told us is wrong, the entire model is also wrong. The entire model requires the radius value be accurate.
I just light is bending exponentially.
Okay, that's just, you're just saying words. So
I'm trying to read. People are speaking and reading at me at the same time.
Oh, okay. No, I'm not. I'm trying. I don't want you to get worked up, man. I just want to help you out here. You were lied to about the Earth. Not a big deal. It's not a big deal. It's a big deal, but it's not a big deal. You know what I'm saying? Don't make it weird.
It's not. Just because you're based in Red Pill doesn't mean it has to be awkward or weird. It's just, facts and stuff. That's all.
So once again, if the radius was 3959 and we were 1 foot above the Earth, we should see a geometric horizon. That's a curve, a mound, a hill, a physical obstruction that's tangible, real, actual, has to be there blocking us. Like a pregnant lady can't see your feet. Like you can't see through a hill of dirt. Like you can't see through a corner to the other side. The Earth has to do that if it's a sphere. And instead of it being where it's supposed to be, blocking our view at 1.2 miles, it's 10 miles away. Actually, much further than that. We're just going to rock with a 10 to play it safe. That means that it's 10 times too far away. So if the Earth was a sphere and that horizon we see is actually curvature blocking us, that would mean the sphere would have to have a radius of 264,000 miles. Yet they claim that it's just under 4,000 miles.
That's a 1,000% error. Is there any explanation that would account for an 1,000% error? Like mathematically, that figure, 1,000%. Is there anyone anywhere on this green earth that would account for that kind of margin of error? I'd love to see that citation. I would love to see the citation, regardless of that word, which is misapplied all the time. I'd like to see it used to explain 1,000% discrepancy.
I mean, there is no reason to talk about planes. There's no reason to talk about how you think it could work, how you think it could be a ball. None of it matters. It all comes down to this right here. All of it. Let me explain to you why. We have day and night cycle. The Earth says it's because the Earth's spinning. That's what makes the sun look like it comes up and down, right? That uses the radius value, day and night cycle. Quote unquote gravity uses the mass of the Earth, thus the dimensions of the Earth, thus the radius value. The distance to the sun, to the moon, and every other quote unquote planet uses the radius value. Distances on the Earth that we use and are mapped out and we use daily to travel, they all use the radius value. Every time they've ever claimed to go to space, they need to attain gravitational orbit, quote unquote. In order to do this, you need a radius of orbit requiring the radius of the Earth. Every story they say about going to space cannot be true if the radius value they were assuming was wrong. So all the conversation boils down to this one point, and that's if the radius is accurate or not.
And we've got dozens of observations that verify this exact same thing, that the radius is not what they tell us.
Now, technology just outpaced the lie. Now, we have Nikon P900s and P1000s with 83 times zoom and 125 times zoom, and we can go test it for ourselves, right? When they came up with this idea, they did not have the P1000. So technology outpaced the lie. They actually discontinued the Nikon P1000 at Best Buy recently. Maybe the number one selling camera in the world for like 3 years. Maybe you would wonder, why would they ever discontinue their number one selling camera ever?
Too many truth bombs.
People are going out there and measuring flatness, regular people.
Like, someone went to Best Buy to buy a P1000 and the employee said, I've never seen this before, I don't understand, it's just discontinued in the system.
But without an atmosphere, you should be able to see to the other side of every body of water?
No. What?
That's what I'm getting from this. That
No,
without an atmosphere and without...
Well, there's no such thing as without an atmosphere, right? So that's just completely detached from reality. There's no...
The moon doesn't have an atmosphere, allegedly.
Well, hold on. Look, can I take this one? Because I would like you to respond to, everything that Witsit just talked about. But to your question, looking at what's your question? Can you ask it one more time so that I'm clear?
If there is no curvature, should you, without an atmosphere, be able to see to the other side of every single body of water?
No, because every optical device has an angular limit.
And this angular limit increases with the devices like the P900 and...
Well, you can look at it depends. You have to look into the specs of the camera with the lens and all of that. Yeah, it all depends.
Yes, that's what they do. They increase angular limit.
Now, with an atmosphere, obviously, well, with air, let's just say, because atmospheres, the air takes the shape of a container. It doesn't just have an inherent shape. The atmosphere denotes that it does. So obviously the meteorologist that comes on to explain the weather tells you the visibility for that day. So hypothetically, not even hypothetically, it's just you would never be able to see more than 5 towns over, let alone over the entire ocean. Like, that would just never be possible. I mean, this is obvious if you live in a high elevation location. I live on an island. I live in New York City. And when I'm on Park Avenue, looking over to the east or the west, the trees in the background are grayed out for this reason. So what's the point of your question? Because can we get back to what Witsit said? Could you respond to that?
He's asking why can't he see China?
No, that's not what I'm asking.
Oh, okay.
But yeah. So, I mean, do you have any thoughts about what Witsit just laid out?
Nothing that makes sense.
Right. So maybe I'll break down the basics for you so you understand. There's a fundamental difference in the horizon, okay? Which is, of course, horizontal. That's why it's called horizon. Now, Flat Earth knows that the horizon is just an apparent location. It's defined as where the sky appears to meet the ground. Now, the sky and ground never physically converge. It's just apparent, right? It's a vanishing point in the distance. Like if you stare at the end of a long railroad or street with street lights or hallway, it'll look like the floor and the ceiling or the walls are converging. They're not. That's just an optical effect because you can't see forever because of limit of view, angular resolution, right? So that's all the horizon is. When it's clearer outside, you can see further, so the horizon is further away. Whenever it's not very clear outside, the horizon is closer because you can't see as far. It just moves around. It's just apparent. It's not an actual place. Now, on the globe Earth, the horizon is an actual place. It physically blocks your view. It stays in one place and blocks your view. That's the fundamental difference. Now, when we make this observation, we see that that horizon is 10 times too far for it to be the physical, actual place that the globe necessitates it be at. That is the fundamental difference.
Wouldn't a radio telescope be able to see to the other side of every single body of water then?
Radio telescopes don't even have as high of a zoom as 125x.
But they can penetrate through any kind of atmosphere, any kind of gas.
That's inaccurate. It can't penetrate through any type of atmosphere. But did you wait? What did you say? Microwaves?
No, I said radio telescope.
Oh, so you can shoot radio waves 10,000 miles on the Earth. That doesn't help. Radio doesn't help you. Like, wait, you're saying that if we use a radio telescope, we'd be able to see all the way across the Earth, but the reason we can't is because
no, I'm saying that that without an atmosphere, you should be able to see across every body of water if the Earth is flat, right? So if you'd wanted to get through the atmosphere, it would just take a radio telescope.
Now, see, the radio telescope still has an angular resolution limit. The telescope just helps you increase it, right?
Okay, so then you should be able to get across any body of water then with a strong enough radio telescope, because radio telescopes are observing quote-unquote nebulae from apparently millions of light years away, so a couple thousand.
That's just a cool story. That's just a cool story. The fact that you think that
it still indicates their capability, does it not?
I'm trying to explain to you why it's not accurate.
Sorry.
So when you take the telescope and you point in the sky, for one, you're looking straight up to the less dense part of the air. If you put it over the surface of the Earth, you're looking over the surface. That's the most dense part of the air. You can't see as far through dense air as you can through less dense air. In addition, those lights are in no way thousands of light years away or anything like that. That's just a story. That's a mathematical claim. It's just a story. So when you look up, you see the stars that are there. You see them the best you can, right? And even if they were that far away, which they're literally not at all, it still doesn't matter. It's not analogous to looking through the dense part of the atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way they came up with the distances is they use something called redshift and blue shift, and they constantly have to fluctuate it, and then they misapply the idea of the Doppler shift. So it's not like they measure this or anything. They literally just mathematically work out what they think it is, and it constantly changes.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I definitely have a lot to learn and review.
Yeah, of course, man. It's a lot of info, bro. Just stay honest. Like, don't be combative or anything, right? Like,
have I been? I'm really sorry.
No, I don't think you have. I think you've been pretty cordial. That's why I keep them coming in and trying to calm it down, because people just get they're like passionate about it. It's a big lie, and we hate to see people that seem decently reasonable be tricked into doing these mental gymnastics, right? Where we have researched this for years. And we know people don't know anything about it, but they just kind of assume that it has to be a sphere. And so people get a little frustrated. I do try to remind people to be patient, because when you first hear this, it seems wild, and it is a ton of information. But that's why I brought up the radius to you, bro. All the rest of it, you can figure it all out. I encourage you to do so, but you need to hone in on that radius value. And you can go test it for yourself, right? So provably, they lied about the radius of the Earth. It is not real, provably. And so now we have to deal with that reality. We were lied to about where we live. So that model, those cartoons, all those cartoons, all those claims of space, they are not real. They are not real. They cannot be real. They've been falsified. So, which is why they're all CGI pictures anyway, right? So.
Well, thank you. This has been kind of enlightening.
Well, it's really funny when you go back and look at old videos, especially like other countries like Russia or China's moon landing. It's so bad. You have to really be wanting to believe it to not obviously know it's Photoshop, CGI.
Okay, well, thank you guys for your time. I'm sorry if I angered or triggered anyone.
You're fine, bro. You're fine. Like, just look into it, man, and just be honest. Because you're going to find out that everything proves it. Nothing works on a globe. Like the magnetic field, Harvard still can't explain the magnetic field on a globe in 2022, nor can Stanford, nor can Yale. So, like, the only way to understand where you live is to throw away that model, right? It's patently false. It's a big lie, and it makes people uncomfortable because it's like, well, are you saying these countries work together? And then they find out, well, every major country in the world actually does work together. There's something called the Antarctic Treaty, and they've all agreed to it, including China. And it's illegal to go past the 60th south latitude. It's illegal to privately explore Antarctica. So yeah, all these countries do work together openly. All the space agencies work with NASA openly. NASA worked with Nazis openly. It just doesn't stop. The rabbit hole is endless.
But I mean, in regards to that, I feel like there's a certain risk that comes with opening the public to dangerous places, like, for example, Everest, which has been open to the public for, I think it's now like a couple decades. I'm not gonna presume to give any level of facts, but like tourists go up there to die, and apparently like more than half the mountain is covered in shit, and it's mostly just rich people that really badly want to say that they've climbed Everest, and they go there and they usually get injured or die or like get Sherpas killed and things like that.
Well, you're making a great point. Like, Mount Everest is dangerous, but if people decide to go take that risk themselves, they're allowed to do so. You can climb to the top of Mount Everest and jump off if you want to.
Exactly, and I'd say that in some ways Nepal is kind of responsible for those deaths because they're earning money for tourism on that, and that's the only reason they allow it. But in Antarctica, it's a bit different, right? Where a bunch of nations have decided you can't go here because it's extremely dangerous, and even if you do want to explore, like, you should do it with these sorts of organizations that know what they're doing. And like I don't know, I have yet to see many people to say that, like, we're being prevented from coming here.
People have tried to go and they've been intercepted. You can't go. The only way you can go is you go on an approved guided tour. It costs anywhere from like $10,000 to $60,000. You're not allowed to go anywhere except for where they tell you, and typically you're not allowed to come off the ship. But so you don't actually, it's okay, but you don't know the history of it, right? So Operation Paperclip, we brought Nazis over here in 1945. The very next year, we then went and explored Antarctica in Operation High Jump, which is also declassified. And they went and explored that area for many years. And after they explored it, they founded NASA and signed the Antarctic Treaty within 1 year of each other, saying it's illegal to go where they just explored. So if they were to find something they didn't want us to know about, that's also exactly what they would do, right? It doesn't require some benevolence on their part to take care of everyone. And that also comes with the illusion the government is responsible for taking care of you, when actually, as a man, you are responsible for that and for protecting women and children. But my point is that the government doesn't just give you rules to save you. The government didn't shut the whole world down on the same day and give you lockdowns and curfews to keep you safe. It's because the government likes to have power over people. And the government's not a person. So that's why as it gets bigger, it gets more corrupt. So anyway, the point is they went and explored that region and they came back and said, we can't go there. And if China's our mortal enemy, why are they in an agreement with us?
do not know. I'll try to come back with more information next time.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I'm saying I know you haven't heard all this because they intentionally omit this from any type of education. And so what you're going to have to do is if you actually do want to know the truth, you're going to have to learn a bunch of stuff that was hidden from you. Not that are lies, just that was hidden. That's what it comes down to. And you're going to have to face ostracism, right? Like people ridiculing you or acting like you're crazy, as I'm sure you thought we were at first. But just stand tall and represent the truth and find it, bro, and then you'll be fine. And that's the biggest lie ever told. So it's like it's a big deal, right? You don't know where you live, and they told us that there's nowhere else to go. And don't worry, we went and checked this place for you, and you don't need to go there. It's too dangerous. They drew a circle on everyone on the earth. It's like the Hunger Games in real life. It's actually insane.
Well, thank you. I actually do have to go. Sorry I can't stay longer, but thank you for the information. And again, sorry if I triggered anyone.
Nah, you're good, bro. Come back, man.
Yeah, have a good one, guys.
Later.
Yeah, good job there, Austin. I think initially the guy was coming in to not necessarily be sincere, but I think after a little while he started to realize that our arguments have validity, right?
Dang, I missed the tail end of that. I was on the phone. But, what happened in the last 10 minutes, 15 minutes?
He started conceding that he didn't really know much and was thankful for us telling him information and that he'd have to go look into it more.
Yeah, and I think that's the best outcome we can have here, right? Is somebody that realizes maybe they don't have as much knowledge on something that they think they know is truth, and they're leaving here with some homework to do, and hopefully they do that and they come back, right? Good job.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Hi, sisters. Oh. Just me and 24/7 Live. Who's... Oh my god. My internet did a thing. Yep, I'm restarting my PC. Goodbye.
That's fine. But that's not a citation. A reference is not a citation. Okay, so if you want to use these words, go find a reference for what they mean, and then bring us back a citation of what they mean. Thank you.
So, can you tell me why relativity says that it would be equal if the sky was moving or the Earth was moving? Sure. So, the definition of citation, a quotation from a reference to a book, paper, or author. And the definition of reference, number 2, is the use of a source of information in order to ascertain something. So I'd say those are synonyms. You disagree?
No, not even close.
Awesome.
Dude, have you taken any collegiate or university level courses?
Yeah, I have, but why does that matter? Are we in college?
Have you done references and citations? Well, have you done references and citations?
I'm sorry, I didn't know that I was currently doing a college course on flat Earth in this Discord server. So, can I not use synonyms? Is this like whoever said, what was it before? Someone said the...
A reference isn't a synonym for a citation, dude.
What was the colloquial term for space. Someone used a colloquial term for space instead of using the actual physics term of space, right? So am I not...
Why should they use a physics terms?
Well, we're at a collegiate level to debate right now, aren't we?
There's no debate, you just clearly.
So we're not. So I can just sort of like give the references a wiki article that has a list of the actual copies of the scientific paper. I can do that, can't I?
Right, that's not a citation though, friend. That's the difference. You're offering references while asking for citations.
To reference something is to point at some source of information, like a...
Right, that's not the same as citing it. That's not the same as citing it.
I can cite a reference and I can reference a citation. Are those two sentences equal?
No, they're not.
So if I cite a reference, if I say, oh, my reference for this is my friend Jason X, who this is his phone number. And if I reference a citation, I say, oh, my citation is the one written by Jason something, here's his phone number. Is that not equal? This is just...
No, because now you're mixing categories.
Do you guys have any reason why Michelson-Pierce scale didn't show the Earth was in motion?
Oh, yeah, because they had to apply a mathematical transform to fit their bias in order to get the conclusion that they wanted.
My boy just realized he goofed up and tried to run away from his own little example.
No, I'm just tired of the semantics. It's pathetic.
It's not about semantics, dude. It's about earlier you were asked to cite something that you offered as a reference, and you just told people to just read it. And I was just pointing that out, that you're a hypocrite.
How? I read out the result.
Okay, look, fair enough. Okay, maybe you're not a hypocrite. Maybe you just are ignorantly think that references and citations are the same thing. We'll forgive you.
You haven't given an argument why they're different. You've just said, are you doing a course? And I said no. Do you want me to read out dictionary definitions again?
Dude. Okay, for example, if he asks you for a specific piece of information about something, right? And you say, I'll give you the wiki in total.
Yes.
You're referencing the wiki. Now, if he says, I want this specific piece of information, you go to the wiki, pull out the citation, give him the citation from the reference that has a specific piece of information. Those are entirely two different things. They're not synonyms.
You think that citation has some different meaning?
Dude, I just explained it to you. Very simply.
From or reference to a book, paper, or author. That's for citation. For reference, the use of a source or information in order to ascertain something. Provide a book or article with citations of source.
Oh my goodness, dude. Dude, you're wrong. You're stupid. You forgot the word specific.
To specific. No, it says or a specific reference.
Oh, a specific reference.
Yeah.
Not a general reference.
Citation definition.
Holy fuck, bro!
Quotation from or reference to a book. So that's the noun definition for citation.
Yes, and where's that in?
This is used in the definition of citation. You understand that, right?
Dude,
quotation from.
If you're asked for a citation, yeah, you need a citation is a specific.
Have argument for flat Earth.
Yeah, you already conceded down is down, and water's flat and level. Therefore, the Earth is flat. Welcome.
Tower bridges show that Earth is not flat and level.
How?
Quarry tanks show Earth is not flat and level.
No, wrong. You failed to provide the citation that you were asked for about the tow tanks, how they specifically measured curvature.
No, string line.
You failed to provide the citation, friend.
No, you just didn't like the citation.
No, you didn't have a citation. You just generally said the term string line, just as you did again now.
And?
Watch. Ask me how, just ask me in the reverse. I want to play role play so you can see how stupid it is.
Yeah, sure.
Ask me how to prove, or what proof I have that the Earth is flat. Ask me that.
What proof do you have the Earth is flat?
Lasers.
Cool. Do you have a reference for someone claiming that lasers show the Earth is flat?
I do.
Awesome.
I have an 120-page PDF and an accompanying documentary of the methodologies and the practical tests that they did. And I also have a citation from their document that says the WGS-84 model is not found in the field.
Great. Link that and I will read it. See how that works?
Okay, perfect. Now, let me, actually my friends are going to link it because I'm going to speak. So, links, FE Core, for my friends who are using the bot, and then exclamation point videos laser short, exclamation point videos laser long. The short version is a condensed version that you can watch, and then the long version is the long version, obviously, that you can watch when you have more time. Now, I'm going to give you the practical methodology because I'm capable of... Hold on, friend.
I wanted to... Oh, no, it's a PDF. Okay, we're all good.
Oh, my fuck, dude. Did I not tell you what was coming down the pike? I said a PDF.
But then you spoke about long and short videos, and I wanted the PDF.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was being linked as well. But someone linked a PDF.
Yeah, fair.
I do.
No, all right, good.
Where?
Oh, yeah, it's my turn to calm down, bro. Were you not on calm when you began? The answer is yes, so fair is fair.
Yeah,
anyway, let's move on. When you were asked for a citation of the methodology that they used with the string to prove curvature over the distance, you weren't able to provide it. You didn't cite from the text, and you didn't articulate the methodology. You didn't cite it from the text, nor did you articulate the methodology. But I'll tell you the methodology from this laser test, right? If you want to listen, I'll tell it to you. But you can also validate it from the document. So this is actually multiple tests, culminating in the final biggest test of 25-mile sample size over water, right? So there's 14 or 17, I can't remember correctly. But the longest one they shot was 25 miles. So what they did is they set up what's generally known as a laser transit, right, methodology, which is you have a laser, you level the laser, you shoot the laser across, and then you use what's called a storyboard or a receiver that's at the same relative height, and then when it hits, you see where the laser hits, and then you can tell how off it is. We use this in construction all the time to level foundations, excavate, all kinds of stuff. Very practical methodology, very simple. So if you have the laser set up on one side, right, about 2 meters, 6 feet off the ground, and on the other side you have the story or the target about the same, 2 meters, 6 feet, right? The globe Earth predicts a differential between the off angle that the laser should continue into the sky if it's perfectly level and the target at that distance to be 90 meters, right? So in other words, the big hump of Earth curve water and the level laser, right, can't shoot through the hump of Earth curve water, so it shouldn't hit the target. It should go over the target by 90 meters. Now, when they set this up, right? They took into account the ambient conditions. They took into account the millirad divergence of their laser. They created, which is in the documentary, a very accurate aiming device and leveling system. And if you watch it, you'll see how precise it was. Very precise.
Type of laser was it?
Well, you'll have to look into there. It's a big old laser. A laser sufficient to shoot 25 miles with a very limited millirad divergence.
Yep, I read that.
So sufficient to the task. And they might talk about the type of laser, because they actually had two. I think the first one failed or they destroyed it. But anyway, they talk about that in the thing. And they give the specs for it. So they did the test.
So it doesn't matter. Refraction wasn't accounted for.
Says who?
Them. As light travels in a straight line through a homogeneous medium, light angles due to different refraction indexes in a non-homogeneous atmosphere. We calculate direction and amount of refraction to show how much laser beam deviation affects the measurement outcome. In a non-homogeneous atmosphere where the index of refraction increases with height, rays of sufficient small initial elevation angle of refraction.
Holy crap, dude.
Is proportional to the rate of increase of the bidirectional index of refraction.
Yeah, you just said they didn't account for refraction, and then they went on to say we accounted for refraction in the very text you just quoted from.
Yeah, but they accounted for it wrong. And well, actually, they didn't. So they're saying that it's a homogeneous through a homogeneous medium. We calculate direction amount of refraction in a non-homogeneous atmosphere with the index of refraction. Blah blah blah. This curvature is proportional to the rate of increase of bidirectional index of refraction.
Yeah. Anyway, so they set it up. They set it up, and the laser hit the target. Okay. Now, you may claim they didn't account for this, they didn't account for that. That's fine. But at least they have a practical example of their methodology.
Here we go. This is because I've read through this before, actually. Here's the problem. So the lake is actually frozen, therefore walking along the beam on the ice or using a boat was not possible. There's no data on the ambient conditions along the laser beam were available. We measured the conditions at the measuring.
Yeah, which site, which shot is this? Which shot are they talking about?
I don't know. I'm just reading out of the text document for refraction conditions, the PDF.
Which test? Which test was it? What location?
Point of laser beam.
I told you there was about 14 or 17 different ones, dude. You can't just pick one at random.
Well, this is their heading for refraction conditions.
Oh my goodness, dude.
So they said when they measured refraction between the
which location? Which location?
Why does that matter?
Maybe because, listen, friend, maybe because over time and at each location they learned things and improved their methodology.
Then why wouldn't they add that in under the refraction category or subheading?
Dude, how many different shots were there? How many different conclusions?
Right now.
I don't know, dude. How about you read the whole entire thing? How about that?
Yeah, I thought so. You'd run away from this discussion because you don't actually...
I'm not running away from it. I'm asking you specifics about the thing, and you're not giving them. Bruh. Now, by the way, in the final 25-mile shot...
Temperature was 2 degrees, the air at night was 3 degrees. Humidity is always high the closer you are to the lake surface, which indicates a low refractive index. They just assumed a low refractive index. They didn't actually measure one. The ambient conditions showed that the refractive index
which location?
Was the two sides of the lake. So they didn't measure the difference across the lake. They just measured one side of the lake, the other side of the lake, and said, yeah, good enough. Am I wrong?
Yeah, maybe at that site that's what they did. But which site are you talking about?
The refractive, measurement number 1.
Measurement number 1.
Find the actual spots where like,
oh my god, dude.
Balanton Vallagos observation points. And
is it observation
laser position?
Yeah, is location number 1 the one where they state that the WGS84 model hasn't been sort of upheld?
No, that's just their first one they did, dude.
Well, that
anyway. he won't even make it onto the rest, dude. He's just going to look at number one, say they didn't account for refraction curves, light.
Was still at 0 degrees in the air. The night was down to -11 above the air. Air temperature at the time of the measurement was -6. The ambient conditions showed refractive index were about the same at the two sides of the lake. So they've just done the same thing, two sides of the lake.
Yeah, so the point I was trying to make is that if it's the first measurement that doesn't state that the WGS84 model is invalid, then what they did there isn't relevant to this argument.
My argument was their methodology was incorrect because they didn't measure the refraction across the lake. They measured it from 2 points, the start and the finish. And if the beam was to curve, it would curve between the start and the finish, not starting at the start and ending
Fantastic.
at the finish.
So is that location 1?
Yeah, and location 2, they use the exact same methodology.
Is location 1 the let's just call it experiment?
Stop for a second and listen to what I'm saying.
No, I'm not going to stop.
Location 2, and they use the exact same methodology.
I'm not going to stop talking, right? So the issue is that if they are not using location 1 as the quote-unquote evidence for the WGS84 model being invalid, then it's a waste of time to analyse the methodology there.
The second one did the same thing. All of their measurements, they just measured the temperature at the start and at the finish. They didn't measure the refraction between them. Do you understand that, Crypto? Do you understand what I just said to you?
Is location 2 being used to invalidate the WGS84 model?
It doesn't matter because they use the same.
Fantastic.
They use the same way of calculating refraction in all of their experiments.
The conversation. You're just wasting everyone's time.
What did I just say to you, mate?
AI, I heard what you said, bro. It's irrelevant. AI, can you tell me which location was actually used in this argument in terms of the WGS84 model, and then maybe we can read that.
Oh man, the only one I was talking about was IDSIL, the biggest one.
Fantastic.
Calculation of third measure.
So we're going to look at the methodology there, or we're just going to ignore that?
The condition shows the refractive indexes were about the same at the two sides of the lake. The same methodology. It's a failure because of that methodology.
Which location was that?
No, I mean not really, dude. You can interpolate the lake, bro.
Lake Isle or whatever that is.
I mean, unless you think that there's going to be a dramatic change in the middle.
Yeah, of course there will.
Okay, let's say that's true.
The middle is over water. Do you not understand that? The start and the finish are both land, and the middle is water.
No, they're not just like in the middle of land, dude. They're on the coast.
You idiot. They're both on land, and the beam goes across water. Those are two completely different, sets of air they're going to be going through. One's going to have
a frozen
constant...
lake?
Sorry?
Isn't that frozen lake?
Partially frozen lake, but you understand that
right, frozen water,
exothermic and endothermic effects.
Dude, do you really think that you're just going to use 4-syllable words and that's going to frighten anyone here?
Do you know what exothermic and endothermic means?
The frozen nature. So the frozen nature of the lake obviously changes the refractive properties of the air above the lake, doesn't it?
It does, and they should have measured that, but they didn't.
Wonderful. Yeah, but obviously you're saying it's water, which is being dishonest because it's partially frozen.
I'm sorry.
Also, we don't have the burden of proof.
I'm sorry.
Also, we don't really have the burden of proof there because your side has never proven that the light is bending around the globe to make it appear flat.
That's true, brother.
That would happen.
What the? Yeah, you do.
We say refraction would change it so that any observation we can have a certain deviation. If you take refraction into account, it will always fit the globe.
Yes, dude. Did you not just hear the words that were coming out of your mouth? Hold on, friends. What did he just say? He said no matter what observation you make, it will always fit the globe. Wow, very scientific. You just ceded that any observation that supersedes the globe geometry, you just add the word refraction and it magically cures it.
Yeah, sure. It's like when will water boil? If you add pressure, suddenly it'll change, won't it?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. We have an unfalsifiable tautology that begs the question and inputs values up into 60 billion mile radius to account for refraction.
What question am I begging? What question am I begging?
Listen instead of talk. Maybe you would know.
What question am I begging?
The globe in the first instance, brother.
No, we've measured it.
How?
I just told you there's tow tanks, there's tower bridges.
No, stop right there, friend. Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. The tow tanks, you didn't give us the methodology of measurement. The towers, you didn't give us the methodology of measurement. You just claimed them as a positive assertion. And then when I asked you what's the methodology, you simply said the word line. Fishing line, I think, was the actual word.
You're choosing to ignore all the times I read it out and just focus on the one time where I said string line.
No, I listened to you read it out, and that wasn't a sufficient methodology to see that the entire bar was curved, dude. It was segmented. You didn't even explain to the person who asked you. You didn't even explain to the person who asked you how they did it.
As you guys like to make Globers do, you're willing to concede that I didn't just say line in all instances. Can you concede that?
No, I'm saying when I asked you.
So you're not going to concede something that you just admitted to?
Dude, when I asked you, it was correct. You just said line. Previously, you read something out about a line. Listen. Previously, which I already had just said, you read out something about a line. You were asked to clarify how it was done over the entire thing. You were asked to point to it, and you didn't.
I didn't what? What was I meant to point to?
How they applied the fishing line to prove that the entire structure was curved.
I read it out a couple of times. They put it at 2 points with a microscope pointing at the fishing line.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
And what did they do then?
A reference to what? Then move the beam so that it had the correct amount of curvature according to that reference.
Okay, hold on, friend. Pay attention now. If you pull a line taut without the catenary curve in existence, you'd have a straight line.
Yes.
Right? So unless you have a benchmark, all you have is a straight line. So if you then...
You can have a calculation of the amount of curvature that you want in that thing according to the reference.
Bingo. I want everyone to stop right there and notice how if you take a straight line and just calculate how much curve should be there, you can then make the claim that curve exists and that you've measured it. Slow clap. Slow clap, friend.
What? Correctly.
No, friend, stop. You're assuming the water's curved, bro. You have flat water.
And then you
hold on.
The thing that you're making.
Right, so my friend, hold on. The previous guy who you asked 30 minutes ago, he critiqued you that you just assumed the water's curved, put the line parallel to the water, and then put the beam parallel to the line that's parallel to the water and assume that all three are curved, and then call that a measurement. That's what you did, brother.
No, I never said the line was curved. Remember catenary effect? I said specifically it wasn't curved. I read that out to you multiple times.
Okay, so let's be clear. If the line isn't curved and you parallel the metal to it and it's parallel to the water, then that means the water's not curved, and that means that the rail is not curved.
A reference didn't parallel it. You ever used a straight line before?
I build things, brother.
Great. So I built a fence not long ago, okay? And my fence, it was a picket fence, and that picket fence went up and down, up and down.
Correct.
Do. Right.
Absolutely.
So line, and then I referenced the amount that the middle picket would be up off this straight line. And from there, I could reference out the curve.
Perfect. So where did they do that in your example?
I just read it to you. They had a microscope that pointed at the string line and at the beam thing, and then they calculated how much they'd have to have of curve on that beam to match the water on an earth of a given radius. And they referenced the distance between the string line and the beam on the road.
What was the length of the string line?
I don't know.
Well, that done fucks it up, doesn't it, brother?
No, a gap in knowledge doesn't mean that the whole thing can be thrown out.
No, I'm saying if the string line isn't known, right?
God, what's the name?
And it's not sufficient to the task, and then you give us the answer that's not sufficient, that's going to screw up your argument. So how about you go get us that information?
Well, he also just justified all of the laser measurements he just got shown because like a gap in knowledge didn't disqualify the argument. So apparently he just justified all of the laser measurement. Thank you very much.
What did I justify?
You said there was if you have a gap in your knowledge that doesn't disqualify it, and you said that we don't know the exact temperature over the water in between the measurements of the lasers, and so according to your logic, that still stands.
That is almost a smart argument. It's close, but not quite there. So the problem is that I have a gap in my knowledge. That doesn't mean that they have a gap in their knowledge. So the people that actually built the tow tank didn't have a gap in knowledge. I just have a gap in my knowledge.
So you haven't provided the methodology.
The experiment had a gap in their knowledge. The people doing the experiment, the laser test, had a gap in their knowledge, which does invalidate their experiment because they didn't account.
Not really. It doesn't really. You're assuming that if there's a massive temperature differential, then the light's going to be able to travel around the ball and hit the target.
Yeah, it is. When we account refraction in...
Yeah, no, you don't have the conditions required when you measure the temperature on both ends.
Sorry, sir.
Dude, I don't know why it's so hard to get, like...
We can get the conditions in the middle, is that what you think?
I think you should get us the knowledge that you're gapping on, because that would be the thing that would validate your entire claim.
Yeah, like the length.
I don't need to be 100% fundamental.
No, it's not, dude. Right now, it's an assertion.
A reference to a piece of evidence.
Look, listen, friend. Guys calculating the curve they should expect, and then forcing that expected calculation into a piece of metal doesn't prove the Earth is curved.
Of course it does. The tow tank works. So
holy frick, dude. No, let's be clear. Let's be clear, dude.
That's a logical fallacy, dude.
No, it's not. What logical fallacy is it?
It's called appeal to pragmatism. It works, therefore it's true.
I haven't heard that. Appeal to pragmatism.
Right, it also assumes...
You haven't even heard what your own argument is.
Correct. It also assumes that the variable and difference that they needed to account for would have made the object in question unusable had they not accounted for it. But when you look at the tolerances necessary in those machines, and you look at what the alleged curvature is over that distance, it's negligible, inconsequential, irrelevant.
So it doesn't seem to be that it's a pragmatic fallacy.
It is. You said it works. Therefore, the reasoning is correct. That was your claim that you just said to try to rebut me.
Well, no, it works because it physically exists. So a pragmatic fallacy would be something...
My truck... Oh, well, dude, my truck works. My truck works. My truck works.
I believe X is true. Believing in X results in practical benefit... results in practical...
No, dude.
Therefore, X is true.
Dude, no, that's not how it works. Here, let's put it properly. Hold on.
Consult my horoscope, things always go wrong. So it seems like when there's actual like a physical thing, then the appeal to pragmatism is...
Dude, you're trying to say the tow tank works, therefore the Earth is curved. You're not trying to say the tow tank works.
Let me give an appropriate analogy. Epicycles work, therefore they're true. Epicycles work, therefore they're true. That's the actual physical situation. Epicycles, yeah.
What are they?
It's a Ptolemaic model of orbits.
Do they work?
Yeah, they work. Yeah, they work great. They work better than frickin' Newton's model or Kepler's model. Yeah.
Can you reference that?
Oh, sure can.
Spell M.
Never heard of epicycles? Jesus Christ, man.
No, I haven't.
Some elementary shit.
Do you speak any English?
Epicycle model.
Yeah, they use them in a planetarium when you go there. When you go to a planetarium, they project the planets and the stars on the ceiling, on the dome ceiling. They use epicycles. They don't use the heliocentric model to model. Just because you have a model that works doesn't make the model physically real or have some ultimate reality there. This shit is well known. It's not even an issue.
What do you mean by works? Do you mean as if we model something out, we get a result? Or do you mean as
and you got a result. Yeah.
Build things based on it or measure things based
on it? Yeah. That's called engineering. Yeah. It's awesome.
Yeah. What it's called is predictive evidence.
Okay. So
what they did is they predicted that the water would curve. They predicted in order to get their rail to match the water, they would have to make their rail curve. They then predicted that a string line would have to deviate at certain points by X amount in order to fit that curve prediction. And then it was all true. That's called science, buddy.
No. First of all, that's not called science.
I'm not saying anywhere
that all would be like post-dictions. Those are all like post-dictions. Because they had to alter the string. I'm reading it right now.
No.
They had to adjust the string until it so-called aligned.
What part? Where's that?
I'm going to read it. A 0.33 millimeter dynamine fishing line was attached to one bespoke winch at each tail end. The line has a breaking point of about, that sounds precise, about 25 kilograms and very little stretching. Oh, that's scientific too, man. Very little stretching. It's not even like they have two things here that they didn't even quantify. I'm sorry,
you haven't validated your claim, mate. Go back to your claim.
Listen, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going. Don't worry, man. There's more here. So, but I'm just saying, this does not sound like precision. Okay. Anyway, which allowed us to be pulled very tight and reduce the catenary effectively. A microscope was mounted on the rail to look down at the line and perform the adjustment with high precision. Right, so they adjusted the string until they got it to match really where they wanted.
That's really sad.
So this is your repeated thing I've been listening to over and over again. When you get cornered in this box, you start talking about us and how our argument is and how sad our argument is, and you start talking about us. The way we're talking, the way we're arguing with you. Shut the fuck up.
You're
here for round 3 to get knocked out, dude. This is like, Hearns versus Haggard. There was never fight 2 and 3.
Where'd they move the string?
Anyway, this is not a precision measurement. This is garbage, dude. Garbage.
Yeah, I'm referencing some experts that built something according to the curvature of the Earth and it worked. What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
Are they lying? Do you think they're lying?
I think it's confirmation bias. That's what I think.
Okay, so they specifically machined and came up with a system to make the rail curve to fit what they thought the water would do, and it was correct. And you think that's confirmation bias? How does that work?
Yes, I do.
So if I was to think something like, no, like, if you just use like a base iron to make a camshaft, that'll be fine. Like, it's great. I believe that. Someone told me it had worked before because I used it in an old steam engine once. And then you do it and it fails because it's not the correct, metal to use.
Yeah, and? How is that analogous to this?
So confirmation bias failed in the practical, didn't it?
Yeah, because that's why engineering, you do things by trial and error.
No, you
right. So things are manufactured all the time that fail, break.
Engineering is doing things by trial.
It is.
That's the dumbest thing I've heard. Honestly.
Well, then you've never actually made anything. Have you ever made anything in a manufacturing process? You've ever worked in any manufacturing environment?
Yeah, I've worked in a couple of factories. They're shitty jobs, but yeah.
No, like an actual manufacturing environment where they actually engineer, design, and make the product, and then have samples, and then the samples are gone through tests, and then you have the production line, and you start making it in production, and then you have to have quality control because not even that is a perfect process. It's called trial and error.
Yeah.
So you start with an idea, right? You maybe apply some models. And then you engineer some prototypes. Some of those prototypes will work. Some of them won't. Right? So if they could just do it by equations, then they should just be able to fill out the equations, do the math, start pumping out the products without ever testing them.
The one I worked in made fire-resistant suits for firemen. Right? Mm-hmm. But it was for firemen working with the army, so it was like armed personnel, fire-resistant suits. And what they did is they got the known tolerances for the fire-retarding capabilities of certain fabrics, and then they got their heat sink capabilities of other fabrics, okay?
Yeah.
They added all that in with the dimensions of a human being, and then they modelled that out so that any stitching would be covered. And then everything was cut, everything was manufactured, and they tested it at the end to make sure that everything they'd done was correct. But everything they'd done was correct. They then updated it depending on user needs, but that fabric had known properties, and they
how did they know the properties?
That they
did they use equations, or did they test the fabric? So they got the fabric secondhand from somebody.
Someone else did.
Exactly. So they got it from somewhere in that place that manufactured the fabric.
Steel, do you? The manufacturer tests the steel to make sure the grade is correct and then sends it to you.
Yeah, they have test samples. They test samples, right? So they manufacture fabric samples.
Engineers buy things of known properties. They don't test everything.
Yeah, it's known because they tested it to trial and error and figured that stuff out.
Yeah, a long time ago, and now they're known properties, so engineers can make things using those known properties, like the engineers.
Yeah, so they're just using trial and error.
They knew the known properties of that fishing line before they started.
Not within any certainty, obviously.
Yep.
About 25 kilograms with quote unquote very little stretching. Not the stretching was not quantified. The break point wasn't actually quantified.
And
it could listen. And the catenary curve that they calculated existed might not have existed.
How do you know that? You're just coming up with that if they've had some monumental failure.
Because you think this is a precision, some sort of precision. Listen, because you think this is a precision measurement of curvature.
The precision in that document. How do you know they didn't have the precise properties of that string line and just vaguely referenced it because they couldn't be bothered going and looking it up again?
How do you know these people weren't fucking aliens from Mars and didn't just fucking throw a bunch of random words on the paper? I mean, come on, dude.
We've never seen aliens in existence, but we've seen people in existence, we've seen engineers in existence, we've seen the properties of certain string lines in existence.
We don't see current bodies of water in existence.
We've seen that when engineers calculate as much stuff as possible and it all works, then it's reasonable to assume these engineers are competent, aren't they?
We don't see curved bodies of water in existence. No, that's stupid.
Where, heretic, where? Is that all you got?
You're just assuming shit, right? You're just assuming shit, which is par for the course.
Yeah,
it doesn't shock me.
Induction. I know it's scary to you guys.
Yeah, inference and induction. Yeah, great. Affirming the consequence.
Oh my God. Can you say it again? Inference and induction?
Yeah, inference and induction, yeah.
What's the inference?
Inductive logic is hinged on making inferences from observations. Is that not true? Is that not a true statement? Is that not a true statement? Yes or no?
Sorry, did you say inferences?
Yeah, dude, how come every time, see, the problem, one of your problems is you talk too much.
You said properly.
You talk too much. Do you know how many times you have to say, I didn't hear you? Because you're fucking flapping your gums?
We're on Discord, mate.
Yeah, because you can't listen and talk at the same time. That's why you can't hear people.
Induction also doesn't lead to concrete conclusions. It only leads to strong or weak, potentials.
Well, he didn't even do that. He just assumed his conclusion in the first place.
Well, no, I didn't. I gave.
Yeah, you did.
So what I had
no,
was a
you didn't.
hypothesis, and
you already admitted
my
it.
hypothesis is either
you assumed a curved water level, you matched some railings to the curved water level that you assumed, and then went, good, it's all curved. That's all you fucking did.
No, I didn't. What they did was they made the railing.
You're right, I misspoke. You didn't do that. That's what you think someone else did.
So we're at the point now of just muting me all the time? We're finally done? Do you want me to just go now? Are we done?
You can do whatever you want.
I can leave if you want, if you're just going to mute me anytime I'm halfway through a sentence.
Well, you can sit here and cry or you can leave. I don't care.
We just told you that, basically that you're over talking. I tried to tell you what the problem was, why it's not a good thing. Because it means you're not listening, right? And we're just wasting our fucking time, which I'd rather not do, right? So
no, I was listening. I just think you're wrong. The reason I couldn't hear some people is because some people are low. So I'm trying to figure out who's talking, whose sound is low, so that I can turn them up so I can hear them better next time. Make sense?
Anyways, Linda, feel free to be a beta and leave if you want, but that wasn't what we were trying to do here.
Why would I be a beta if I left?
And you still haven't proven curvature or anything else. All the stuff you said is crap.
Why do you use the word prove?
I can't even read
evidence, which can never prove anything. It's called the problem of induction.
Trying to figure out why they need to compensate for curvature for this design.
Why
the rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the Earth. Vertically?
Vertically?
Yeah, the rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the Earth. Horizontally and enroll in Southampton, Saginaw, Oriented, a tank of 138 meters.
Yes, that's talking about
is about 0.6 millimeters.
That's talking about the rail, in this case, has little like jacks under it to move it up and down before they set it. So they have to be aligned vertically. Those jacks have to be aligned vertically so that the horizontal lines up with the horizontal curve of the water. What's wrong with that?
Doesn't seem necessary for what they're doing.
Why? They're trying to do
I'm reading it,
measurements of different hull shapes.
Well, do you know what uncertainty and precision is?
Yes.
Okay.
Uncertainty is an unknown, and precision is to the highest degree of measured known. So for this tow tank, they need to know if there's a deviation in the railing, because that deviation in the railing would cause the hull of whatever thing they're testing to push further down onto the water, causing more drag and changing the results, or to go higher up over the water, which would reduce drag and ruin the results.
Okay, and if they didn't do it right, what would happen? Let's say they did all this process and they did something wrong and they didn't know about it and it's not in this document. What would happen?
What would happen would be that the boat, when they move it along the railing, would experience more drag in some spots than other spots, which would mean they would.
You mean so they're trying to model drag? So this is a tank that's trying to model drag,
amongst other things. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what the even purpose is. It just seems like just some.
I can answer the question. It's very simple.
And you get a hull design of that boat.
You're saying
hull design will go faster than others.
Brother, you're saying the same thing, so we're going to break it down to simplicity. All you're saying is that the rails must be parallel to the water surface. So this entire procedure is to make the rail parallel to the water.
Yep.
Yeah. That's
only the of Earth curvature is in calculations. Thank you. That's my case.
Again, because you were too upset and you cut out.
Well,
or they measured the curvature of the water level that they assumed.
All right, I'll say it
talking again while he was talking. So let me translate in normal speak.
Oh, I wasn't normal speak talking, but I'm talking while you were talking because it's kind of sad to start off like that. So, Arden, do you want to just say what you said again? Because I couldn't hear you because you got too upset.
Yes.
See, once again, talking about how we're talking, you're being exposed. You're a chump, dude. You're just a chump. If you're going to talk about us, I'm going to talk about you. You're a chump.
Anyway, I'll validate my position, which is this. I'm driving a truck, which has axles, which make noise. And I have auditory feedback in my ears to my voice, where I increase the amplitude of my voice based on how much roid noise. Right? It's not that I'm upset. So again, you failed. But anyway, I'll say it very calmly. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so here we go, friend. The entire methodology of the rails, the only thing that must be accomplished for the principle in question is the rails must be parallel to the water. It's all that has to be done.
I agree.
And all you need is a methodology that makes the rails parallel to the water, and all that is a distance from the top of the rail to the water's surface, and that's all they have to do. All that other methodology and including calculations for Earth curvature is superfluous.
Sure, if you look at the document, they didn't actually measure it off the water surface. If you were to look at Figure 4, you can see that that tank isn't full. They're not measuring off it. And Figure 7 shows that they're using the microscope and the string line and the rail to check the deviation.
Yeah, so I'm not sure about this particular setup, but the other setup, which we already critiqued the last time a guy came in here with tow tanks, is they have a water channel next to the rail, and they use that water channel as the leveling channel. It's not the water in the channel.
Well, I'd love to hear about that. So which tow tank was that?
They're assuming the equipotential would be equivalent in both instances. So what they're doing is, really, truly, they're just making the rail parallel with the water. That's it.
Yes.
You said so yourself. That's the ultimate goal, is that the rail is intended to keep the same drag line on the boat, continuous over its entire journey on the rail. Now, in order for that to be true, it must be what? Parallel with the water's surface. Which that's all they're attempting to do. No, which is assumed to be curved in your worldview.
No. Well, yeah, they assumed it to be curved. We gave them the prediction that if they set the rail at a certain curve, it would match the water, which came true. And predictive evidence is the only good evidence.
How do that? Listen, how are they making the curve on the rail, friend?
They get the string line and they
listen, the only way to curve the entire rail
based on their model.
What's the length of the line?
Adjust the rail, though. They adjusted the line.
Wait, no, they adjusted the rail. They didn't adjust the line. You were wrong about that, Amy. Remember, you
so what I read was wrong.
They adjusted.
So what I read was wrong. That wasn't me freestyling. I was reading.
What you read didn't say they adjusted the line. If you look at Figure 7, you can see that on the rail where they have two pins and they have a microscope pointing at the string. Okay. So that means at any given point, they can look at their model and they can see how far should the pins be from the string at this point.
So they didn't measure it in between the 2 points, right? Just like the laser test?
Say again?
So they didn't measure between the 2 pins, right? Just like the laser test?
They did, yeah. They measured between two things.
Right, but I still haven't gotten the answer to two questions.
In between the 2 points, because so if you have a curve, then you need that like the hump in the middle of the curve. So you're supposed to have
That's
this
what the strings for.
The strings to measure the hump.
Yeah. The string is a reference. It's completely like a horizontal reference, right? So from 2 points, it will be.
Yeah, he also claimed.
2 points.
Yeah, before you continue, we got a caveat before you continue that the allegation is that they. Go ahead.
Excuse me, Indio. I'm trying to listen to Arden right now.
Yeah, well, no. So they presupposed
I yielded the floor, brother.
Just wait, Indio. Arden.
Yeah, great. Stop moderating our fucking chat, douche. Okay?
Yes, if you were paying attention.
They took the rail.
I yielded the floor to Indio.
I know, I don't know why you have to say it again. Stop humoring this clown, okay?
My apologies.
So, listen, I'm not falling for the distractions, man. So they have this beam, right? This rail, and they can adjust the rail, and they pull the string. And so, what are they adjusting both at the same time until they're within
Why do you think they're adjusting the string?
Because they think the string has to be within a certain distance of the rail, right?
No, the string just has to be a reference, a horizontal reference.
But they don't know if the string's horizontal.
Yes, they do. If you get
how do they know that?
You pull it taut between 2 points with very little catenary effect. It is a horizontal. It is a straight line.
How do you know there's very little catenary effect? That's what I'm asking you.
Because that's what they say.
Yeah, but very little is also some. They're only seeing a small deviation, which is very little. So they're seeing the very little catenary curve. What are you talking about?
How do you know? You're assuming that because you're biased.
You just said so. You just assumed that there's very little catenary curve. Your answer was because they said so.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me ask a question
What is
for
the value for the
clarification.
catenary curve? And then, like, how did they measure this? Because you're going to have two inverted curves, right? You have the curved rail, and then you have the curved string. And the curves are opposite to each other. So one's curving down and one's curving up.
And it's a very...
Yeah, but I also want to know how long...
It's so hard they can't even measure the amount of catenary curve in the string.
That's not my problem. That's your problem.
Right, but also I just want to quick qualify.
Some catenary effect doesn't mean that catenary effect is enough to screw up their model.
They have to measure it, brother. Otherwise they wouldn't know. By the way, also, you were asked... Hold on, it doesn't matter, dude. I just said they would have to. I'm trying to get to a different point.
The entire problem is that there's a catenary effect. Isn't that your entire problem at the moment?
Listen, the catenary effect is a constant in physics, bro. It can't be negated.
Yeah, but there are all sorts of problems that anything that you physically do, like there's some form of like tiny 0.000000001 problem in every single thing you do. But if it's not enough to screw up that thing, then who cares? It's like saying that...
Right, so friend, for goodness sake, stop talking.
That thing can still work.
We all know that. Okay, what I want is the brass tacks. How long was the string?
Doesn't know.
How was the... Shut the fuck up, kid.
Why?
Thanks.
All you're going to do is you're going to ask...
Because I'm trying to complete it, dude.
When the...
Alright, I'm just... Dude. These things matter. So stop frickin' sidelining. For goodness sakes. You were asked how they know it was horizontal. You just said they affixed it to 2 points. Being randomly affixed to 2 random points in free space doesn't prove that anything's horizontal. You then said they got rid of the catenary. That's how they knew it was horizontal. But you didn't prove how they knew it was horizontal.
Didn't have a great
Dude, I'm speaking. Thank you. You then said that they got rid of the catenary problem somehow for whatever methodology they used, which you didn't quantify. You didn't give us the length of the string, so we can't even calculate any of these problems to even begin to say. So far, all this is a fanciful assertion with no data and no quantification to it.
Yeah, the engineers made it. It worked. They referenced they referenced the methodology they used. You just don't have the actual numbers in front of you, so therefore it's wrong. That makes no sense.
Dude, you haven't presented them. And your appeal, again, is just to the pragmatic at work. Dude, listen, the methodology they used got, let's just say for lack of a better term, it got the rail parallel with the water. Great.
Right.
What does that prove? Nothing. It just proves that the rail is pretty parallel to the water. That's it.
Pretty parallel?
Yes, because of the sentences that you just talked through, everybody, about error bars and all this other nonsense. You know it's not perfectly parallel. Good grief, dude.
So, Heretic, you said it's a pragmatic appeal again, but it isn't actually a pragmatic appeal.
It is. You said it works.
No, a pragmatic appeal would be for something unknown and unmeasurable.
What?
Where's the measurement?
It's for something unknown and unmeasurable, something abstract, like astrology work.
It is unknown. You already told us there was a gap in your knowledge, dude. You already told us the measurements that we needed were a gap in your knowledge, so they are unknown. And you don't have the measurements. Yeah, okay. How do you know? You don't know what they know.
You also admitted it was a gap in their knowledge because they didn't add it in there and have it nowhere presented. So.
Yeah, so let's link their engineering specs for this whole thing. Do you not understand that?
Right, but the other one that we did, bro.
Find a flaw that you can exploit in this when you guys don't have a single measurement of straight. Like, I gave a glaring flaw in your laser test. A glaring
you didn't. Actually, you just showed your ignorance. You actually just showed your ignorance.
Did I, Indio? Do you want to talk
about
that? Do you want to? If I get 2 points across a bay and I just measure what point A and point B's temperature are, does that tell me the refractive index across the bay? 1, 2, 3.
No, it does not tell you the refractive index across the bay.
It could,
because
possibility.
You could.
Could you explain how it could?
You could apply modeling and you could assume it.
They didn't apply modeling, though.
Yeah, why would you?
So
You need
they
to
didn't
first
calculate a
establish that
value?
there is refraction. You need to establish that those models are correct.
But you can't establish if there's refraction unless you measure a difference across the bay, can you?
They
Yeah, that
did.
would be
They
something
had two.
different.
They did have two meteorological stations at each end.
Yes,
You
of
know
course
that,
there'd be
right?
something different, Drace, you fucking idiot.
So you
No,
do know
you're
that
the idiot
two
here.
meteorological stations, right?
Yes.
You know,
And they said meteorological station 1 and meteorological station 2 show X, but all that distance in between, they didn't measure any points on that and then map out the refractive index. Refraction doesn't happen between point A and point B. It happens the entire way in between. As any sort of change.
No,
any
that's not how
deviation in the
refraction
atmosphere
works.
happens
That's
between
not how
point A and
refraction
point B.
works.
Of course it does.
No.
Light goes
Show
from
that.
one dense medium to another dense medium. All that has to be is a change in temperature, pressure, or like humidity of that air.
No,
Any
it's
change
not.
at all, any
It's
deviation
called
at all will
optical
cause a beam of
density.
light to
It's
move.
not just the density
yeah,
of the
we
medium.
covered this with him before. Yeah, we've been over this
Yeah.
optical density. He
What
was
about it?
furiously Googling or something.
Yes, you guys say it's optical density. Optical density can be changed by factors like temperature, the density.
Yeah, it can, but you also require the correct boundary conditions to those temperature gradients to be able to refract things, and you don't have those conditions all the time. And it also it depends on those angles and the optical gradients.
So
which
you know what,
direction the
like
light goes. The light can go up and down.
So you know what, like ISIL, not only did they horizontally pan it, they vertically panned the laser, and on top of that, they did it twice. They did it twice 3 weeks apart. And they got the same result. So they just have like
what does that mean?
So they have to have the same magical refraction conditions, the same 2-3 weeks apart.
And in different directions at different ranges. They didn't just horizontally pan the laser. They panned the laser horizontally.
Seems like they had different outcomes.
See, here you go again.
I'm speaking, brother. Okay.
AI, please.
Yes. They panned the laser to targets at different ranges. So, for example, in the 25-mile shot, the 25 miles was the final target, but they panned it through like a 4-mile target, a 14-mile target, etc.
And this was done 3 weeks
it seems
apart.
like they've got different. It seems
The firing line is hot.
It
seems like they have different what?
They have different measurements for every single laser test that they did.
What does that mean?
Well, considering
Different
that
measurements of what?
they say refraction exists, yeah, and they say that the laser is hitting different points, but it's just within the tolerance that they set based on the refraction that they think, yeah, to fit a flat Earth model, right?
No, they're
So it
tested.
seems
They
like-
tested the WGS 84, and it's outside those values by 2 orders of magnitude.
Because they didn't look at the refractive index between the 2 points. So the 2-week change would cause a small change in refraction in the refractive index, right? It wouldn't be
Okay, so how
massive.
much refraction does there have to be to get the result they got?
Well, we could look at that if you'd like.
Yeah, let's look at that. Give us the model that can make that prediction.
Let me know when you're done with
Walter Bislin Advanced Earth Curve Calculator.
That doesn't, first of all, there's no predictions in that. I said a model that makes predictions, not post
Yeah, so the Walter Bislin Advanced Earth.
Yeah, those are post-dictions. I want predictions.
Observation data, and then you just change the refractive index.
Yeah, that's a post-diction. That's not a prediction.
I just.
Yeah, hold on.
For a second. Let me know when you're done with this point so I can jump in because I wanted to ask him a question, but I'll unmute him.
Yeah, but I want to. No, don't unmute him.
Amount of time, Miggy. I'll just yield for you.
Yeah, just. I will let AI because I don't know. You guys were in the point right now, but I don't know. AI.
Yeah, we can wrap it up very quick. So what he did there is he has an ex post hoc solution because he's going to go to this calculator and just change the dial until the dial fits the observation, which he already said he will do, which is no observation can debunk the globe because you can always input refraction to be sufficient ex post hoc. which is not proper reasoning or proper anything. All right,
And,
I yield.
and basically, the calculator doesn't simulate anything. If you look at the Black Swan so-called simulation, okay, if you look at the rays, they invert. So the image that you should be shown should be half inverted. But he doesn't show that, right? So all he's doing is adjusting pixels up or down, but never adjust the orientation. So that calculator doesn't simulate anything.
Well, it does simulate one thing, so let me finish up with this, is that it simulates an increase in the radius of the Earth to lower the Sagittar via the circle segment formula. In other words, it models a lower hump between point A and point B, which means it's effectively flattening out the Earth to account for observations that debunk the globe, conceding that the Earth looks flat. I yield.
Okay. I'm going to unmute him. Dogs, if you can hear me, I just need to ask you a question before you go on. Or maybe you just want to respond real quick so I can ask you?
Yeah, it'll only take me 2 seconds to respond.
Yeah, go ahead.
The problem is what you said about Walter Bislin's Earth curve calculator flattening out the Earth is that it flattens out the apparent geometric horizon, not the actual one. You get that? And there's no problem with a post hoc falsification of an experiment. The problem is if you have a positive claim and you want evidence for that positive claim, you then need to make it predictive. So I'm not saying the Earth is a curve because I can post hoc use refraction to account for a flat Earth like experiment.
Man, I want to respond, but go ahead, Miggy. I'll bite my tongue till later.
Yeah, we'll just, I guess you can respond. I just need to ask you maybe 2 questions. Can we know 100% sure that the Earth is a globe in any way?
No.
Okay, second question. Has anyone directly measured surface curvature?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me who?
Transcontinental arc, the parallel.
Who? No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying who directly measured it? Was there, what persons were there, or people?
I could find the people that did it, but
I know that, but I'm saying, do you know?
That's called a genetic fallacy, so it doesn't really matter.
No, I'm asking you a question though. Either you know or you don't, right?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, so you don't know. Yes, it's a problem. It's definitely a problem because the whole topic and the debate surrounds the information of a baseline of knowledge that you do not have, which right now currently seems to be stemming from.
How is the knowledge of who made the?
Okay, so I'm trying to tell you, unless you want to interrupt me and then form your own conclusion. It's up to you. So the knowledge base of what you have right now.
You lagged there, so I interrupted while you were lagging.
Oh, all right. So, can you hear me now? Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. So basically,
go ahead.
Okay, so the knowledge base that you have right now is built on derivative topics that's surrounding like a giant puzzle piece that you're trying to put together. They're like all these little clues are going to equal to like curvature. That's what I've been listening to for the past, I don't know, hour and a half that you've been in here. That's what it sounds like to me. You have a lot of evidences that are going to equal to your answer. Is that correct?
That is correct. What's wrong with that?
Because it's not one single direct measurement of the thing in question. So let's put it this way. I'm just going to give you an analogy, right? Like the ones you've been using. So basically, if I have a basketball and I tell you it's a cube, you would be telling me that it's incorrect. And I would be saying, how? You said, because we can directly measure this thing, which it turns out it's going to be a sphere with a radius, diameter, and circumference. And you can show me how in math, also in principle, how this actually operates in reality. So if I was to tell you to do the same with the geometric shape that you're actually standing on, it would not be the same, and I would ask you why. Because it's the same thing in reality, something tangible, something you can actually look at, and you can actually apply maths and then directly measure the thing that you're in question, right? So in this instance, it feels like it's a bit more obscure, and all these little clues that you're talking about don't seem to add to the single direct understanding that we know that the Earth is curving with the set rate that they're telling us with the diameter and radius. So what we're doing right now is we're going round and round and arguing about derivative topics, never getting to the underlying premise that the Earth is indeed measured curvature, because we have all the metrics, as you may or may not know. They're made public to everybody, so we can pull those up and we know what they are. So what I'm saying is that it's a fruitless endeavor that you're on right now, this quest to actually try to prove the thing that you're actually trying to prove, but without proving it directly, but indirectly. And so maybe to you that makes sense, but to everybody here, I know, but I'm saying, but to everybody here, it makes more sense to directly measure the thing in question, and that hasn't been done.
Can you directly measure something that is as large as the Earth?
Yes, absolutely. With the variable. Listen, because I'm going to tell you.
Can you do it the same as a basketball in your hand?
Yes, absolutely.
No, you can't. You can't, because you're big, and you can have bigger things to use as measuring tools for that Earth, right? For that basketball, sorry. But for the Earth, you can only measure a small patch of the Earth at a time.
So that's the thing, though. How did we do it in the first place? Because we have these metrics.
Transcontinental arc, the parallel.
Okay, so is that how we derive the metrics of the Earth? Yes or no?
Well, no. What we did is we have tested it many different ways. Some haven't been exclusive to a globe Earth. Some could be experienced on a flat Earth, but we have then done some that are conclusively for a globe Earth. Did you hear what I just said, or did you start talking after you'd rambled for like 4 minutes?
We have the metrics. You don't want to look at the metrics.
Do you hear what I just said? Do you hear what I just said, buddy?
No, because it's not the actual direct measurement of the Earth's curvature by which we have.
Do you have a direct measurement of flat Earth? Yes or no?
I don't need to directly measure something.
Exactly. You're a fucking hypocrite.
Okay, so now you're resulting to insults because you're losing. You don't know how to provide evidence for the direct measurement of the Earth's curvature, so you want to spiral.
Transcontinental arc of the parallel. What's wrong with that?
Is this your out? Because it's not directly measuring the surface curvature. That's why. And I asked you, is it? You said no. You conceded. That's great.
No, it is. Transcontinental arc the parallel directly measures the curvature of the Earth.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
Does it do we derive the metrics of the Earth's size from that?
Yes.
Show me where.
Great. I will link you the document.
It's a document that you didn't read.
Yeah, the one I did read that you didn't understand. You thought that,
dude, you can listen.
That they listed as direct measurements. You thought they'd already applied some form of transformation.
They did.
Page 47 this time.
They did.
No, they didn't, Indio. Remember, you linked it to me and you read it, and it said that they had put the data in and then they put the calculation.
Sorry,
it's called a horizontal reduction.
So, listen, I asked him for direct measurement. He said no. Now he's saying yes. He's going back and contradicting himself. But what he's going to post, because we've all seen this document, right? This PDF. I think is it page 19? Is it on the 4th paragraph? He's going to be astounded to know that it's not. They didn't directly measure anything. They actually pulled it out the Clark spheroid model. That's what they're using. So they didn't measure the curvature of the Earth.
He's denying that that's what they did.
Right, but that's what it directly says on the PDF that he's probably going to post if he hasn't posted it already.
He's denying it means that.
This dude is infamous, though.
In his own meeting.
He's infamous for denying his own references. That's all he does here.
So the thing that I asked him were 2 questions. Can we know if the Earth is measured to have curvature? He's 100%. Like, can we know that? He said no. Second one was that has it ever been directly measured? And the answer was still no. It was because he's trying to use all these derivative topics to ruffle feathers and try to make it seem like he has a point when he does not. And he starts to get angry and starts to put out insults because he doesn't have an answer. But that's all I wanted to say, just to expose him that he doesn't have an answer, and he wants to dance around and visit. That's all he knows. And that's all I have to say. I yield the floor.
I did notice he had a lot of direct, pointed personal insults. Now, I did swear at him to say shut up because he was constantly over-talking and through-talking.
Okay, can I talk about Mickey for a second? And how he started off with a genetic fallacy?
We'll talk about him? Or do you want to talk about the arguments?
No, his argument. His argument was a genetic fallacy. His argument was, I didn't know who did the measurement, so therefore the measurement is wrong.
That's not a genetic fallacy.
No, he was talking about you. He wasn't talking about the argument.
I don't know who measured the transcontinental.
No, he's pointing out that you have a belief. That's what he's pointing out.
Yeah, you just have a belief.
That's exactly how he started his argument. Is that how you started your argument? Because I wrote it down.
Yeah, that's
asked number
okay.
one,
If you
is
think about
100%
his
sure
first
the Earth is a
question,
globe. I said no because we can't be sure of anything. It's basic epistemology. If you knew anything about knowledge, you'd know that.
Oh my
Number
goodness,
two,
dude.
You said that because I don't know who did it, I'm lacking some knowledge that makes that an actual like a good argument. When that's
no, that was your interpretation, but he never said any of those words.
He specifically said I was lacking some fundamental.
Yeah, that's right. But he didn't
sources that would make my sources incorrect.
No, you're adding that yourself. The incorrect part, you're adding that. He never said that part.
Okay, so for everything I've argued so far, what have I done that have made my arguments incorrect?
Okay. He wasn't arguing against your arguments. He was illustrating the fact that you have a belief.
He was using a genetic fallacy, yeah.
No, Dude, what don't you understand? He was just illustrating the fact that your claims about whatever measurements exist out there, the results of which that you don't actually know are just a belief. Oh my God, dude.
Anyway,
it's about you, dude. This isn't about the measurements. It's about you. Are you like some weird narcissist?
Page 19 of the Arc of the Parallel. Isn't that great?
Dude, listen, before you read that, you need to specifically rebut the claim that they pulled that stuff off of that model.
Well, how about this? I can get right to the heart of this. Why do they use a reference ellipsoid? Why do they use a reference ellipsoid in the first place? Why is this even used? They're just measuring curvature.
We have previous information that tells us the Earth is a sphere. So based on that previous information, people now assume it because it makes sense to do so.
But why is it used in anywhere in any calculation ever? Why do they need it? Why is it necessary?
Previous evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, that's awesome. But why do they need it? You're not answering the question. Why do they need it in the equations? Why does it exist?
To the
why not just use the raw measurements, right, and then just come up with it like that? Why use the measurements and reduce them to an ellipsoid? Why are they doing that?
They have the raw measurements and they have the ellipsoid measurements.
Okay, so why are they reducing their raw measurements to the ellipsoid surface, the sea level? Why are they doing that?
Because they want to fit the measurements that they've made onto one larger, grander set of maps or measurements.
Okay, that are based upon old measurements. Were they reduced to another ellipsoid?
No idea what you're talking about.
So you just said the ellipsoid is based upon measurement. Dude, don't overtalk me. Don't overtalk me because you know you're fucked now. You're fucked and you know it, dude. Yep, that's right. You're fucked and you know it. You're fucked and you know it, dude. Sorry. You know you're fucked. That's why you're trying to fucking rabble-rouse right now. Listen, you said the ellipsoid's based upon some previous measurements. So these new measurements, arc of the triangulation, they reduce the measurements to the horizontal directions to the surface of this Clark ellipsoid. Where'd they get the Clark ellipsoid from? And when they took those measurements, did they reduce it to some other ellipsoid? How far back does it go?
Assumption upon assumption upon assumption.
To the first measurement of the radius of the Earth, you fucking moron.
When was that?
Do you
When was
understand
that?
how stupid you are?
When was
that?
I don't know. Maybe I don't.
Oh, you don't know. That's
probably prior to Eratosthenes, but Eratosthenes did the first one, and then we.
Wait, sorry, I missed that. I missed that.
Actually correct using different styles.
Is he going to talk about Al-Biruni?
We've done it
Yeah, I
dozens
missed
of different ways. How do you guys not understand?
When was this measurement, dude?
Hey, the radius of the Earth's never been measured and can't even be measured in your paradigm.
His whole argument is based on he doesn't know. That's it. I've been saying I don't know this whole time, dogs.
You blow your father with
That's embarrassing, bro.
Look, you know what the answer is.
Look. Should we just
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. You're embarrassing yourself, dogs.
Yeah, you're so emotional, man. What you talking about? AI's emotions?
Go back and learn some more.
Let's have a good cry.
Yeah, I got a shoulder you can cry on. Go on. Go back to McToon and go get some more information from him because you're not up to date, bro. This is weak sauce, bro.
You guys haven't given a single argument for a flat Earth.
Bro. You don't know about phenomenon I don't know. I don't know. Are you 100% sure? No, we can never be. Well, you don't know anything, bro.
Dude, it's not.
Anyone that knows about epistemology knows you can't be 100% sure about anything except.
Well, then you don't know the Earth. Thank you for admitting that.
Yeah,
And
that's fallibilism. It's provisional knowledge. It's knowledge that isn't 100% complete, but is still knowledge. You have two competing hypotheses, and one has over 50% probability of being correct based on predictive evidence, then you should go with the hypothesis that has a greater predictive evidence. This is epistemology 101. It's fallibilism.
Dude, you just don't know.
That's your lack of fundamental knowledge about knowledge is the problem. That's why you're all fucking flat earthers, because you're too dumb to understand.
You don't know anything, dude. I love it. I love that you don't know. Please.
Hold on. What he basically said is that if
tell me why fallibilism is incorrect.
If something has a greater than 50% probability and you have no other alternatives, you should accept it as true until something new comes along. Then it becomes false. Hooray.
Great. That's great. So give me something new that comes along that disproves the globe.
You don't know. That's all.
Nothing's come along that proves the globe.
That's all, folks.
I just gave you like 4 different things, didn't I?
Yeah, 4 different things that don't prove.
Yeah, 4 different things that you don't understand.
From towers is one. Yeah.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't, dude. Towers are not evidence of curvature. You're a clown, dude.
Go try to.
We need to find some way to disprove these things instead of just saying.
You haven't proved it in the first instance, you weirdo.
I didn't add in this specific number.
You haven't proved it in the first instance, dogs. So don't even be saying that you got all this evidence. You got shit, bro. You ain't proved nothing.
Can you tell me what's
you're over here saying that I don't know. I don't know. That's what you said, bro.
We got to do that again.
If you read that document, there's not enough information in that document to make an evaluation. And you claim that
it's wrong, does it? The experts, the people that built it, say
the experts, exactly. Exactly. You just said it all. Your actual true epistemology, the experts.
Oh, by the way,
all highfalutin.
By the way, that's a genetic fallacy. The experts, it comes from the experts, therefore it's true. It's a genetic fallacy.
A genetic fallacy would be because they are the people that did it, it must be correct. But the problem is that they did it correctly using the methodology that they chose.
Are you keep saying I don't know, dogs? We're used to you saying that already in here, so just keep saying I don't know. That'll win an argument anytime.
What's the correct methodology? How do you know the methodology is correct? Give us the methodology then.
I don't have to. The toe tank works.
Okay, so you don't know the methodology, but you know it's the correct methodology. How does that work?
The same fallacy. This is crazy.
The methodology is correct.
Works, dude.
The tank works.
And because the experts worked on it, and it works.
Because the rail and the...
So nothing to do with their methodology, just the experts, exactly like these guys just said. Cool.
No, the thing itself, the toe tank works. That's evidence that the engineering works.
Yes.
Works because the thing works. That's how engineers work, you idiots. Do you not understand this?
Yeah. So I got a PDF from an engineer from Australia that says just because it... Oh, do you want me to... Okay. Now, hold on.
I read your last PDF. Do you remember what happened there?
No, I don't. Well, you read what PDF?
Big failure in them not calculating refraction across a body of water?
Yeah, they don't. They don't need to because it's an unproven quantity. That's why I asked you. Let's actually go back to that.
Wait, is this a YouTube video?
Let's go back to that
video. This is the calculus they won't teach.
Listen, don't mute him anymore. Let him talk. Right? Don't interrupt me. We're gonna have a real interchange. Fucking interrupt me, I'm just gonna kick you the fuck out of here. Okay? It's gonna be like that. So check this out. I asked you, what model for refraction should we use to make predictions? You are aware that there are probably a dozen to maybe 24 models of refraction going back 150 years. Which model should we use that makes predictions?
Snell's law.
Which one?
Snell's law.
Snell's law doesn't work.
Why?
Because it doesn't preserve the angles.
It doesn't preserve the angles. That's the whole point of refraction. Refraction is the angles changing.
Okay, so in a gradient index medium, you can't use Snell's law because the angles are not preserved. Okay, so hold on, I'm
The
describing.
angles are not preserved. Can you explain what that means? Because the angles aren't meant to be preserved. The angle is meant to go from A medium to B medium. The angle is to change the inference angle.
Yes,
and then
that's
from
right.
B medium is meant to change again. Then from C to D, it's meant to change again. Then from D to E, it's meant to change again. So at what point?
Sine theta is a conserved quantity in Snell's law.
Say again.
Right.
I didn't hear
that. Sine theta, the angle is a conserved quantity. Okay. So the angle of incidence and the angle of refraction have to sum to 180 degrees. Right? Because they have to be normal.
Sine theta has to be 180 degrees.
The sum of the angles. The sum of the angle of incidence to the medium's interface, right?
Yeah.
And the angle of refraction have to sum to 180 degrees.
Okay, and?
Okay, so in a gradient index medium, that's not the case. If you apply Fermat's principle, I just posted a PDF that runs through the mathematics. I don't expect you to go through it now.
Live stream text?
Is yes, right? I even posted the PDF, right? So it says sine theta conserved along the light path. And it goes on. Snell's law states that the quantity sine theta is not changed in the refraction of light passing from one medium to the other. We acquire whether this is true in the general case where the speed of light varies continuously within a medium. That is a gradient index medium. Right? So you have to apply Fermat's principle. Right? The principle of least time. So you understand that. Final result of these exercises is that, contrary to initial expectations, the answer to the question in the title is negative. So there's problems with using Snell's law and a freaking on like some gradient index medium, because you would end up having weird ducting, weird reflections, right? So if you modeled, right, so a medium with n number of indexes of refraction mediums, how many freaking layers are you going to use? Right. So what you could end up happening is the light being trapped within one of these layers and never exiting, especially if the light ever ends up going horizontal. So if it ever ends up going horizontal, it's never going to transition some barrier, right? Some interface. So if you look at Andrew Thomas Young's website, he admits this, that it results in a singularity if you use Snell's law, right? If you use Snell's law and the Earth is flat, right, and you have a medium at that level, 6 feet, right, and you even have a gradient, right, you can even have a temperature gradient, that light, if it's horizontal, will never transition into any other refractive index medium, because it's horizontal over a flat plane. So if you model out mathematically, yeah, it'll just go on forever. Right? The only reason you all say there's bending light, right, is because you have a curving gradient. I'm not gish galloping. Just because you can't comprehend what's being said, because this is above your pay grade, ain't my problem. That's your problem.
Well, I'm reading through this, and I'm not seeing the part where they conclude. So what page is it where they conclude?
The conclusion? Scroll down. Yeah. The conclusion is literally in the abstract. You don't even have to read the conclusion. You can scroll down to it.
So in the introduction.
So you see, you've never read actually any scientific material, so this is just like fucking Chinese to you.
Well, the conclusion is usually.
Well, I've been reading this shit for 20 years.
It's in the abstract.
The conclusion is in the abstract. The answer to the question in the title is negative. Is sine theta conserved along the light path? That means, says, Snell's law states that the quantity and sine theta is unchanged in the refraction of light. Is sine theta conserved along the light path? The answer to the title is negative. The answer is in the abstract. They don't use Snell's law to model in physics gradient index medium. Abstract. I posted it literally in the chat.
It also provides.
Look.
The final results of the exercise is that, contrary to an initial expectation.
Let me ask you this: does Walter Bisgund's simulator use Snell's law?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. It uses Fermat's principle.
Okay, if he uses Fermat's principle, who cares?
Okay, so does Mick West.
What's the difference? What's the applicable difference between the two?
Is that there's no boundary.
In Fermat's principle?
Yeah, there's no boundary. You integrate over the light path, basically.
No. Yeah.
It's you use the calculus of variations and integrate over the light path. Whereas one is just simply algebraic or trigonometric, if you want.
And?
That they're not mathematically equivalent, dude.
They are.
You understand that
the outcomes are still generally the same.
No, Snell's law is a special case of Fermat's principle.
They're still.
Where you have a well-defined medium. No, they're not.
Yes.
Snell's law is a special case, right? Snell's law is a special case where you have two well-defined mediums with a well-defined boundary.
Based on Snell's law and Fermat's principle, would they be roughly equivalent?
In one case, where you have a medium where you have two mediums with different refractive index that are homogeneous, isotropic, and have a well-defined boundary. That special case. That's what it models. Which is great for designing lenses. Right? You can use the thin lens equation. No problem. Easy peasy. Then you still get to the engineering.
That's principle which states the light travels the path which takes the least time. By taking the derivative of the optical path length, the stationary point is found giving the path taken by the light. And there are situations of light violating Fermat's principle by not taking the least time path, as in reflection or a spherical mirror. In the classic analogy, the area of lower refractive index is replaced by a beach, the area of higher refractive index by the sea. And the fastest way for a rescuer on the beach to get to the drowning person in the sea is to run along the path that follows Snell's law.
Yeah, because you have a well-defined boundary. Sand in the water. You go one speed over the sand and another speed over the water. So you want to find the path which is the most efficient to reach the person. Well, the principle of least time. Which one takes you the least time? Should you run through the sand more? Should you freaking swim more? Which one should you do?
Great, so they both use the principle of least time.
Fermat's principle, or Snell's law, is a special case of Fermat's principle.
Right? Okay, great. So why doesn't Snell's law work?
I told you, because it's a gradient. So now you have the sand, right? So the sand is continuously varying. In the water, your speed through the water is also continuously varying. Actually, there is no sand in no water because there's no well-defined boundary. It's just all sand. And your velocity through any given point in the sand, like at point, there's 0.0, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, but there's a continuum. It's a continuous change. It's a continuous change, right? It's not a discrete change, like at a boundary, which is Snell's law.
Why is that a problem? So think about it like this time. You have X speed on sand, X and Y speed on water, and then you replace that water, and you have the speed across just sand being equivalent to the average speed between X and Y. And all it is just
I don't know how to explain this to you. If you don't understand basic mathematics, I just don't know how to explain it to you.
Well, I just explained to you what Snell and Fermat's law, the difference in the principles. One says you go from X to Y, and the other one says there is a gradual change between X and Y. But if they both end up with very, very similar end results based on, the different optical...
Do they end up with similar results?
Of the mediums. Yeah.
Yeah, where's your evidence for that, dude? Like, seriously.
The paper you cited. They only found very, very small deviations using different calculations. In your paper that you cited.
Well,
every FLIRF paper disagrees with them.
What did you say?
Every FLIRF citation disagrees with
Dude,
them.
okay, you just said that there's a difference. Previously you said they were the same. Okay? It doesn't disagree with me, it disagrees with you. That's a crazy projection. Now it's close enough. Before you were saying it was the same.
I'm waiting for evidence that it isn't. Can you tell me why Snell's law wouldn't work across a lake?
Because it's not a well-defined boundary, and it's a single medium, so they have to
You can take all the different mediums, and it's not a single medium because optical density changes depending on the temperature and the amount of the amount of water in the air, and the density of the air, and the pressure in the air. So you can.
So tell me, in reality, how would you model this out? How would you model this out? This gradient, right? This air gradient. How would you model this out?
I don't know. I don't have enough knowledge in maths for that, but I understand the concept.
Yeah. So you would have to use an infinite amount of
to B density, or X density to Y density.
How many layers
Fermat's law is that there is a gradual change between A density and B density. That's all it is.
How many layers until you approximate Fermat's law?
I don't know. I don't care. But that doesn't matter.
I know you don't care.
And this is amazing. This is amazing. You're doing a reification.
Yeah, now you're going to talk about me again. How predictable.
You're doing a reification fallacy.
No one is reifying it. I'm asking you. You say refraction exists. I'm looking for the evidence that it exists. I'm looking for the model that makes
a mathematical
so that we can.
Is it something that exists in reality?
Refraction as a general phenomenon exists. Refraction bending light around the curve of the Earth. Does that exist? That's what we want to determine. Does that exist? What is the evidence for it?
What is the boundary in Snell's law? Does that reference something actual? Like an actual boundary? Or does it reference a mathematical?
Yes, it's an actual fucking boundary. Yes. No, it's where one medium becomes another medium. The atoms on one side is...
I've ever heard. It doesn't.
Oh, so water... No, Elijah, please don't. Please, I'm asking you, please. Please, I want to finish this. He's going to try and get off it. I'm not letting him get off of it.
Snell's law calculates the optical density of A and the optical density of B, and then it arbitrarily pops in a boundary between them.
Where do you think they would pop in that boundary?
What?
At the end of A, at the spatial end of A, and at the spatial beginning of B? Do you think that's where the boundary is? So if you have two substances, one's water and one's glass, the water's not the glass, and the glass is not the water, and where they meet is what we call the boundary.
They can both be water with two different optical densities.
So water can be water, and glass can be water and glass at the same time?
No. Indio, listen to me, okay? You can have air, just air, but if the optical density of air is different at 2 points, in Snell's law, you'll take those 2 points of measured optical density, so the different temperature and pressure, and you will put a boundary in the middle of that calculation, and that boundary calculates the deviation, the refraction.
That's why I asked you how many layers,
going from A to B. Whereas in Fermat's, it will be a gradual change. It won't be a defined boundary they put into the calculation. It will be between A and B, there is this amount of change, not it changes at a defined boundary, okay? It's all abstract, it's all mathematical, and it's called a reification fallacy when you say that there's an actual boundary in spatial reality.
No, what I said was, there is a continuous change in Fermat's principle, and you just made my argument. Thanks you very much. Snell's law. Snell's law has a boundary. Snell's law has a boundary.
I've ever.
Dude, Snell's law. Oh my God, the fucking spiral. Snell's law has a boundary. You said that you can make an arbitrary boundary. Where do we make that boundary? How many boundaries? That's why I asked you how many layers. You didn't even understand what that was talking about. Like, how would you model this? How many layers do you have to do? If I take six feet of freaking air, right? How many layers of Snell's law of different refraction index to model this gradient do I use? Do I use 10,000? Do I use 1,000,000? Do I use 1,000,000,000,000? Do I use an infinite amount? Right? When we use an infinite amount, well, oh my God, that's fucking calculus. And we use a continuum. And look, the continuum's more accurate than the so-called simulation of boundaries. I don't know why you don't understand this. Oh, because you don't know anything about mathematics. But your whole idea of refraction is based upon mathematical models, which don't work in reality, which make no predictions in reality. That's why I'm going to ask you again. I know someone muted you. Give me the model of refraction that makes accurate predictions that we can test, so that we know which one to use, so that when we make our post hoc claim, we can be using a model which has some predictive power. You even said We need predictive power to tell us what's likely true. Give us the model with predictive power.
Both.
Give me the exact model with predictive power.
Both.
Okay, so those are models. How are they tested?
I can find some journal articles if you'd like me to.
Yeah, I'm sure I've read them all.
Awesome. But are you willing to admit that the boundary is just what they put in? Like it's the maths that they add in to say that there is a defined...
They don't use Snell's law for a gradient, you clown.
A defined point between the refractive index of A and the refractive index of B, right? So all they've done is they've said there has to be a boundary here instead of it being a gradual change.
Okay.
So you're saying that is bullshit.
No, when they model it, listen, when they model it in reality, right? Like if they model it between glass and water, they'll use Snell's law. But if they have a gradient, they're not going to use Snell's law. So when I say the Snell's law is an actual boundary, that's what they're modeling. They're modeling an actual boundary. They're not going to use it in a situation you're talking about. They're not going to use it for a gradient, index, medium. They're just not going to use it. So it's
if it works, why not use it? If it's easier, because Snell's law is
because it's inaccurate.
Principle, isn't it?
Because it's inaccurate.
To what percentage? To what percentage?
It probably depends on the application.
Oh, okay. So we can use Snell's law if we want, say, a couple of percentage points of accuracy, and then Fermat's if we want, say, a couple more points of accuracy. It's the same with Newton's and Einstein's, isn't it?
Well, it depends on the distance, right? So it depends on how long the light is within the medium, right? So that's the defining factor. How long the light is inside the gradient versus, or how many layers you model. So there's all different, depends on your model, right? So that you could probably make a situational Snell's law model and use Fermat's principle and get them fairly correct, probably for good enough for practical purposes and make it quote unquote work. Right, but it's not what's used in the common practice. They just use Fermat's principle because it's more accurate. That's just what they do.
So they both would work. One's just more accurate.
But the fact of the matter is, you can use Snell's law. You can use whatever the fuck you want.
You thought that this boundary was a physical boundary, you fucking goose.
No, listen, in the use that they model it, it is. Yeah, in the use that they model it, it is. Whether you actually use Snell's law to model something,
it's real. When they model it, it's an actual boundary.
No, listen, they don't model gradients using Snell's law. Only dumbass fucking anti-flat earthers use it for that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Only you fuck clowns use it for that. Nobody uses this. If you go read all the literature, no one uses Snell's law for this shit. Nobody. Not a fucking person. Only Dunning-Kruger
Does it still work?
Does
it still work? Does it still work?
No!
Why? What's the percentage difference? How many decimal points are different?
I just told you. I already answered that question. Depends on the application.
You don't know verification policy and you don't know and you're trying to lecture me about the maths. At least I was big enough.
No, listen. I told you the situation. It depends. It depends on the situation. It depends on what you're modeling. The error depends on what you're modeling. If you're modeling how long light's in fucking 1 millimeter of a gradient, dude, yeah, they're going to be almost identical. But if you're modeling how far, like if it's going through fucking 1 trillion miles of air, that's something else. You're going to it depends. It depends on the application.
I think we're done with this now.
And no, you're going to give me the predictive model. Dude, you're just going to give it to me because we want to know when we do our post hoc, ad hoc bullshit at the end, right? So we can't falsify the globe. I want to know what model we have to apply.
You're obviously too
I want to know what model, dude. I want the evidence. No, I want the evidence for your foregone conclusion. I just want the evidence. That's all I'm asking for. What's the evidence, dude? What's the evidence? What's the evidence any of these models work? What's the evidence that that light is bending around the curve? What model predicts that? And then that model has been validated by observation.
Great. I'm looking up
really simple.
Theoretical and experimental study of refractive indices of water, acids, and nitrile and salt systems.
Yeah, so I'm talking about terrestrial refraction.
They calculated the refraction.
I'm talking about terrestrial refraction. This thing that's supposed to be like bending around the curve, making everything look flat.
If you apply it to the surface of the Earth. No, these are physical constants, buddy. Do you know what a physical constant is?
Dude. Okay. Dude. That's a cool story. physical
Cool story,
constants,
bro.
yada, yada, yada. Cool story, bro. I'm asking for the model that makes predictions that we can apply in real
I
life.
propose a simple theoretical formula for describing the refractive indices in binary liquid mixtures containing salt ions. Our theory is based on the Clausius-Massotti equation. It gives the refraction index of the mixture in terms of the refractive indices of the pure liquid and the polarizability of the ionic species by properly accounting for the volume change upon mixing. The theoretical predictions are tested by extensive experimental measurements of the refractive indices of water, acetonitrile salt systems for several liquid compositions, different salt species, and a range of salt concentrations. Excellent agreement is obtained in all cases, especially in low salt concentrations with no.
Are you almost done? Like doing nothing?
Expression of the refractive index for low salt concentration is also given, which can be a theoretical basis for determination of salt concentration using refractive index measurements. So it seems like they've come up with a very, very simple equation for refraction based on this one specific liquid, and it's been correct. They tested it, and it was correct.
Yeah, awesome.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now we're going to apply that to the air. What model is used for the air?
Just a second.
It doesn't matter. There's not a big deviation.
It doesn't matter.
What I love is they're using a tank and a solution and allowing it to set so it becomes homogeneous and isotropic.
Are they?
Yeah.
Are they? Because what I just read out.
Because when you stir the solution, I've seen many demonstrations of this.
Okay.
When you stir the solution, you see no deviation.
Look, I'm just looking for the justification for claiming that there's terrestrial refraction fucking up all our measurements with a laser. I want the justification for that. And you can't seem to come up with one. Other than because I said so.
Experimental determination of the refractive index of Snell's law. This experiment uses a narrow beam of light passing from air in the glass and then into air. The experiment is practically easier using a hemi-cylindrical prism of glass with a beam entering the curve.
These are inapplicable to what we're talking about.
Why?
You're just Googling random shit on refraction, dude. Terrestrial refraction. Google that, brother.
There's
Dude,
literally
you think I don't know you didn't look for this?
An experiment showing refraction works, but you don't like it because you don't seem to understand that Snell's law, being a model, means that there has to exist things in real life.
You can claim it works in different applications that have nothing to do with. We want to see it works in this application.
In what application? Through air?
The application of a laser or a ray of light through air, dude.
Great. Refraction over water experiment. Have you never typed these things in?
Look, dude.
No, you haven't, have you?
What are you talking about?
It's much easier to just sit here and go around in circles about things that you don't understand other than just go,
yeah, talking about me again. The old standby.
Hey, so, anyway.
No, we're going to finish this point. I don't care how long it fucking takes, dude. I don't. So, we're going to finish this. I want the predictive model for refraction so we know that there's a justification for saying that it exists. We need a justification. We can't just say, hey, willy-nilly, we're just going to throw in this phenomenon that we say exists. We need a justification for saying it exists, right? And one justification would be a model that's been tested and makes predictions. But that model doesn't exist, and you know it doesn't exist. That's why you're bringing up all this ancillary bullshit. And you know what? By bringing up ancillary bullshit and
predicting atmospheric refraction with weather modeling and machine learning.
Yeah. Okay. I read that.
Would you like to read this?
I've already read it.
Have you?
Yes, I have. I read it about 2 years ago.
Oh, okay. What do they do in it?
I think they're looking at the side of a mountain, if I remember right. It's in Arizona. It's like in the desert.
White Sands, New Mexico?
Yeah, I got a pretty good memory. Seeing I only freaking skimmed it freaking goddamn 2 years ago. 3 years ago, maybe. Yeah, but even if they... Listen, so check this out. I'm pretty sure the AI successfully made predictions, but AIs are black boxes, so we don't know how they actually make predictions.
So you've read something that confirms...
No, it doesn't confirm anything. They just...
Weather model data results were computed for 10-minute intervals and ray tracing procedure was applied. The data is interpolated in time to align with the time-lapse image frames. Shows results of the experiment as a function of time of day, blah, 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 blah. Where is it? Measurements are only available for daytime. General downward drift through daytime hours is an effect we commonly observe in clear weather, and this corresponds to a reduction in the average refractive index gradient of the atmosphere along our line of sight.
Yeah, claiming something and showing the actual mathematics to support it are two different things.
Well, they've got the mathematics in this.
Not for that specifically. That specific claim you just made, they do not have.
I'm looking at it right now.
So what model do they use?
They have a machine learning model.
Well, you said it just matches the gradient of listen, you just said it matches the gradient of the refractive index. What is it matching? What is the machine learning matching? What model is that?
So the machine learning takes the image and then the ray tracing, whatever it is, and adds that into the known distances, and then takes all of the weather data and then calculates a refractive index based off that.
Okay, so what model is it comparing it against?
I mean, I can just link the paper. It's got all the maths for it here.
Yeah. What model does it compare it against? So what you have is you have a model, and the machine learning looks at the images, right? And then the machine learning goes, if this model existed, how would this image match that model? And now I'm going to make predictions. When I take an image, how does this image fit this model?
It doesn't matter. It works.
What's the model, dude?
Refraction exists, and it's between Fermat's, Snell's, and this model. They would have similar outcomes, right?
No.
And the deviation doesn't matter because the deviation can be changed by any of the variables changing. So the refractive index should actually just be like a range, okay? So if you have like the black swan image and then you apply refraction to that, you don't just add a set refractive index. You can make that range of refractive indexes based off the measurements you have and the variables that could change. That's how science and data works. And then from that, you can see whether that image can fit the predictions based off refraction, which would be the range of refraction.
What predictions? That's what I'm asking you. How do we make the predictions? What model do we use to make the predictions?
It doesn't matter. For that, it's machine learning.
I'm going to use chicken bones.
Be fairly similar, right?
No, not really.
Not really. Okay, so what's
depends on what model you use. They'd actually. They've tested models, in the literature, they've tested these models against each other, Well, then so you actually don't know anything about this topic. I'm asking you this for a very specific...
Any literature, champ?
Because they're so... Dude, do you want me to link hundreds of PDFs that say, dude, we don't know?
I want you to link one.
Hold on.
Here, look, I'll add this in showing that machine learning can predict refraction.
So what? Machine learning is black boxes. We don't even know how it's doing the prediction. If you knew anything about machine learning, no,
that's genetic.
The machine learning is at modeling anything. You don't understand how machine learning works. So let's not talk about it until you know how machine learning works. Then there's nothing to talk about.
It's a genetic, fellas.
No,
isn't machine learning where the machine takes in multiple sources of data and then it comes up with an algorithm based off that data that would predict any two sets of data outcomes further on?
Okay.
Let's look. Machine learning, subfield of artificial intelligence that deals with systems that are able to acquire their own knowledge by extracting patterns. There we go. Extracting patterns to get new data. Great. So, have you found that study yet?
Yeah, I'll just read you a whole bunch. How about that?
No, just link one.
Where should I pick?
Have you linked one? Have you dropped one in voice chat yet?
Yeah, I got a link to like 10.
Well, I just want one, so link your best one. I'm going to just look at the top one anyway. Top one better be your best one.
So what? Just so I get the right thing, and I give you the right thing. What exactly do you want?
Show the difference that an observation using Snell's law refractive index versus Fermat's law refractive index.
I already did that.
Deviation.
I'm not doing it again. They don't use Snell's law, and they don't use Snell's law in any type of surveying, anything to do with
they use Fermat's law.
terrestrial refraction. They don't use it.
Why'd you ask which one's best?
No, oh my God, dude!
This is law, so why would you ask?
This is what you don't understand. There's models for terrestrial refraction. They involve temperature, humidity, CO2, yada yada yada.
I explained all this to you, you fucking idiot.
Listen, no, dude.
Yes,
there's
I did.
multiple models.
10 minutes ago, I went through all the things that can impact refraction.
That's right. That's awesome. Yeah. That's awesome.
Explain it to you already. So every single image you guys have of a flat Earth can be explained using refraction. We know to exist.
Okay,
experiment. Is that true? Yes or no?
Yeah, cool. No, it's not true.
Okay. Great. Give me one image that shows that the Earth is flat that can't be explained using refraction.
Using assumption, you mean?
No, listen.
Refraction. Okay. I just went through machine learning.
You just have assumption. You have no evidence that there is refraction happening on those days.
Hold
on. Was able to calculate a refractive index.
They're not calculating anything.
Yes, it did.
No, they're not.
You're just assuming things. You have no values, so you're just assuming things. There's more values in the laser test.
Data goes in, it calculates, it comes up with an equation.
It doesn't calculate, it does. It doesn't come up with a fucking equation. You don't know what you're talking about.
When you get data and you run data.
Dude, machine learning is basically a lookup table, dude. That's basically what it is. It's a lookup table.
Listen.
You have no idea what you're talking about. Dude, I got a degree in computer science. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
B, X equals C, depending on some variable.
It's not. They use gradient descent, dude. In this machine learning model, they use something called gradient descent. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Stay like you don't know what you're talking about with refraction. You really don't know what you're talking about with machine learning.
Even if I don't know what I'm talking about,
I'm not going to explain it to you.
I can understand.
Look, I want to go back to these variables.
Someone who's been doing this for years.
I want to go back to these variables, right? So these variables that you say exist, it's cause refraction. Right? You think they exist because there's models that exist that use these variables to make predictions about refraction. Well, none of these models actually makes accurate predictions.
They do.
No, okay, where is that?
The Fermat's law. You just explained yourself that surveyors use it. Surveyors get accurate data over land masses, don't they?
I'm not talking about. So listen. Okay, so to apply Fermat's principle, you have to know the refractive index at any given point. How do you calculate that?
No, you can average it. Temperature, humidity. Snell's law assumes that there's some set boundary, but Fermat's law can say that given like the known variables, you can average it out over a distance.
Well, they don't do averaging, but whatever. That's
what Fermat's law is. It may not be an average, but what it is it's going from A to B using a function rather than going from A to B.
Right. And so there's different variables that they use in these different models to model terrestrial refraction.
So
none are accurate. That's what I'm trying to tell you. None are accurate.
As a function, it would be centimeter 1 is 9 from 1, centimeter 8 is bloody 2, centimeter 2 is 8 from 1, centimeter 3 is 7 from 1. That's how the function would work.
Yeah, great. Fantastic. How do they figure out what the refractive index is at any given?
Maths. I don't know much advanced maths, and I was able to explain to you how that would be.
You don't have to explain it to me. You're just you're trying to convince yourself of something, dude. You're not understanding what I'm saying, or you're deliberately being obtuse. There's a model. There's a model that uses these variables. So you're still going to talk over me again. There's a model that uses these variables, and none of those models make accurate predictions. These variables that you say exist, which cause refraction, to validate whether these models cause refraction, you need a model that makes predictions which are tested and known to be accurate. You don't have that. You're putting the cart before the horse. Where's the fucking horse? Where's the model of refraction that makes predictions so that we know these are the variables that matter? These are the variables that cause uncertainty in our observation. These are the variables that we need to account for so that we can come up with a refractive index or a change in the refractive index from which we can make predictions with. That doesn't exist. And do you know what? It's been tested. So there was an experiment, this laser experiment, across the Hawaiian Islands. And they took 3 lasers. And they went from one Hawaiian island to the other. And they did this experiment. They were measuring turbulence in the air. They picked up all 3 of these laser frequencies through their telescope. Then what did they do? So there was other research students there. So for his master's degree, he tried to model it. And when he applied the model of refraction, right? Gradient, standard US temperature, when you modeled it across the same distance using the same laser frequencies, he found out the experiment should not have worked at all. Because the divergence, because refractive index is wave dependent, right? You have, what the hell do they call it? Can't remember the name of it. Dispersion of light. That's where the wavelengths separate.
Why are you still talking? Have you linked the PDF about it?
Oh, I will if you want.
Yeah, of course.
It's going to make fucking spiral into oblivion, but whatever. So, So what happens is the spread of the wavelengths of the laser are greater than the width of the telescope. So when you model it, right, when you model it in this refractive index air, the spread, so you have 3 frequencies of lasers all starting at the same point, they spread out because not all of them refract the same. They refract differently. It's wavelength dependent. So they're spread out by some spatial distance. That spatial distance is greater than the width of the telescope. But somehow they picked up all 3 beams in the telescope at the same time. The only way that can happen is if there's no refraction.
How do I find this? How do I find this?
Hold on, I'm gonna post.
How do I
find want the underlying experiment? Yeah, hold on. So I'll find the underlying experiment. Well, this was this experiment's based upon, it's done by the Air Force. So the person that wrote this master's thesis, he tried to model what the results were. And when he modeled the standard, terrestrial refraction, using the same shit Bisgan uses, using the same shit Mick West uses, found out that, like it says, I'll read it to you. For the 150 kilometer path simulated, the rays are misaligned by about 4 meters.
Okay.
With respect to the point, the telescope's 3.4 meters wide.
And?
That means they should not have, if the refraction model was correct, they could not have picked up all 3 lasers simultaneously in the telescope. But they did.
What did they say about it?
I mean, what did they say about it?
What was their conclusion? What was their conclusion?
Well, see, they did the test first, and then after the fact, they applied the model, and then realized our test should not have worked. If they would have applied the model before the test, they probably would have never did it. They would have probably designed a different test.
Okay, so they came up with there is some variable or phenomena that we cannot explain. Is that what they came up with?
What they were testing was... Okay, so was
was their answer the presented experimental results on intensity scintillation characteristics reveal complexity of the observed phenomena that cannot be fully explained based on the existing atmospheric turbulent models?
Yeah, so there's turbulence models, there's refractive index models, and he tried to use a mixed turbulence refraction model. None of those models worked, but the turbulence model called a non-Kolmosov model or some shit. Can't remember the name of it. Because there's actually 2 of them. There's the non one and there's just a regular one. Anyway, so the turbulence model fit more closely than the so-called terrestrial refraction model. The terrestrial refraction model says that the experiment should not even have been completed. Because you can look at the simulation. He simulates it the same way Walter Bisgan simulates it, using the same methodology. So the fact that, and I have more stuff, right? So I have more. They've done terrestrial laser measurements using 2-frequency LiDAR. I can post that. And what they measured was the deviation.
What's that going to prove? What's that going to show? What's that going to show?
It shows that when they so-called measured the refractive index, right? They measured the angle of arrival of a beam of light of 2 different frequencies of light. And then they measure the angle, like how much deflection they are measuring, right?
Yes, but the argument.
And they're measuring 5 they're measuring a max 4 MGON deflection, which is equivalent to 0.009 degrees. So if you extrapolate out to 25 miles, that's 8 feet.
And?
That's an 8 feet deflection at the max.
And?
The laser, like ISO laser test, would have to be a 420 foot deflection. A 440 foot deflection.
And?
You don't understand that the observation at Lake ISO is 2 orders of magnitude off the prediction, right? Even if you, say you use 7.6R, it's 2 orders of magnitude off that prediction.
What was their conclusion?
Dude, for FE core? Yeah, that does not fit the WGS84 model.
Oh, you're talking about FE core again. They didn't add in any refraction, you fucking idiot.
And I'm trying to justify adding it in. So don't you get it? We're trying to justify adding it in. We're not just saying, yeah, it exists.
The surveys use refraction.
Let's say we use 7.6R.
Surveys use refraction.
Surveys use refraction. How much refraction
do they accurately measure the surface of the Earth in distances?
For practical purposes, yes.
Great. Do they use optical measurements?
Yes.
Great. So why didn't FE core do the fucking same?
We can do the same. We can use 7.6R.
Then do it.
We can use. So if you look, so I'll give you an example. We in the United States, different states build roads. If you look at the surveying manuals for the transportation departments in different states, they all use different refractive index ratios. They use different values for terrestrial fraction. So, for instance, in Massachusetts, they use 0.17. In Washington State, they use 0.13. In Europe, they use 0.13. So, different places use different values. Listen, the point is, the largest value anyone uses is 7.6R, which is 0.166, right? So, you take this 0.16 that they use in surveying, right? It only takes 5 meters off. You have to, and the value is 137 meters off. The measured value is 137 meters off, dude. So, okay, we'll give you refraction. We'll give you terrestrial refraction model. We'll go 7.6R. Yeah, now you have to make up another 132 meters.
I didn't say this FE.
Now we can go, okay, there is even double extra special refraction. We'll multiply it times 10.
Drop in the FE laser measurement link again. I'll look at it again using the highest and lowest refractive indexes.
What does that even mean? First of all, you just quoted surveying.
If I'm right,
they use a 7.6R value.
Stupid rambling way. If we were to add in the standard refractive indexes into the FE core measurement, it still would.
Yeah, the ones you just appealed to, surveying. Those are the ones you just appealed to. You said surveying, they use refraction. That's what they use. They use 7.6R.
Big fella, if you add those into the FE core data, it still won't explain the data. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying, if you add that value listen, I'm explaining it to you. If you add that value into the data, it only moves the laser down 5 meters.
Okay, great.
You have to move it down 137 meters.
The FE core thing again. I'm gonna download it. I'm gonna go away. I'm gonna do the maths. I'm gonna come back. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Fine with me. I want you to keep in mind that they didn't this isn't a one-off. They did it 3 weeks apart. So make sure that you read the dates.
Don't care if they didn't add refraction. I don't give a fuck.
You don't even know why they should be adding it, other than somebody told you they should add it.
No, I know why they have to add it. They have to add it because as light moves through a medium, if there's any change to that medium, then the angle of incidence changes.
And that means what?
And that means that the light can make things look further up or further down.
Okay. Yeah, you're claiming that.
Sake, buddy.
But you're claiming that. But what's the evidence? Dude, that's what you don't understand. You don't understand there's a difference between claims and evidence.
Open the fridge, mate. Have you ever opened the fucking fridge and looked at it? You cold air when it hits the warm air and things get all goofy behind it.
Well, that would be evidence.
What about experiments? There's one where some dude like pours cold water over, or I think it's liquid natural gas, over a propane tank, and you can see some, I don't know, colours that you couldn't see before, some bands of colour.
Thank you for proving. You just proved flat Earth. Thank you very much.
Affecting what you see.
Yeah, that's great, dude. Do you know what that proves? Because you have to use this butane. Listen to me. Because that proves that you're Listen, you don't get it, dude. Butane has a okay. Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? Okay. So the refractive index is butane, by the way. And the refractive index of butane is 1.33. Right.
I don't care. I don't care.
So check it out. The fact that you have to use, listen, the fact that you have to use an extreme, non-physical, unequivalent demonstration to simulate what you say is happening all the time demonstrates that it's not happening all the time. The fact you have to use butane to show it to happen demonstrates that it's not happening all the time.
It happens with cold air. It happens
with cold air. Yeah, with cold air, but that has a temperature gradient of something like 70 degrees per centimeter. Is that physical? Do we experience that in the real world? Do you ever have your feet get frostbite while your knees were burning off? I didn't think so. The fact you have to use extreme examples of demonstrations, non-physical to what we experience in everyday life, proves that it's not happening.
Oh my God, that's because the demonstrations are done in people's houses, you fucking moron. You fucking idiot. If you're going to demonstrate something in your house, a very small area, then you have to use extreme refractive conditions because you can't have the massive change over a long area. It's numbers, you dumb cunt. It's numbers.
Oh.
What numbers?
The language on you. You blow your father with that mouth?
Oh my God. So you have, say, I want to test something in a very small area, okay, and I want to test some variable that usually happens over a very long area. I have to make that variable much bigger in the small area to make sure that I can observe that variable in action, because over the very, very, very long area, that variable can have very insignificant changes, but because it's such a long area, those insignificant changes can cause a massive change over that long area. I'm explaining this to you like a child because so far you've shown that you may be a child.
This is actually pretty humorous. So, what you're saying is,
look, here's a video.
We have to scale down the experiment to demonstrate that the phenomenon, which should be happening all the time in the air, is actually possible. And to do this, we need extreme conditions. But the underlying phenomenon, you can't actually demonstrate is happening.
Extreme conditions, just people show that it's possible using extreme conditions because they're doing it in their little house.
But they're not equivalent.
Of course they're equivalent. It's just scale, mate.
Okay.
If I want to make a square, I can make a square 1 centimetre by 1 centimetre or 1 mile by 1 mile, but those fucking squares will still be square.
Okay. It's not equivalent. And the scale's not equivalent, okay? Because the refractive index of air, I'm going to explain to you why. I'm trying to explain to you why you emotional child.
Fucking trains are
irony of you calling me a child with your spasming, dude. That's hilarious. Anyway, so the refractive index of butane is nowhere near equivalent to air. Air's refractive index changes. Yeah, you don't give a. I thought it was math, dude. I thought it was numbers, but now you don't give a fuck.
Past butane onto air, but you're stuck on.
I'm going to cover them both.
You consider anything that goes against your biases.
So I'm going to cover them both. See, don't presuppose what I'm going to say, dude.
Well, I'm going to cover them both. Don't talk about butane because I don't give a fuck.
No, you don't give a fuck. Okay, so let's talk about the air. The temperature, the extreme temperature gradient, right? That you're demonstrating. So I've seen the dry ice demonstration, the refractive index of CO2 is not the same as air. And then I've seen, I think they use a cold plate or something like that, or ice. I think it was Mick West used ice. Was it Weiss? What did he use to make everything cold? Was it turbulent air?
No, he didn't use Barry Weiss.
What was used to make the
I don't
temperature
know
gradient?
because I'm not obsessed with people that do these experiments like you retards are.
So you cited an experiment that you don't even know what happened. Great. Let's go
one
with
that
that.
I've watched. I cited an experiment that I've watched, but I don't remember the people that did it because I don't give a fuck. Look, I found.
So
the
what if they
Midwest
use
one.
dry ice?
Would you like to
So
see
what if
that?
they-
Let's look at the Midwest
What if
one.
they use dry ice to
I did. I
take
found
the
the one you
temperature
wanted. You
gradient?
wanted me to talk about Mick West, didn't you? Because you have pre-prepared.
No, I don't care about Mick West. He already got smashed in here. You can fucking listen to the video on the YouTube channel.
Yay, there's Mick West. I finally found the thing you were talking about that I wasn't.
I don't care about Mick West. I'm asking you, if you don't know the details, if you don't know the details of the experiment, you don't know if they use CO2, if they use some equivalent. You claim they're equivalent, they're just different scale, but you don't actually even know that.
Mate,
I'm asking
I
you,
linked
if
the video
they use
of some guy
CO2,
with
why did they
an
change the air? I'm trying to figure out
an iron.
See, you make claims that there's no evidence for.
I
That's
make
the
claims.
hilarious part. You just keep,
What claim?
You claimed that these demonstrations are equivalent and they're just a change in scale. So I'm asking you details about them, and you don't know the details. So you're just talking out your ass.
What detail do you want? What detail do you want? The guy put up
What did they use to cool the air?
What did they use to changed it?
What did they use to cool the air? What substance? How did they create this temperature gradient?
Nothing. They warmed up the air using an iron.
They warmed up the air using an iron? What?
Are you just going to repeat back with a dumbfounded?
I don't understand what I don't understand what you mean by they warmed up the air using an iron, like an iron for ironing clothes. Iron, like
But you don't seem to understand anything. I linked the video.
because you suck at
An
explaining
iron.
yourself.
You know, an iron, like you iron your clothes. Yeah, it heats up the air. Look, here's one of nice wavy air patterns in front of a heater. Why would that happen?
Turbulence. It's called sensible heat flux.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's called sensible heat flux. Yeah. So, like when air gets hot, it goes up, right? Right. It tries to equilibrate and it moves around. It's like why you don't survey in the wind. So there's something called the Fresnel effect, where a medium that's in motion will deflect light in the direction of the motion.
Oh, okay. So there is refraction, deflection.
That's not refraction. It's a completely different thing.
So did they look at what the wind speed was over the water in the FE core experiment?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did. I mean, it sounded like they took pictures of the meteorological
Anyway,
stations.
I'm out of here. My earbuds are about to die, and you seem to be thicker than a brick, my son.
Yeah,
Hypothesis in science, buddy.
Does that qualify as a wig, bro? I'm sorry to everyone that cut up, but I did not want to let him out of that. Otherwise, we're going to be looping on that shit forever. I'm sick of this guy. I'm sick of looping with this guy.
That counts as a wig with the earbud still attached.
Ew. How about the ear still attached? How much glue did you use on that wig? Listen, this is, to me, these refraction claims, like, I'm so sick of it just being like a foregone conclusion. You didn't include refraction. You didn't account for refraction. Why should we? Give us a reason why we should. Oh, because everybody else is doing it. That's not an argument. Surveyors do it. Yeah, so what? And? They're measuring 50 meters at a time. The uncertainty is like 2 millimeters. Do you think that like if they don't use refraction, it's like, oh my God, now the fucking road's all fucked up. It's a 1,000-mile road and now it's messed up because we didn't account for refraction. I mean, come on, man.
Dude.
Get serious.
Did they account for refraction when they used the microscope on that fishing line?
Dude, that's somebody that's like, have you ever done asphalt AI?
Not really, no.
I have, though. When I was a kid. So I've done asphalt. I wish Mike was here. Like, you're precise, but you're not that precise. It's fucking asphalt, dude. It's like... Yeah, exactly. Fucking not measuring to like, oh my God, we didn't account for refraction of the road, man. Oh my God. Like, now the road doesn't work. I mean, get real.
I've done sidewalks and stuff and foundations. But yeah, same principle.
So they only use the geodetic surveying so-called techniques for practical purposes in road work. They don't use them... And it depends. It depends on whether it's an interstate highway versus, state road versus a city road, right? Depends on whether they're going to use a state plane system versus like the geodetic system. And the geodetic system is going to be has to be long, and like any error of not using refraction is going to be so negligible it isn't going to matter. They never like built roads and were like, fuck, we built this whole road and didn't account for refraction. No wonder why it's messed up. No one has ever done that. That's never happened.
What up, gang? It's your boy CB in the house. I'll be hosting for the evening in a couple hours. I'm going to do a quick mic check on the YouTubes, make sure everything's sounding good. See Sonny's in the panel, but y'all watch. A little bit of time. Get a nice panel going. Let me see who's in the YouTube chat. Give them a shout out. I always neglect the YouTube folks, so let me go in there and say hello. You guys are in there strong. I see it's me and my boy Sonny. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. So Curious Minds, this Flat Earther is clueless. Another 24/7 rerun. Looks like this channel's best days are behind it. Don't worry. There are good days ahead. We'll be getting on Rumble here soon anyway. I wonder what happened to our Rumble bot, actually. I'm curious about that. Quick check at the lobby. Brody says, I really like how Globers come here and say true Earthers don't understand. Most true Earthers understand and know the globe model better than Globers do. Noodle says, that's fact. Like we didn't go through the same school indoctrination. Fact. Facts. Going through the quick channels here, seeing if there's anything worth addressing. Not me. Elogias is just wondering who blindly believes in authority more. Not me. Me. What happened to our Rumble bot? That's what I want to know. See who disconnected that. It was in here yesterday and today at 105. But left the live stream chat. And it has been a quiet day. Holy Sundays. We'll get this thing going here. How can I see curvature at the surface if there's 7 continent in diameter? Tests have you done? They always want hardcore proof from you, but like it's not like they're relying on proof themselves, which I find funny. They're like, "Oh, you need to prove everything you say," but like they don't have the same standards for themselves, which I find quite funny. Flat earthers have to prove everything, but we don't need to prove anything. Okay. Oh, damn. All right. Well, it's just me and my lonely now, so it's all good. That is funny, dude. I need measurements for what you're saying. They say. All the while they have no measurements of their globe. Beast.
Saw you by yourself and your brother.
Yep, trying to get this thing going, man. We'll see how if it kicks off, but right now I'm just in the chat dealing with people trying to reverse the burden of proof. No proof worth its claim. Oh. Yeah, I'm in the cognitive dissonance room. I don't know. You can, yeah, you can see it in there. It's so funny. They're like always. They have so many double standards. Like, oh, the flat Earth needs this, and you need that,
But they don't.
and they don't. But they require it of you.
Yeah, I need to buy new headphones. Go hit the gym. Every time I buy these wireless headphones, the left one always stops working. You at work?
No. I'm just in the chat. You have no measurements of your observation to know what you're supposed to observe. What you're supposed to observe is the geometric horizon.
Yeah, I don't get how they
Juggling too
just
many
don't
things
get
at once.
that. I just don't
Yeah.
understand.
They're too busy trying to like psychoanalyze flat earthers to observe. You do be liking videos on the internet of other people testing. Not really about myself.
It's called
Dude, it's like taking a
flexing.
photo with Donald Trump, which I did. It's called flexing. Right? One of them's goofing off. The other one's just trolling.
Yeah.
So
Anyway, I just
you
came
all
to say
rested up,
hi.
man?
Yeah,
That's
no,
good.
no. I've been sleeping well. I'm about to get into the bath though.
Word.
So I'll catch you later, brother. Just want to say
All right.
hi.
No problem. You have a good one.
You too, man.
Our homie Flat Plane Drifter sent like 10 videos of other people's tests. You need measurements to know what should happen to compare what happens. The burden, shifting the burden of proof. If no radius, if no circumference, if no pi, if no anything, if no spin, if we are on flat, what's the point? Oh, this guy's. With that claim, you need to compare what you see and what you should see to be able to falsify it. Doesn't do anything to take a telescope and look at the beach. With that claim, you need to compare what you see, what you should see to be able to falsify it. Yeah. Up car. Just in the cog dis room trying to school some Globers there. But they don't want that smoke. If you've done no accurate measurement and you believe in flat Earth because of other people's measurement, it's a belief. That's not. It's not a rebuttal. You've done no accurate measurement. He says he's in the gym. Law, you're not banned. Dude, if you convert me to a flat Earth video gamer, I'd probably jump off. I can't believe how friggin' quiet it is in here today. Nobody on the tubes. Our state building is stationary, and why would only move with wind or rotation of the Earth? What? Done the measurement myself, so I know that it's true. It's not a belief, but if you say you're 6 feet and I believe you without measuring, then I believe in something. Thing. What? What? You can't trust anybody if you want to be a flat earther. What the hell, dude? Gotta do everything yourself. Uh, Sweet. Hmm. We got 7 people watching. I'm so sorry, guys. It's been so quiet today. It's crazy. I'm trying to get somebody to join the panel, maybe make some content, but they're scared. Somebody's in the chat going crazy, typing. He's like, I'm at the gym. I'm busy. No, you're not, dude. You're sitting at a bench, hogging at somebody's bench press, getting high blood pressure talking to flat earthers. So relax with this, I'm busy at the gym type of thing. So if we can't prove the earth is a globe, come on, man. I can say I don't see Mount Everest. What are you gonna do about it? What? I can say I don't see Mount Everest. What are you gonna do about it? Relevant. Hard to prove absence when there's limited vision. Such a ghost town with the politics server getting all the attention. Do you know? Stream those channels. Honestly, that's why I like it over here because we're live. I don't know. I remember when we. I don't know if you're listening, Repub, but I guess I can type this out as well. But I'm not sure if they're against streaming their content from there to other places, but I've done it before. You know, when we spent time in the Fresh and Fit Discord, I was streaming their VC into ours so that people could kind of tune in. I don't mind that that place is getting a ton of attention. It's just that if we need to feed the audio into here, that wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea, so people can kind of see what kind of nonsense over there. Reread. Don't see. I don't see. Try to prove it's flat. Why not do it the opposite way? Try to prove it's flat if not flat, then globe. One second. There's no. Oh my god, dude. No beliefs to offer. No accurate measurement's not a good way to go about it. You know, we would observe. Oh my god, this is what they get wrong all the time. They think we're waiting for them to make a claim of a globe. Not really. How do you know that? Alright, well, let me get off the cog disc goofball who's supposedly at the gym and says he's spoken to most flat earthers. It's like the most cap thing you could probably say. Gotta love when they're like, "Oh, I've spoken to you guys." Oh, who? How many? Oh, I spoke to one guy, or I saw someone on the internet who I assumed things about. Supposed position to real position. Yes, dude. I've folks, there's a reason why they call you a truther. Because anyone that doesn't fall into that category is a liar. Really that simple. You're not a truther, you're a liar. We got 5 people watching on YouTube just listening to me smoke this guy in the cog dis room that you guys can't see at the moment. This guy keeps asking for accurate measurements of the flat earth or whatever. And I'm like, dude, listen, what do you mean by accurate measurements? What are we measuring? Do you even know what would be measuring? Oh my gosh, dude. Oh snap.
How's it going?
Hey, hold on. Let me I need to switch up my output. Check. Yeah, man, it's been a lonely day in here. It's so quiet. I'm just I don't know. Figured I'd get started. Maybe people will join in the usual.
Just chilling. Yeah, I was getting mad at some people on the politics server.
That's funny. Excuse me.
The guy was saying that all the ancient religions had balls as their belief system, and after I trashed that, someone was like, "Yeah, he sounds like a Muslim. You know, your like Quran also has like a flat Earth, right?" And he was like, "No." And then he went to like, well, you could just send up weather balloons and see the curve, and then we trashed that, and he was like, but I can still see it in My religion says it's a ball, and then I was like, but we already showed you that it's not, so now you're a liar. Does Allah like liars?
Ooh, got him.
That really broke him in the end. He just left.
Smoked. Yeah, there you go. Nice. Yeah, man. That when we say they're religious, they really are, man. Like,
Yeah, he literally said that. He basically admitted that it was a church, the NASA, and in the process, he basically admitted that that globe belief is higher in his mind. It's higher religion to him than his culture or his original religion or Muslim Islam or whatever.
That's awkward. That's bad. It's true though, and we see it with not just him, but most people. Like, they're super into this thing. There's no way. This is their faith. Gravity's their god. The priests are their, scientists. The meme is all there. I think I'm done with this guy in the cog dist room. He's diverted off to something else anyway. So let me just pay closer attention. I see there's people in the VC check-in. So let's noodle, and maybe they'll join here.
That'd be nice.
What else? So is there a bunch of people over there going hard in the politics server right now?
Yeah. Currently, we got some idiot trying to say that the black swan is looming. And I'm like dumping all these looming images on him. Like, where's the looming in the black swan? I don't see any of this effect. This is the effect called looming. Where's this in this picture? I don't see it. And then he's like, oh, but I got this other picture where like half of the other Ulrich is cut off and it appears lower in view, so therefore that's looming. And I'm like, bro, that's not looming. That's sinking.
We had to go over this with freaking Alishness. I don't know if you saw, but she got I freaking S-banned her for a month from our conversation yesterday. Yeah, I mean, I was getting agitated too. I was like, bitch, stop playing games with me. But yeah, we went over that with her. Like, they don't know what they're supposed to be arguing. This is an example of flat earthers cannot be right syndrome. No matter what we present, somehow, some way, it's just got to be wrong. And so instead of defending their position, they want to find ways to make sure that we're wrong somehow. And so, like, they don't realize that they've entered the debate with a claim, curve of the earth. And as soon as they can, or as soon as we rebuttal that, they chuck the claim out the window and go, oh, looming. Why are you arguing for looming? Why, when you should be arguing for a geometric curve of the earth?
I know why. It's because they watched an anti-flat earther video where he just says, oh, well, that's looming. They don't know anything about refraction.
Yeah, I know. And those guys that they watched don't know the argument either. They don't, like, they're not giving them the tools to argue for a geometric curve. They're giving
or
us
against
excuses
us
for why it's not there. Yeah, well, that too. But it's like
they're setting them up to fail.
Yeah, 100%. And so I'm just trying to give you guys like with Alishness. I was like, listen, this is how the argument started. You guys claim boats go over the curve. So defend that. We say that there's a bunch of optical things going on, and that's why there's no geometric horizon. But when you come in and say, oh, well, there's all these other things going on, that's why you can't see the horizon. No shit. They don't understand that you've basically just shot yourself in the foot. That's our point. Like, yeah, well, we can both agree on that. No, you can't. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You already claimed there's a curve of the earth. So defend that. When you start saying, oh, well, there's reasons why it's not there, you sound like a flat earther. And she was trying to say that, oh, well, no, we can both agree on that. No, we can't. We can't. We don't. So, hell no. So she got the boot yesterday. I don't know. I don't know if you guys saw that, but yeah, she gone. At least for a month. So
Yeah, I missed the moment, but I saw some remnants of it in the text.
good.
But on that flat earthers can't be right syndrome, I was talking to some guy yesterday, and he was trying to say that the fusion reactors, basically, where they use magnets inside a container to contain a plasma, and he
think I
was
saw a
trying
picture.
to equate that with the world, and I was like, okay, so where's the container, the magnet, and the plasma holding in the air? Like, can you point at it? And he couldn't like do that naturally, so he just were like, oh, the container is not part of the experiment, so let's exclude that. And I was like, okay, sure. Just tell me where the giant magnets in the sky are and all this plasma. And he's like, it's not plasma. It's actually gas. It's atmosphere. And I'm like, bro, it's helium-4. It's ionized gas. That's what your source says. Look over here. And he's like, no, ionized gas is just gas. And I'm like, okay, look, here's the source. There are 4 states of matter. Gas becomes plasma when ionized. No, you're wrong. It's gas.
They always do this, dude. They try to sell you these ideas, these parlor tricks. They claim one thing, show you another, and try to use that other thing to sell the first idea. Not gonna work around here. You do this all the time. Like, with the freaking Cavendish. Well, you have gravity, but look at these balls and this torsion wire. It's like, I thought you said things like fall down. Like, well, this thing's going sideways and balls in a shed. You're trying to use this thing to sell your original idea, but they don't go together. That's what the kids call reaching. Trying to connect dots that don't connect.
Yeah, the same guy also showed me in 0G water sticking to someone's hand, and he was like, "What does this?" And I was like, "Surface tension," and he was like, "No, surface tension has nothing to do with it." So water doesn't have surface tension anymore because globe, and then his actual argument was that there's actually electrostatics that cause attraction. Therefore, gravity holds the air. He doesn't understand. And then I was like, bro, you're equating gravity with electrostatics. Like, you just equated gravity with magnetism, and I helped you work out why that was wrong. Now you're going into electrostatics. That's the flat earther argument. Welcome to our side.
Right. There they go again, trying to use our shit to prove their stuff. Ding dong. I don't know too much about electrostatics. That's a bit out of my wheelhouse, but yeah, it's funny to hear them step behind our arguments often, try and like say that it proves their case. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, yeah, so it's funny that I've seen there was a meme. Be able to try to find. Wasn't posted too long ago. It was like, oh, there it is. This like purple orb inside of a container, and they're like, "See, look, gas is no container." It's like a weird looking container you got there. Posted here.
I found a paper yesterday. I just lost it. I was going to save it and all that, which was talking about how if you have a container and you put 100 degrees Celsius at the bottom and you put 0 degrees Celsius at the top, then naturally it will form a gradient with the greatest pressure at the bottom and the least pressure at the top. And you can turn it to the side, and all of a sudden it'll orient accordingly with the temperature.
Okay. Yeah, because that's good because they're always like, oh, well, gradient is the proof of lack of container. It's like, no, ding dong. You can have gradient in a container. And gradient has
Yeah.
nothing. Yeah, go ahead.
Part of the problem is they conflate so much pressure and they think that that's caused by gravity holding everything down when pressure is just caused by the air moving. So when you have really excited air or hot air, it moves a lot faster all over the place, and so you get more pressure. When you have really cold air, it moves a lot slower, and so there's a lot less pressure.
I've never seen anyone on the globe side tackle the gas pressure argument in a fair and like honest way. The best thing I've seen them offer, and this isn't good at all. When I say best, I mean like all they can do is just point at the sky and go, "Oh, look, look, we have layers." Cool, dude. That's not really proving what you're trying to prove. It's another example where you have idea one, and then you offer some other thing to try and sell that original idea that don't match. I use the example of a banana. You know, you've claimed that you have this special banana tree, and it grows bananas with no peel on it. I go, okay, well, great. Well, show me. And you roll up to a picnic with banana slices. Like, dude, that doesn't prove what you're claiming. So essentially what they're doing when they point to the gradient, they're like, well, look, there's slices. Okay, but that's not what you're claiming.
Yeah, they also like to imagine it's just like a uniform gradient going upwards when that's not the case. It's dynamic, shifting with the pressure systems, and so it just doesn't follow what they want. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something else before I started.
I was talking about the banana and the slices, and they're trying to sell ideas that are reaching, connect dots that aren't there.
Oh, I remember now. It's because it was a little bit unrelated. It's the temperature of the sky. If the sky was a vacuum, then the outer space cannot be cold. The claims they have that it is cold just doesn't make any sense. But it's just, I think, an excuse because they need something to make up for the insane amounts of heat that would be generated, not having the protection of the air. And so they need to imagine it's also cold to make up for it. But in reality, when you look at how heat transfer, if you have a vacuum thermos, the reason why it holds the temperature for so long is because there's a vacuum layer, and the temperature doesn't have anything to propagate between in through that layer. So it must just go through the top and the places where there's thermal conductivity. So outer space would be an insulator. There would be zero ways to shed any heat. It would just constantly build up because there's no way for it to go.
Interesting.
It's one of the biggest issues with the ISS. The ISS is supposed to be flying around in the thermosphere at 17,000 miles per hour. They claim, well, it's not going to get melted by the superheated air because there's so little pressure that the air barely touches the station. But if the station is moving at 17,000 miles per hour, it's literally hitting all the air. What? What are you talking about? It's not going to get heated. There would still always be a heat transfer as the air molecules would hit the station. It's nonsense. They just claim they can't measure it because there's not enough pressure. But just because there's low pressure doesn't mean that the air molecules are not hitting the station.
I don't know how we got into all this freaking mess in the first place. So many freaking believers out there. Comes to the ISS, I don't know why it couldn't just be something like on the ground here, a studio or whatever. Like, no, it must be this tin thing in the sky. I've seen it. You saw something. You're adding a story to what you saw. But you're connecting dots again that don't necessarily connect.
Any thinking person, just for a moment, you have lived in real life. You realize that as you spend time in an enclosed space like your room, hair and skin follicles fall off and drop to the floor. That's why we vacuum and clean the floor. On the space station, there is nothing like that. It would just be floating like an infinite pool of mess. There's nothing to. They don't have a system to clean that. Like, it would be everywhere, obvious on all of the cameras because it would float in front of the lens.
Hair, freaking dead cells.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, dude, that would be gross. Funny. Have you heard anyone try to address stuff like that before? Or I've never heard anyone address that type of stuff. It's like always flat
Yeah,
earthers are pointing this stuff out.
I don't I haven't heard them try to answer it. I have statistics from Iron FE, who was having fun with this. He basically calculated how many skin cells and hair and that kind of stuff
Ew.
people shed every day, and the amount of astronauts there. So it would be very disgusting. And how is it so white? How are they keeping it clean with all of that filth up there?
Yeah.
It makes no sense. And then on top of it all, they don't have a methane scrubber, so they're constantly farting up there, but they have no way to get rid of the farts from the air. So at this point, it's like 99% farts.
Oh, dude, and like hair sheds a lot too. Like you know, especially if you're I don't know if women shed more just because they have like more hair, or longer hair, or whatever. But bro, that
I
hair
think
would
the men are
everywhere.
worse because we have more of these little black hairs like on our legs and all this stuff. These things fall off all the fucking time.
Yeah, that'd be a gross. It'd be like it being in a barber shop, bro. There's hair everywhere. Nasty. Yeah, man. And it's like they don't really think about this stuff. I don't think they whoever masterminds or whatever it took to put all this together obviously didn't consider this type of stuff, nor did they need to, I guess, because people were just gonna believe it anyway. Shout out to Cuddy. I see you just joined the panel, and then we got Republicus in the background working on some stuff. Our Rumblebot is back, baby. So we need to get a admin to change. I'd love to change the profile picture of the two bots, like have the Rumblebot be the Rumble logo, then the YouTube bot be the YouTube logo, and then change the 24/7 live to YouTube bot or something like
That's
that.
a great idea.
Yeah, I think that'd be a sweet idea. We're not live on Rumble yet. I know he's still working on some stuff in the background, but once that gets up and running, that'll be a lot of fun. Shout out to you guys for working on that, man. I know I've been chanting. Let's see. Actually, would give the bot a nickname appending, not live. Gotcha. I'm configuring the Rumble bot, setting it up. It's not yet streaming. I'm going in and out to configure the scenes to capture text and elements of the chat to display on the stream. Okay. I see you, Repub. Actually would give the bot a nickname appending, not live. What do you mean by that? Yeah, let me know what you mean by that last. I'm not sure what you meant. If you're listening.
We started watching Heavenly Delusions.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. We got
Yeah, I
first
started
episode
watching.
done.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I started watching the Promised Neverland, and it's scary how close of a resemblance, dude. You're gonna see almost like an exact one-to-one, almost a one-to-one um, direct link between Heavenly Delusion and Promised Neverland. I think I'm like 4 or 5 episodes in, but I'm watching. I'm like, oh my god! Like, this reminds me of Attack on Titan. Reminds me of Heavenly Delusion. So I'm glad you guys
Yeah.
started it because you'll see the same parallels that I did.
Yeah, one of the things I really like about all these things is these parallels also are kind of mirrored in the old myths and the old religions. Norse mythology, we lived in Midgard, and then outside of that, there were monsters, there were giants, and that's where they lived.
Honestly, though, I know people. Well, I always thought of Earth kind of as a simple thing, but the further and further I get into this whole flat Earth stuff and just kind of being around and getting older, I'm starting to think this place is way more complicated than we might think. I could be wrong. Maybe it's just maybe it is just really simple thing, but you watched Hell's Paradise and you saw that when they got to the island, it wasn't so easy to leave. When they tried to leave, there was like other people who had failed attempting to leave. Ships were wrecked around the whole place. And I would imagine that, maybe in the past before, the Antarctic Treaty and stuff like that. I don't know. I'm not a big history buff, but let's say people were like, man, let's just try to explore. Let's go out there. I bet you just like Hell's Paradise, there's a bunch of ships wrecked and people died, trying to venture out. That would
Yeah.
not surprise me one bit.
Another theme is as well. There are pockets of people who live oblivious to the greater surroundings, and they think their little pocket is the world.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's true in like Attack on Titan. You see that right off the bat in the show. Like they have this little town. Everyone's like, "Yeah, this is it. We're born within these walls. We're gonna die within these walls. That's it. That's that." Then you have like military. They obviously know more than just the regular townspeople. And then you have
The royalty who know much more.
the royalty, and then you have the religious group, the wall. They call it like the religion of the wall or whatever. Those people, they know more too, as
Yeah,
well.
it's military, the religious groups, and then the select royal bloodlines who know the most.
No, dude, even that has a lot of parallels too, and like, yeah. So as you know, the main characters start off and they find this book. The book is like full of quote conspiracies that there's more land and stuff like that, and they get curious and they want to venture out and explore. So, I mean, that's why it spoke to me. I'm like, yo, that's true. Let's get out of this little playpen, this little pocket that people think is the only thing that exists. Let's get out there. And that was another. There's like two parallels right there, that tie to Promised Neverland. So in Promised Neverland, I noticed that like when they go to play tag in the woods, they would have a formation. They were like, the older kid was like, all right, this is the formation we need to get into when we go out there. And I'm like, yo, they did exactly that same thing in Attack on Titan. They were like, well, if we're gonna go out there, it's dangerous. We need to have a certain formation to be able to go. And so I'm like, whoa, that was an interesting parallel. And then also in Promised Neverland, they get to the wall and it's smooth. There's no cracks, there's no seams. They highlight that. The kids are like, whoa, this must have been built like in a really interesting way. There's no like seams or anything. And that same thing was highlighted in Attack on Titan. the walls weren't like put together or built by somebody. They were like they had the same features: smooth, no cracks, no seams. And so I'm like, wow.
It's
That's
it's also
interesting.
the when you have the boundary to your world, there's always this mystery and desire to explore it. So why not tell them that you cannot go there? It's too dangerous.
Yeah, exactly. I think most people naturally want to, if you put them in a box, they're going to try and test the limits, see if there's any way out. I think that's just a natural thing that people do. And so, yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's like growing up in a house where your parents are like, you would notice that there's like a room that you've never been in, and they're like, yeah, don't go in there. Or, it almost makes you more curious to like want to check it out. And
Yeah,
so, yeah.
it's like being raised by abusive parents and never being allowed to leave your room. A whole
Yeah, you're
life
like,
you're going to be wondering what's outside. Is this all there is to it?
yeah. Yeah, I'm glad you guys started watching Heavenly Delusion, because you should start to notice that same theme's gonna pop up. Hey, what the hell's like? What's outside this area? And so, yeah, I'm not gonna spoil too much, but yeah, it's the same. It's the same deal. It's so weird how closely it resembles. And honestly, it makes me think that um, life is probably a lot closer to that than the way it's portrayed, the way we're sold it to be. Uh, that's why I like the name, even Heavenly Delusion, Hell's Paradise. We're sold this idea that it's some kind of paradise. Maybe that's a delusion. I don't know. maybe we'll find out. But I do find that really interesting. It's almost like we are in this playpen type of area, and some people are happy here. Some people, they love their little playpen. I think the tie to like flat Earth. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just like, just imagine this. If it was something like all those animes and all those religions, and there was an area outside where super advanced demonic-like beings controlled everything, and then our leaders capitulated to them and brought them young children.
Yeah, I mean that's the other part too that you'll probably come to see in Heavenly Delusion is like you pretty much hit the nail on the head. I don't want to give spoilers, but it's the same. It's the exact same thing. Um, and so that is
Well,
kind of
that's my
scary.
theory.
Go
Oh,
ahead.
I was just gonna say, one of my theories at the end of the first episode is he's gonna try to feed them to the weird bird thing.
Okay, so you've already seen the weird bird thing. I was gonna say I don't want to spoil it, but like yeah, like these demonic type things. I don't know, man. I don't know who's to say what's outside of even in reality if there's that type of thing. Obviously, that's not really. You look around and it seems kind of like paradise. There's no monsters.
I'm just saying, there's still 1,000 children missing from Maui. Where are they?
Oh, I didn't know that. Didn't know that.
Yeah, you could see aerial photographs before, and there was all the buses for the children were in the parking lot. Afterwards, 14 of the buses were missing, enough to carry 1,000 children, the amount of children that are missing. There are pictures of the buses driving out of town.
Whoa. I did not know that. Did not know that.
There's a lot of weird stuff that happened over there.
And only the alternative news cover it.
Speaking of that situation, actually, just a little bit random, but last night there was a UFC event, and one of our one of the there's a fighter that's a flat earther named Bryce Mitchell, and he ended up winning his fight, which is good. It was like a super close fight. It was a good fight. And if you win, they give you the microphone and you can talk after and say whatever you want. You know what? Let me get his post-fight speech, and I'll see if I can play it. But I've never seen someone bring a Bible into the octagon, but he brought his Bible into the octagon. Even the commentators pointed something out about that. They were like, "Yeah, I've never seen that before." But when they gave him the mic after the speech, he was holding the Bible still, and he referenced, Hawaii and the fires and stuff like that. It was actually really cool of him to do that. Let me get his post-fight speech 'cause it wasn't super long. You guys might like this. Go ahead.
What are you talking about?
Bryce Mitchell's a flat earther, and
Who's Bryce Mitchell?
he is a UFC fighter.
Oh, nice. And he's a flat earther?
Yeah, yeah, he's not afraid to speak his mind too. Like he's pretty outspoken.
I was watching him and Stico train, I think yesterday.
Oh, really? Wow, I didn't know that. Okay.
Saw it on Rumble.
Hell yeah! Shout out to Rumble, man. Yeah, Bryce Mitchell. He went on he's real outspoken. He went on Ariel Helwani's MMA show. This was a couple years ago, and was talking free speech and guns and stuff. So he's really loud and outspoken against event stuff. And when he got on the mic last night, he's like, "Yeah, that Hawaii stuff, that's some man-made stuff." Like he was saying that in the octagon. Let me stop talking and get this post. They just posted.
Did you know that Oprah hired firefighters to protect her home only?
Wow.
Before the fire started.
Wow. See?
That's a lot of weird stuff, man.
Did she know?
I don't know. I'm not her. But they didn't give them water to turn off the fire, the normal firemen. They just turned off the water. They didn't turn on the sirens to let people know that the fire was coming. They blocked off the exits and told people to return into the inferno and watched as people burnt in their cars alive. Only people who escaped were the people who defied the authorities and drove off-road to escape.
When did this happen?
Or drove into the ocean, yeah.
That's crazy.
When did this happen?
Was it a little bit over a month ago or more? It's in Maui.
I got the clip really quick. I'm gonna deafen the YouTube, Repub, if you're listening. I'm just gonna deafen. It's only a 2-minute interview, so.
That's crazy.
They kind of cock blocked him a little bit, but at the end there, I know the guys in the truck were like, "Do not let him pray. Do not let him pray." But
I know I've seen a video of the owner of the UFC. The guy, he's a gambler. I don't know what his name is.
Dana White.
Yeah, Dana White. I've seen a video of him saying like in the past, like saying you don't need to bring that stuff up in here.
yeah, yeah. I mean, dude, yeah, yeah. They want to try to keep it. I don't know. It's like big business. They're also doing TV. They're on ESPN and stuff. I've seen that before. That's probably why they were like, "Yeah, no prayer."
They're saying this, bro.
But yeah, how did we get to the? We got to the. See, Karma and Drace was in here. We were talking some anime. That was one of my favorite subjects. But yeah, we got to the Hawaii thing. But yeah, I see Kenshi joined too. You asked recently, Kenshi. You were like, "So, like, what's some on your journey through conspiracies and stuff like that? What's one of the deeper things you've learned?" And the thing that we were just talking about, Karma and Drace and I, is one of the things that I think is really deep. I couldn't even bring it up the last time you asked. It was like, well, I'm in a public place. I can't be dropping bombs like this in front of people. But yeah, I mean, we can get into that a little bit more if you want to. But I thought that was a good question the other day. If you're still listening, Kenshi. But yeah, Karma in the chat says Dana White seems to be money driven, but that's just my impression. Oh, of course, yeah. Yeah, I mean ESPN.
Back in the day when UFC was fighting to survive, they were the little guy, and Dana White was a hero of the people. Then they grew so big because of their deals and pay-per-view that they started buying out all the smaller, all the competition and adding it to their roster. So they have basically become a conglomerate that just eats up all the competition and destroys the fighters' ability to get good salaries.
That's true.
They also denied them the right to have sponsors on their outfits, which was where a lot of their income was coming from, and a bunch of other things like interviews with Dana, where the way he talks about it, like he's entitled to most of the profits because he put so much into it in the beginning. He should be reaping the profits now. It's like he forgot why he started this.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I know people have complained about that too. And then they have their own sponsors. They'll put their own sponsors on them now. You see, he's wearing the Crypto.com shirt, and like they all have to wear like the UFC's sponsors now instead of their own. So yeah, it's turned into a big business, of course. So they're like, well, religion isn't super popular, so like they try to keep away from that sometimes. Even even the commentators are like, "Whoa, he brought his Bible in the octagon when he was walking out." So yeah, interesting for sure. Good fight last night. We needed Bryce to win too. He needed a big win, so I didn't get a chance to come in and tell people like, "Yo, Flat Earther's about to fight." I was too busy trying to watch it myself. But one thing that's interesting about Bryce is he's the only fighter with custom shorts. So they did take away the sponsors, but he kept banging on about getting these camo shorts because he lives kind of this like Owen Benjamin lifestyle. He's out on a farm, that kind of thing. So he's like, I want these camo shorts. And so, as far as I'm aware, he's the only fighter that has these custom fight shorts. You can see it in the video. He's got the custom camo shorts. I think it's so dope. So that's really cool of them to do that for him. But yeah, he's very vocal about the flat Earth and stuff like that. You'll see in like the comments. Sometimes I'm watching these like pay-per-views. I'll be in the comment section, but they'll be like flat Earth, Bryce Mitchell, flat Earth. So yeah, he's not shy about a lot of these things. I mean, he brought up damn near said the Hawaii fires were like, he's like, I believe it's man-made, so. He's loud and outspoken, so shout out to him. He lost a bunch of fights recently, so it's good to see him get back on the category. Let's see. Got some DMs from Kenchi. I'm listening. Go forward. Just cleaning the house. Yeah, we can get back to that sometime. But just want to give people a chance to chime in as well. Kind of all over the place here. UFC, anime. But Drace, we did it, man. We got 10 people on the panel now. Oh, and somebody changed the Rumble Bot logo. Let's go. Very nice.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, I like that. Oh, let me shoot Indio a message or somebody and see if they'll change the YouTube bot. Oh yeah, man, Rumble. See, that's the thing about Rumbles. Like, we can listen to stuff like that interview without worrying about like having to deafen. We could just like kick the YouTube bot out for a second or deafen it while we listen to certain things that might not be able to be played on the tubes. So I'm really excited about this Rumble thing, and people can let off some steam as well. You know, like we spent 3 years straight not talking about one of the most obvious things. We did a good job avoiding that, so I think it'll be nice to sort of let off some steam. You know, I'm good for analogies, and I haven't been able to make any analogies to, you know, the cocoa or the juice or whatever you want to call it. And I think there are some to be had. You know, people say like, well, how could all these countries move in lockstep and do this one thing? Well, they just did it. So why wouldn't that be possible for things like the globe or whatever? So
Yeah, occasionally they seem to all agree and move in lockstep. Like, no one goes to Antarctica. No one goes to the Arctic. You all get the jab.
yeah, they'll be like, well, no, like if America said they landed on the moon, like they would have. If they didn't do it, then Germany would have said they didn't, and all this stuff. Like, no, dude, like, why would they do that? These guys are moving in together, all right? Like, it's a world stage, and you're gullible if you think that like, oh no, this country would debunk the other country. No, they're not. Like, they're all trying to sell you this idea that they're going to go to space too. India's going to space. China's going to space. They're going to space. Everyone's going to space. So yeah, they're not going to just be like, nah, that was cap. Can't go to space. No one's going to do that. They're going to move in lockstep all on these things. Probably a lot of funding to be had.
I'm almost tempted to make the Icelandic space program.
That's funny. I was watching an anime yesterday, and one thing I thought was really interesting. This character, I guess it was these two characters fighting. One character, his ability was all he had to do was imagine something, and it would like come true. So he could imagine him.
Was it Bleach?
Yeah, it was. Okay,
It was a good fight. Kenpachi was good.
Okay, so you're following along. Very nice. Yeah, I never really watched Bleach, but these recent, the 1,000-Year Blood War, and then I think this new season that's out, have been so good. I don't know much about. Like I said, I never watched the original series, but these have been amazing. Oh, you did? Okay. Well, the only reason I found it, and this is how I found Heavenly Delusion and Hell's Paradise, is like I go to this anime website and I go to the trending section and I see what's like at the top. And so I noticed for a while this Hell's Paradise kept being like number one. I'm like, okay, dude, this must be really good. Let me watch it. I'm like, holy shit, this is really good. So I really liked it. The same with Heavenly Delusion. So you can also sort it by like best rated. And so one of the best rated shows was the Bleach 1,000-Year Blood War. I think it was like the 13 episode, like this previous season, I guess, if you want to call it that. So I watched that. I'm like, wow, damn, super good. So this new season is really sick too. I've been following along. Yeah. So anyway, you've got the guy that can imagine whatever he's fighting with his imagination, and the guy that can cut pretty much anything, I guess. So the imagination guy is like, you know what? I'm gonna put you in something that you can't cut. Outer space. And I'm like, oh, here we go. So he imagines, this cutter guy, Kenpachi, in outer space. And what's really cool is he fucking slashes through it. And I thought that was really neat. That's like us. We're cutting through outer space. Go ahead.
Regarding those fires in Maui, did you hear that for like the past maybe like 6 months, there's been fires in Canada all over the place,
Yeah.
and some of
Yeah,
it's
but there's
been
also
leaking into
arsonists
America.
there.
There's also what?
In
Arsonists.
Canada, related to the Canadian fires, there's also arsonists.
Okay, I've actually seen videos of planes dropping like napalm or shit, something like that, on top of the trees.
Hmm. I think I saw that too.
Helicopters, I mean.
People try to say that video was for something else, but I have seen that.
Yeah, what it's supposed to be is it's called a controlled burn. If you burn a certain portion of an area, the fire can't spread further, but you also gotta stop that from spreading. So it has to be controlled.
Yeah, I did see that. So, yeah.
Anybody notice maybe a few weeks ago, maybe 2 or 3, they were starting to push more propaganda for the Coco thing, and now it seems like nobody cared, so now it's just on again, almost
What?
like the monkey pee thing.
What's
Yeah,
the Coco thing?
it's
You know what it is.
the sickness that has been.
Oh, okay.
prevalent.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, the thing is, they always do this. They check how the public responds. Last time, the public responded hysterically, so they could get away with it. Now the public is like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" So they can't get away with it.
They're also still doing a bunch of shit in the background. Like, for instance, World Health Organization people who work also in our government have been trying to push to give them the legal power to decide to put us on lockdown and force vaccinations, and try to take that legal power away from our country and give it to them. That's why there's a petition going around where people are getting signatures to say fuck the WHO. But that's happening in Iceland right now.
Yeah, I did notice that too, actually. And this is Rumble territory right here. This is exactly why we need to get on Rumble. We're not live just yet, folks. We're still kind of under construction. But yeah, I did notice the same thing. Saw a bunch of people start like diapering up, if you know what I mean. Oh, here we go. But yeah, I mean, what are we gonna do, man? Besides just be vocal about it, which we can't hear.
As long as the majority is not taking part, they can't go too far. As long as the majority is taking part in self-policing the rest, they can take it as far as the public allows.
Right. Yeah, I mean, luckily I'm in a place, Ohio, is a bit like Texas. He said, hell no. We already did like stuff through legal channels to say this ain't happening over here. These just shutting everything down and everyone has to do this thing. Ohio's like, nah, we're not about that life here. So I'm glad I'm in a place that's not super liberal and down with the agenda stuff. So that won't be happening here, at least not to the same extent it did happen the first time. So yeah, but I won't be surprised if they try to push some major thing again. But yeah, Ali says NASA and then left.
Oh, they're already pushing it in Canada, bro.
Oh yeah.
The last thing I saw from Canada was the people chanting that Trudeau had to go.
Yeah.
Everywhere he goes, he gets screamed at. It's funny.
No one likes that man.
Even his wife, who just left him.
Ooh,
really?
Got him.
Yeah, his wife just left him.
For some reason, that brings me joy.
Damn, dude, how you gonna leave a leader like that? Like
because she knows he's a piece of shit.
Damn,
you might not want to be affiliated with him when he's getting all this hate.
That's smart of her.
He's crashing and burning right now. He's a dumpster fire, just floating towards the waterfall.
So who does she get with after him? I mean, how do you go from who do you go to Trudeau to who? Like, what guy's gonna be like, oh, you were Trudeau's wife? Nah, I don't know if that's gonna work for her.
I guess he's gonna date Klaus Schwab next.
I don't know. Maybe Klaus Schwab will be like,
She belongs to the streets.
because if she left him, she's gonna leave you too. But I don't know. That's funny though. Imagine if like Melania or somebody left Trump in the middle, they'd flame him. Go ahead, Carmen. I think you were gonna say something.
I was just gonna say it's kind of like she just has to do the same thing the priesthood did when they left Egypt. They just have to she just has to rebrand herself as a victim and be like, "No, he manipulated me, and when I found out he was an evil narcissist, I left him. I'm a victim."
Yeah, classic.
The cocaine White House thing. What if Trump was in office when that happened? Imagine the propaganda that would have happened.
Oh, I got a question for you guys regarding
The
Trump.
double standards are crazy, bro.
What do you guys take of the whole Space Force thing, considering it's not real?
You know, I think he knows something. I think he might know that there's some issue there because have you seen him talk about Elon's rockets? Elon, he does rockets. He likes rockets, and
Yeah.
I've never seen where the engines come down with no wings, no anything, and the landing. Like he's just describing it like it's complete bullshit.
Yeah,
and I
he
think
probably knows something or wanted to know more and establish that Space Force stuff, but I don't think he was ever fully in control because he's dealing with a deep state, Clinton, Obama, Bush's.
Right.
Their influence is still heavily there.
I mean, there's another clip of him talking to Buzz, and he's in like, they're in the White House, got a bunch of press and people talking about going to Mars or whatever. And Trump's like, so why can't we just go, why don't we just go straight to Mars? Why do we got to do all this other stuff? I'm like, well, first we have to go to the moon and then back and then Mars. And he's like, why though? Like he's kind of pressing him. And he turns to Buzz Aldrin. He's like, well, Buzz, what do you think? And Buzz is like, we just try again. I don't know if I could find the clip on the fly, but that was really funny. So I do think Trump probably is like at least suspicious about outer space, but it is funny that he did the Space Force and all this stuff. It's like, oh no, man. Maybe he's trying to get those votes. Who knows? Why would he appeal? There's really no incentive to be like, yeah, it's fake or whatever. He's already taken flack for everything else, so not a whole lot of incentive to just like drop conspiracy bombs like that. But it is fun that he seems like he's hinting at it a little bit. So you just gotta have your they live glasses on to catch stuff like that. I can find that Elon rock. I don't know if I'll be able to pull it up that quickly. Karma says that Buzz knows the Star Trek sci-fi is impossible, according to this.
I'll read it.
Yeah, I can't see it.
Patrick Stewart talked to Buzz Aldrin about space and technology. Patrick Stewart says, "We're talking about technology and how, in some respects, Star Trek influenced research." And he had said something about warp speed. I said, "Come on, surely anything is possible." We were at the White House. He signed a napkin, and it said, "Dear Patrick, love the show, but warp speed, never in anybody's lifetime." Buzz Aldrin. What a killjoy. He doesn't think it's possible? What about really beautiful aliens in miniskirts? I saw him with a couple of those at the premiere. So Buzz is always dropping little hints that this whole space idea and fantasy is just a fantasy.
Yeah, I wonder if he's just trying to clear a bit of a guilty conscience. That's kind of what it seems like to me.
That's what I think.
If you see the clip of him with a 9-year-old girl or whatever, yeah, that definitely shows a guilty conscience. He can't lie to the face of innocence.
Yeah,
I got the
literally just pulled
clips.
it up. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
So it's clear that he didn't go there. That he made a propaganda film for the U.S. government that has been sworn to secrecy, and he believes they should be able to go there. That's what all the TV and everything is telling him. But he doesn't understand why they haven't gone there.
To me,
Well, I
this
found it.
implies that. I'm sorry.
No,
You
no,
go
you first.
Okay. Well, to me, that implies that when he's first signed on to this, of course, it's going to be like, oh, we need to fake this for these reasons, for reasons we can't tell you. We're going to do it for real laters. And then he spends the rest of his life waiting for them to do it for the reals. But then they never do. And then after decades, he's been saying they went there and he knows he's lying. And then he's never gotten the proof he was waiting for. Of course, he's going to start thinking, why didn't they go?
Exactly. It kind of reminds me of a recent Eric Dubé video. Long story short, he was explaining how they kind of hire idiots in order to run their operation. Not to like diss anybody, but they kind of hire like not so bright people. And in that clip, that guy didn't sound so bright. Why would you, if you know what's going on, why would you say that? Because now they're at your neck.
I think they've been doing that for a long time. If you listen to Einstein speak, he sounds like a dumbass. If you listen to Don Petit, he sounds like there's something really really wrong with him.
Honestly, the way Don Petit speaks and sounds reminds me of some of the children I've had that have special needs. And like literally, I think he's a special needs person who is being taken advantage of.
Yeah, that's what it. Yeah, yep, that's exactly what it feels like. Maybe you guys have seen Avatar: The Last Airbender, where
Oh yeah, sorry. Do you mean the movie or the animation show?
no, the animation show like that, like yeah.
Okay, I was about to say unfortunately until I was like, wait.
I saw the movie too. It was horrible in theaters, but they go to Ba Sing Se, and what's her name? I forget her name. The girl. Basically, she's super brainwashed, right? Crazy brainwashed. I forget her name.
Do you mean Katara or Toph? Toph is the blind one.
Neither
Katara is
one
the
of
blind
them.
one.
Neither one of them. It's a girl
Oh,
who
okay.
works for the government of Ba Sing Se, and she's like super brainwashed, and they show her being brainwashed, right? Like, there is no war in Ba Sing Se. There is no war in Ba Sing Se. And so like it gives me that same type of vibe with they have only that only will work on certain people. You know, like so it's like they chose Don Pettit and they're like, well, we're just gonna sort of like brainwash him, you know? I'll see if I can find a GIF of the there is no war. Yeah. This girl right here, you'll see her face. It's like she starts to figure things out and then like re-brainwash her, you know, or something like that. But
Yeah, I remember her now.
yeah, she acts super weird and stuff. So it's almost like our boy Don Pettit has the same type of vibes, you know, like he's just super brainwashed. And obviously they couldn't take someone like a Drace, a Karma, a Kenshi, you know, that would never work on you. You have to get someone that's already, you know, a bit gullible.
Susceptible.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you just look into hypnosis, it's not hard to take people who are very susceptible and program them with whatever you want. You hear, for instance, Don Petit talk about being in outer space and seeing stars, when all the other astronauts are saying, no, we don't see stars. They contradict each other. That's one of the big red flags.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. It's like a bit like I hear like cops, the way they hire cops, and I'm not too familiar about this, but I have heard that they only hire certain types of people to be cops. Like you can't be too, you know, ahead of the game. You got to be a little bit like few levels down. I don't know if this is true or not.
Yeah,
Obviously,
it depends on the precinct and the people hiring. Because you can sort people pretty easily when you meet them, and so
right.
you see this. Project Veritas revealed some of these hiring practices within some of these leftist organizations, where they're just like the interviews are just to try to figure out if they're conservative or not, so
Right.
that they can reject them.
There you go. And so I would imagine that like NASA and SpaceX and that type of thing has a very similar process. You're a bit too, you think outside the box and you can see through things, like you might not be the guy for the job. But if
Yeah.
you love outer space and you start clapping like a seal at a screen, like you're the perfect guy, come on down, type of
Yeah,
thing.
and when our hypnotist tells you to go sleep, you fall right asleep. Perfect.
Yeah. Because there's gonna be people like I feel like people like us or Karma, Drace, these guys in the panel here, who would be like, "Yeah, what are you doing to me? I don't. This is weird, man. Like we call things out, and
Yeah,
so
that's one of the reason why hypnosis doesn't work is because people are not just blindly following along; they're thinking. So if he says do this, and you're like, wait, what? Why? Why should I do this? As soon as your internal dialogue starts, you are not following along with the hypnosis, and you're breaking the trance state.
yeah, and they're like, "Dude, just do what I say." You know what I mean? It's like, no, but why though? Can we get another person up here, please? So I think, yeah, like the hiring practices at NASA are probably very, very similar type of thing. And then what's funny is like the people, that we debate against, they come here and they're like, "Oh, well, those are the smartest of the smart,"
The
or they're
best of
just
the best of humanity. Yeah, Don Petit.
right. It's like, or they're just the gullible of the gulliblest. They're the, you know, believers of the all believers type of thing. So that ain't us, clearly.
Yeah, the most easily manipulated. Darren Brown, for instance, took a massive group of people, tested all of them, and found that like this group of people are most susceptible. And then he tested them further and found, these three are the most susceptible, and then this one is the most amicable and agreeable. So I'll take him. And then he took him, and then he took him to a gun range, and had him under hypnosis, shooting a gun at a gun range, and then brought him to a concert, put a gun underneath his seat. It was a fake gun, but the actor, famous actor on stage, was in on this. So when he was hypnotized to see that he was at a gun range and that the actor was the target, he stood up and shot at the actor, and then put the gun back in the case like he was just at the range. They took the case, and then he was like, "Whoa, what happened? Why is he on the ground?" Had no memory of doing that. So they can literally make them remember whatever they want to remember, repeat whatever they want to repeat, if they're susceptible enough and programmable enough.
The sad thing about this as well is it's really common for people to be walking around in trance states even. Like, people are way more susceptible to hypnosis and subliminal messages than they realize. Like, I remember when I used to work in like a retail grocery type store, like Walmart type thing. When I was on the register, one of my favorite hobbies to do was snap people out of the trance by doing something absurd, because it would be so funny when they'd be befuddled and they'd actually collect themselves and you see them actually log on, so to speak.
The funny part about all of this, if you really think about it, is it's really like a game of chess. except it's flat earthers versus flat earthers. And what I mean by that is, I believe all of these corrupt organizations, NASA, they're flat earthers. Maybe not
Yeah,
the people that work for them, but the people behind the scenes. So it's
yeah,
literally us as flat earthers, those flat earthers that don't want people to know, and everybody in the middle.
yeah. It's actually us flat earthers versus the flat earthers within the secret societies that control all of these organizations.
Maybe
They know
you.
better. They know better, and they're according to the occult literature, they want you to be dumb and sinful, so that by comparison, they are the virtuous ones in the eyes of the Creator.
Wow. Wow. That's deep. And it reminds me a little bit of the religion of the wall people in Attack on Titan, Drace or Karma, if you guys are kind of familiar. They know something about those walls that most people don't. They don't let it on. Even when Angie or Hanji was about to drop his ass off the wall. I don't know if you guys remember that. She's like, I'll just throw you over the wall and if you don't tell me the truth. And he's like, well, fine, just kill me. I'm not going to tell you. What you just described reminds me a lot of that, religion wall group back on Titan. Also, maybe you've seen Jujutsu Kaisen, and I think
Yeah.
right at the start of, I don't know if it's this new season or the first season, but they're like in a movie theater and something happens, and it turns into a crime scene. And so these people arrive at the crime, like the detectives and stuff arrive to the crime scene, and one of them's awake. One of them's like, "What if it's this thing?" I'm not describing it well, but the other guy's like, "Listen, just shut your mouth. We're gonna make this a clean. We're gonna just wrap this case up. I want to collect my pension and go home." Some people aren't after the truth. They're just there. They just want to get their paycheck and go home.
Yeah, I'm doing what I was assigned to do, so that I get the money and so I can live my life.
Yeah, and if you start opening up too many cans of worms and doors that I might not be able to close, that's a problem. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think there's that element that people don't realize is that like we're the flat earthers. We're trying to open up all these doors and see what's behind it. And I think there's a lot of people out there like, look, I don't want that. I don't want those problems. I just want to collect my paycheck and get the hell out of here. And so we're not all built the same.
It's funny, we have a slang for that, I think, in Icelandic, where you call somebody basically a paycheck collector because you're just coming in for the paycheck. I've only ever heard it in my work where I have a really good boss because he makes sure we only get good stuff.
Nice. I wish I had made a clip of that moment in Jujutsu Kaisen. I might have to have one of our clip kings do it for me, or maybe I'll have to do it myself. But it was just a perfect description. One guy's like, yo, what if it's like he's trying to describe a possibility of, maybe this, something deep is happening. And he's like, listen, dude, if you start telling this to the higher ups, they're going to start opening up cases. And that's more work for me. Listen, just shut your mouth. Let's just write the report and get out of here. And so, yeah, I think that's really analogous to probably a lot of people. They might even know the earth is flat, but they're like, yeah, don't go out and spill those beans because it's going to be a problem if people find out.
Yeah, there's also a big Dunning-Kruger issue where you have dumb people thinking they're super smart and parroting the religious belief of the globe, and then you have smart people thinking they're not as smart as the shills and the people that get pushed to the forefront as the smartest people. And so those people believed the earth was a ball. Therefore, I'm not smarter than them, so I can't really challenge that. I'll just try to find out something else. And so they put themselves so much down that they don't even accept the results. They look out and they measure and they're like, oh, the earth looks flat. Like I was looking into gravitational anomalies, and looking into some of the research papers and stuff I was finding, and so, some of them were like, "Oh well, I went out here and I found this really big flat area on the ocean. It must be because the gravity is different."
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. My bad. I'm trying to look for that clip actually. But you're right though, dude. You know, there are a lot of people that are like, oh, I'm just not smart enough. There's big brains out there that have all the answers. Oh,
Yeah, it's a refraction argument. It's like I can see too far, but someone said that all the light can bend around the ball to make it appear flat. Therefore, if it appears flat, that means it's a ball.
That's just cognitive dissonance talking.
It is, but it's because they have this authority that they can divorce all of their responsibilities and accountability and intelligence and just say, well, he's super intelligent. I say what he said.
Yeah, and they also think I pay them. I pay them so they would never lie to me. It's not possible.
And notice how it's all projection. They're projecting all these things out. You know? Instead of like just going to find stuff out for themselves. They're like, well, I just believe there's smart people out there with answers. Well, it's like playing Tea Party with imaginary friends. Like you have
we have been to space. We have seen the Earth from space. Like that's them projecting themselves onto these people that they believe have gone there.
Honestly, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, those people act like when you see those really desperate people that have been catfished, and they just don't want to let go of the fantasy and the delusion. They show a lot of the same behaviors because there's the same emotional sunken cost. There's the I don't want the heartbreak of having been wrong. I don't want to look foolish for having fallen for this. All the different emotional attachments to the globe. Also, you see exhibited in catfish victims that have gone way too far.
Yeah, you see their whole family telling them like, "Bro, he's scamming you," and she's like, "No, he loves me. The government loves me."
I mean, hell, I've seen Dr. Phil send that guy to Nigeria to go to the place and actually find the scammer, and the old lady still didn't want to believe them.
Yeah, that's like us. We're like, we drag them out there, we show them all the evidence, and they're still like, "No, there must be some way. Gravity is bending the light."
We point out their typos and the weird African accent. We show them that the picture they used is a stock photo picture of a model, but they still don't want to hear it.
I was gonna say about the projection thing is that they project onto us also. Not only are they projecting their like, they'll be like, oh, there's all the scientists. Who? You're imagining this group of people. Oh, I found the clip. Perfect. You're imagining this group of people out there that you've made up in your mind. You're projecting some panel of big brains that have answers, but they also project onto flat earthers. Oh, you think the government's doing this and you think this and that, when they like practically know nothing about flat earth to begin with. So they do a lot of projecting when they could just absorb information, instead of trying to blast out. And yeah, I think the catfish analogy is pretty good. They're like trying to protect themselves somehow. I'm gonna see if I can get this clip.
So, guys, is the cat out of the bag, or can they possibly make it another world again where everybody's a globe earther? Is the cat out of the bag on the flat earth, or could they possibly make it recover back to all globe earthers for the most part?
I don't think they can recover. I think the cat's out of the bag. I think I think they realized that the cat's out of the bag back in 2016, 2017, when the search engines gave the results that flat Earth was the most searched topic. At that point, they realized, oh shit, this is going too big. This was supposed to be a part of our plan as a release sometime in the future so that we could take control again. We don't want them to have control over this, so let's censor this. Let's put in heavy censorship measures, and we'll censor conservatives as well at the same time. And we'll go even harder on some of them, and like take Alex Jones for instance, and we'll take him just off the map, and that'll make it so that when people look at the censorship, they're not saying, "Oh, they're only censoring flat earthers." They look and say, "Oh, well, they took Alex Jones off. They're censoring heavily conservatives. Let's focus on that." It creates a distraction from the actual main purpose of the censorship, which was flat Earth. And then I think as we go forward, we're just going to continue to build like a snowball. There's no stopping us. But what they're going to do is continue to do what they've been doing and trying to suppress us, and then push the globe stuff as far as they can push it so that they can use this alien plan that they have. Because there's a couple of alien plans that the occult have been playing around with, like alien invasion. That's one thing that they think could unify the world. Alien Jesus, that's another thing they think could unify the world. That's why you have the New Age movement and all of the space Jesus. And so that is a part of the plan because they're trying to fulfill the prophecy of the Bible, because many of them are highly religious. And so if they can fulfill the prophecy of the Bible, then all of a sudden in the end, Jesus comes and saves them, or the Messiah. And so that's the goal. Like, make everybody fall into decadence while they sit pretty and then get saved in the end because we were idiots. That's the like weird plan. And so I think the space Jesus idea is gonna get played, and I think they're gonna eventually reveal that as like the Antichrist or whatever. And try to take control with him as the real Jesus, but then like that will get revealed, and I think as that happens, many flat earthers will be like, "Nah, I don't think I'm gonna just believe in space Jesus," and at that point, we'll be heretics and branded Satanists.
That's gonna come soon, bro. I think in our lifetime it'll happen.
If not in my lifetime, in the
How old
lifetime
are
of
you?
my children,
30?
which is what I'm almost 40 now.
Oh, I'm 27. I personally think it'll be in my lifetime.
It could be that it just depends. They are always trying to slow roll everything as slow as possible, because it means that the responsibility of the fall and the worst consequences fall on someone else. So if you can just extend it a little bit, then you can live a lavish life, going to Epstein's Island and being super happy until you die, and then all of your crimes will just be revealed afterwards, and there will be no consequences. That's generally how they operate, and so I wouldn't be surprised if they managed to extend it quite a bit further. They do have everything set up. The dominoes are set up for a big fall now, and so you're probably going to see the fall of the Democratic Party, the rise of conservatism, and a unification under that kind of mentality against the evils of the other side. And it's going to be framed in a similar way that the Nazis framed the Jews. And so it's going to It's going to lead to a very tumultuous time in the world, and that's supposed to be the distraction away from us and everything else, so that we become like a backdrop to everything that's happening. People are not going to care about flat Earth when you have a world war happening.
Bro, I'm not gonna fight in no war. Fuck that. Tell me, when you see these countries tell people to go to war, why do all these people mobilize and do it? Why don't they just fucking say no?
It's because of propaganda. Like Russia tells its citizens that Ukraine is harboring Nazis. They're genociding Russians. So Russia comes in to save the day. From Ukraine's perspective, Russia is an evil aggressor and invading their country for no good reason, and so there's always going to be an excuse for both sides to send in people, and generally it's we're the good guys from both sides. The really good guy is the guy who says, let's not fight. Let's figure out a solution with reason and logic. But then there's also bad people in the world, and those people need to be taken care of. But that's an individual basis. War is not the same thing.
I think a lot of us missed how wrong everyone could be at the same time.
Making you pretend to believe something you don't, that's the point. Because if they can make you pretend to believe something you know is untrue, they've won. They control your brain.
Bears are cute. It's also like when he sees something small like that in an unknown area, he's not used to encountering that type of animal. He doesn't know if that's a baby or what it is, and it's ferocious coming at you.
I've actually seen a ton of videos where cats scare off bears. Yeah, they can come at you pretty intensely, and that can freak out some bigger animals. Also, they have sharp nails and they go for the nose and shit.
Yeah, one good scratch on the nose, and he's like, "Oh wait, I don't like this at all."
Also, the cat's coming at you with the confidence of "I can take you," so that makes you
Yeah.
think, "Holy fuck, can he take me?"
Yeah. Bears also like to posture, like stand up on their hind legs and be like, "Yo, come at me, bro." Like cats have none of that. Cats like, "I'm going for your face. I'm going for your face."
Also, they actually do follow up with that kind of shit. Like, I've seen videos where a cat wheels into something much bigger than that, and if it doesn't back down, it'll keep going if it has something to protect. Like, so many videos where you have like maybe a kid outside, but get attacked by a dog that gets off its leash, and a cat comes and just wheels into the dog.
saw a video of two dogs killing a king cobra, one on each end of the cobra.
You should see how a honey badger deals with a cobra, my bro. That's hilarious.
Honey badgers are awesome. They just get bit and they just don't give and don't give any. They don't give at all. They don't care. And yeah, they just get high and roll around and just eat it.
Okay, I shared my favorite honey badger video of all time. It shows exactly how it deals with a cobra. And I actually saw a video the other day where a honey badger was being attacked by 3 jaguars, and the honey badger won the fight and ran off.
We can really learn from animals, man. Honey badgers don't take anything too personal. They just keep going about their day.
Yeah.
Hey, Drace,
Sup?
do you believe that this place was created?
Yeah, I don't see any other way for it to exist.
Do you think it was created for a government?
No. I think that's corruption that man made, or something even worse.
Do you know government from Greek translates to mind control?
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy.
I mean, if you think about back in the day, it's natural for humans to form some sort of hierarchy based on competency. So you'd get tribes with great men and women working together, and because the women share all of their information in these tribes, they can help figure out which men are bad, which men are good, and help regulate the system. Our system is so isolated that we don't have any of that. And the internet kind of works as a replacement for people going out and meeting each other, but they can actually control who sees who and all sorts of nasty business. So it's not as free and open anymore.
Well, the internet was originally a military project.
Yeah.
Nothing that comes with the military is good for you.
Well, I wouldn't say the internet is 100% bad.
Yeah, like it's how you use it, right?
Yeah, and
you can use the internet to get vast knowledge, or you can use it to be a fucking degenerate.
Yeah, or you can use it to manipulate vast swaths of people. But when the internet was gaining publicity, you had a lot of good people also working on it, which led to it being pretty free and open. And so it allowed our culture to kind of blossom on the internet, and our generation to have that interconnectivity through the internet, which then slowly got stifled with their controls, because they, like, you can't have people just freely sharing information and going beyond your limitations. With new avenues of communication, you also have new avenues of manipulation and abuse. And so that's the reason why they claimed all these new changes and regulations, and it becomes it's not useful in the same manner unless you are part of the club, so to speak. And even if you are part of the club, you get even boosted. So it's not even the same thing. It creates this artificial bubble of like, this is what's popular, this is what's right, when that might not be the truth. It's just what it appears to be because of the way they manipulate it.
Hey man, if you can manipulate people, you can get them to commit atrocities.
That's my favorite quote by Voltaire. As we're not saying much, I'm just going to read his quote. Truly, whoever can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. If God-given understanding of your mind does not resist the demand to believe what is impossible, then you will not resist the demand to do wrong to that God-given sense of justice in your heart. As soon as one faculty of your soul has been dominated, other faculties will follow as well, and from this derives all those crimes of religion which have overrun the world.
Like when you read it like that. I am just working on a clip that I promised. It's just downloading right now. So I think you guys might like it. It'll be a debut. I'm gonna clip it up and drop it in the bot once it's finished.
Is that Rianu Keeves out of focus in that?
Keanu Reeves?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, Rianu Keeves is a is a mockery of Keanu Reeves that Spiff uses. I do like him as an actor, though, or the things I've heard about him. He seems like a nice dude. Keanu, that is.
Yeah, I got a question for you, CB, or Drace AI.
Sure, sure.
What do you guys take of the U.S. Congress apparently releasing that there's aliens and UFOs out there?
Yeah, I've looked at that. They're releasing claims from within people in government that have been suppressed that have no actual real substance to them to prove that any of it is from outer space. I used to be really deeply into aliens and all this outer space nonsense back in the day, and so I used to see all of the alien or UFO videos I could find. I was subscribed to many people, and I used to go outside and watch the stars out at night outside the night pollution and see these things. So to me, it was something real, and that's why I was like, outer space is real. But there's no actual evidence that they're coming from anywhere else than our system. A lot of them have been recorded coming out of the ocean. We see formations of them flying both to the north and from the south. So how the hell the world is actually structured, I don't know. Where they're going, I don't know. Who controls them, I don't know. I would suspect it's some of it's our craft or craft used by the military. Some of it's remnants from the Nazi UFO programs and or their advancements from the south. Some of it's probably something else from the north. Who knows? I don't know.
All right.
I just know if you look into the myths, they're also there. There are flying vimanas or golden saucers, which the Hindu gods used to fly in. There's even one of them supposedly parked on top of a temple, and all sorts of weird jazz when concerning unidentified flying objects and aliens in general. You can find if you look into the alien hole rabbit hole, you'll find underground or reports of people in the military who found underground caverns filled with weird beings, sinkholes that people went down into to try to see if they could find any people or anybody who survived, and because it was a massive sinkhole. And at the bottom, supposedly, they found a bunch of people who supposedly lived there, and then they just closed that up, and you never hear anything else about it. It's just stories from people. And that's the same thing that the government is bringing. It's just stories from people. There's no, oh yes, we have all these saucers. Here are all of the evidences. It's just this guy said, like, I'm pretty sure we don't have any capabilities like that, and I'm an Air Force pilot, and that kind of stuff. There's a need to know, and that guy wasn't in the need to know. There's also weather balloons and other stuff that gets attributed to this. So there's a lot of different things. For instance, if the way I see it is, the Nazis had saucer technology according to the blueprints, according to the BMW and the blueprints from there. you can see they had all these different crafts. So these are the same type of craft that we still see in the sky today. They supposedly went to the South Pole and had their last stand there, where the Allied armies fled. So I'm not so sure they lost anything. I think they just went outside to a different area and are thriving over there, conquering over there, and they need military supplies and young slaves from time to time.
I'm gonna have to go in a few minutes, but I think I got the clip I was after.
What's the clip of?
Well, I said before that people fall into a couple different camps. You've got the folks that are vocal, like me and the people in the panel, flat earthers in general, are just loud and vocal about our position. We'll just say it's flat and don't really care about the repercussions. You have some people that will hint at it. Andrew Tate's talked about it, but it's not like his position is obvious. There's some rappers that will hint about it in their songs or whatnot. But then you have people that are kind of like silent. And I think this is like an example of why someone might stay in a silent camp. Like keeping quiet about certain truths and then why you would do that. So it's only a 40-second clip. Just, we talked earlier about how like some people just like want to keep their job, they don't want to like give themselves more work to do or, get fired before they collect their pension type of thing. So let me just load this in the clip hopper and see if this works here. Take a listen. Good work. Upload failed. Oh. Not working.
Discord is being a little laggy for me.
I don't know why it wouldn't work. It's just a simple MP3.
Well, while you're figuring that out, I'm going to play a tiny little clip from the politics server. This is a Glober telling us how the sun is in front of the moon.
Okay, so what causes an eclipse then?
An eclipse is when the sun goes in front of the moon, and then there's right. Isn't that what it is?
No, that's
solar.
solar.
Is that solar? Okay, maybe it's the other.
Yeah.
The sun goes in front of the moon?
Whatever it is, what's the point?
Somebody clip that. Go back
It's the
and get
way
that.
that light is refracting.
Wasn't that the Finboy guy?
Get back, please. Everybody, stay back.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah,
It's working.
we have 3 male victims, high school students, it looks like.
So who were those two? And why were they on the scene before forensics got there? One of them looked like he was just a kid.
I don't know any more than you do so far. But you saw the stiffs, didn't you? They were something else. No ordinary human being could do that. You just have to pretend you never saw it. If you want to make it to retirement in this job, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, the clip just started playing on its own there. It's loading for a while, so I apologize if I cut off the last one. But
That was fine.
yeah, no, that just stood out to me because it just sounds about right. I'm sure there's a lot of people that's like, oh, you just gotta ignore this one. We're trying to get to retirement here. That wouldn't surprise me if that's true for quite a large swath of people. They're like, I don't want to give myself more work to do, more cans of worms to go through, type of things. So that's probably why some people just keep quiet. They saw the truth in the forensics, and they're like, yeah, just write a report and say it didn't happen. Type of stuff. So, but I'm glad I've got it. I actually have to go, but Trace, shout out to you, man. It was just you and I cooking. Now we got a little bit of a panel going, so appreciate the help.
Yeah, we were watching anime, but then I just saw you alone in here, and I was like, "Hey, I'll jump in here and talk to CP."
So cool. Well, we'll do a little bit more anime. We'll do an anime hour, hopefully sometime soon again. And yeah, I'll catch you guys later. You guys have a good one. All right, peace.
See you later.
Later.
Yeah. Now that he's gone, I guess I'm just gonna say this. Globers like to think they have science for their stuff, but when you actually look at their experts and you listen to what they have to say, here's Michelle Thaler, scientific communicator for NASA.
The scientific process of hypothesis, experiment, and all of that, that doesn't happen. It's much more about playing and about trying things.
So they're just about playing with you and trying to fool you. It's not about science. Because
becoming much more proactive. We own the science, and we think that the world, should know it, and the platforms themselves also do.
Yeah, they think they own the science, and they don't use the scientific method.
Who was that in that video?
We Own the Science was from the World Economic Forum and them speaking about how they own the science. And the other one was from an interview with Michelle Thaler, a scientific communicator for NASA.
WEF? That group said they'll be able to hack your DNA, dude.
Yeah, they also say that most of humanity are just useless eaters that need to be medicated and kept
Yeah, that came from a
controlled.
book from Klaus Schwab.
Yeah, and they want you to eat bugs and own nothing and just be happy on drugs.
On drugs? What do you mean?
Yeah, they want you to have drugs and brain chips, preferably, so that you can just be hooked up into your pod.
What do you mean hooked up into your pod?
Well, that's what Harari, Klaus's best buddy and crazy futurist, explained that because most of humanity are useless eaters, we needed to find some way to deal with them. So they want to keep them all medicated and distracted in a pod where they can just be online all day and live. They basically want the Matrix.
So I guess wrongthink will be an actual crime then.
Yeah, it already is in some places, and yeah, it's getting worse. But I think it's going to get a little bit worse before it gets better. But that's just the death throes of the system that's supposed to die, because they have two options for you. They have a dystopian future on one hand, if you just allow it to happen, and they don't mind that, then they'll have total control. Or if you try to rise up and say no to that, they have an alternative, better future where you have family values and everything looks pretty good, but the people who are going to run this whole thing are, of course, from the same bloodlines and everything else. So they have these two options you can choose. You can either choose the bad side or the good side, and they're going to control both sides. And it really seems like the good side of this dynamic is like we're going to win. So we're slowly putting in all of the pieces so that when we want, we can just push the dominoes and everything collapses, and all these multi-billionaires, we can confiscate their money, we can RICO all this aspect of the cabal, and then that'll finance our new system, and we will look like the good guys who stop the bad guys. And people will believe in us, and we will be hailed as heroes for generations to come. Not us, but them, the other arm of the elite. Because it's always problem, reaction, solution. Our reaction is crucial to the solution you do get. Yeah, I'm not very good at being a one-man show. I guess I'll just ask Lucker Larson to help me out.
Welcome, everyone. As you know, I am Lucker Larson, and tonight we will be talking with Drace AI, a moderator at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Lucker. Happy to be here.
I know Flat Earth was the most searched topic on Google before the censorship began in early 2017, which got dubbed as the ad apocalypse. Subsequent censorship has only gotten worse for you guys, right?
Yes, you are right, Lucker. Through flagging, shadow banning, and blatant misrepresentations, they have managed for the most part to control public perception, effectively using the poo-poo fallacy after multiple strawman fallacies.
Who are they?
The globe believers. Belief is a hell of a drug, Lucker. Biases and personal investment go a long way to maintain a delusion. To make a long story short, it's the lack of critical thinking and absence of the use of logic. They, like I was, were indoctrinated as children, and we built our whole worldview on this. Naturally, it's hard to give that up. The sunk cost is too much to even consider for some.
Now, trying to look this up, I mostly find people speaking against Flat Earth or something called the Flat Earth Society. Is your server associated with the Flat Earth Society?
No, not at all. They get pushed to the top of the search results. And if you look at the history of Flat Earth, they have always been a mockery of real Flat Earthers. They have a flying space pizza in outer space, derived from globe imaginations. To us, we just see reality as it is. In other words, we try to cut out all the assumptions and go only by what we can verify to be true. So there's no replacement cosmology. Google and YouTube, for instance, have admitted in front of Congress that they censor Flat Earth, and with that comes pushing anti-Flat Earth content. It makes it extremely hard to find real Flat Earthers, which is why the Discord is such a good place for like-minded people to share directly the links hidden by the algorithm.
Interesting. So this would be one of the few chances ordinary people get to hear your side of the story. So tell me a little about this topic. How did you get into it?
Yes, thanks for that opportunity. I like exploring fringe topics in science and history, so back in early 2015, the uncorrupted algorithm of YouTube sees what I like and gives me more. Being a critical thinker, I compare and contrast everything I hear. I do not auto-believe anyone, and so when Flat Earth comes across my feed, I think, what nonsense is this? I've heard some strange stuff in my time, but this takes the cake. So naturally, I check it out. It was the video 200 Proofs by Eric Dubay. And he asks some really good questions in that video, and unlike most nonsense, is just pointing at things in real life. While I leave it thinking there are some solutions to save my globe belief, his insistence that I don't believe him and that I test the globe for myself so that I can be secure in my belief really shook me. So I sought to understand the foundations or experiments upon which my assumed solutions stood on. With the help of my friends from childhood who now are all grown up, one an astrophysicist, the other a robotic engineer, I figured I have access to the experts who should easily be able to point at the proof that I can then send to this Dubay character and help correct his errors. Take note, I am simply playing the devil's advocate with my friends, but after listening to Dubay and a few other flat earthers, I roughly knew what their arguments were and what it would take to prove to them the globe. So the more I ask my friends questions individually and relay the contradictions they make between each other to each other, which mostly consisted of differences between Newtonian and Einsteinian conceptions, they started fighting like cats and dogs, calling each other dumb, and so the further it went, the worse my belief felt. And when I finally got to look at the supposed experiments and foundational evidence, that clearly does not give them the answers they seek. It's all assumed due to preconceived ideas, at least in the crucial parts concerning the globe. And so we have to take that on faith. And so I start pointing at the contradictions and bringing up the flat earth argument. Things get more and more heated, and after 2 weeks of back and forth, all hell breaks loose. He starts cursing at me and calling me names. The next day, he apologizes, and then the astrophysicist starts pleading with me. So it goes from not being able to give a coherent answer all this time to now begging me, please do not become a flat earther. Half crying, he tells me he's already disowned his own mother for being a flat earther. I tell him I'm not a flat earther yet. I just don't know if I can believe in the globe anymore. And at that point, he breaks all contact with me for a few months. That was my start into all of this. And I really didn't even take it seriously until after that. Like, it was a hard birth. I don't think it's easy to accept for many people. The more education you go through, the more you are trained to, or indoctrinated to hold this belief. Today, I'm a full-blown flat earther, though.
Fascinating. So what you are saying is that this consensus of science is an illusion. But I keep hearing that flat earthers are all science deniers. Is that true?
No. Science is not a matter of opinion, Lucker. It's a method. And so a consensus is never science. It's an agreement, and in this case, a prevailing belief. That does not mean it is true. By definition, failure to adhere to the scientific method, but to call that something science, is pseudoscience. That is not to say that there is not some value in whatever is trying to snatch the credibility of actual science. Any real flat earther loves the scientific method. It is the pseudoscience that we have a problem with, or people who try to cloak themselves in the certainty of science to manipulate people and undermine real science. Claiming science proves everything, and then to protect their own asses, claiming science proves nothing, is in effect them trying to destroy science, or abandoning the method, and corrupting minds by getting them to accept contradictions and believing nonsense. To quote Voltaire, truly, whoever can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. If the God-given understanding of your mind does not resist the demand to believe what is impossible, then you will not resist the demand to do wrong to that God-given sense of justice in your heart. As soon as one faculty of your soul has been dominated, other faculties will follow as well, and from this derives all those crimes of religion which have overrun the world. You have to think about where science comes from, or philosophy and logic. As science was born and grew out of philosophic naturalism, it slowly lost its connection with logic. And as such, most scientism today is littered with logical fallacies, invalidating their assumed conclusions. It is just most of them are blissfully ignorant of reasoning and think that formal logical fallacies are evidence as long as it supports their worldview or beliefs. Or in other words, They believe the impossible.
That is terrible. I had no idea the state of academia was that rotten. I mean, I knew it was bad with the gender studies, but to hear it's corrupted to the core is shocking.
Don't get me wrong, Looker. The academics are not a lost cause or completely without hope. The ego and sunk cost is just hard to overcome. The Creator humbles everyone, and facing the truth of flat Earth brings the Creator to the forefront. The globe idea is just a justification for atheism, or Satanism light. They tell us as much in the Freemasonic literature, and also indirectly. Look, all the religious texts of the world are wrong. Believe us instead. Turns out they lied, and or were wrong, so people need to consider their souls.
So how do you know they are wrong then? You must have some explosive evidence to throw away your worldview like this.
Sure, Looker. Just like we encourage everyone else to do, we check the assumptions within the claims. They literally are still relying on the assumptions of sticks and shadows and boats going over an assumed geometric horizon to try to justify the foundation to the whole cosmos concept. We got the sizes of the planets from assuming Venus is the same size as the assumed Earth ball. It's all backwards engineered to fit the first assumption. If it does not, they throw it out as an error. This is why we end up with such things as dark matter and dark energy, because observations don't match the imagination, and they have to invent things to try to make it work. And to answer you more clearly, Looker, we measured the waters of the Earth, which would have to show the convexity of the sphere to form this imaginary space ball. Our technology currently far exceeds the times when this idea was conceived, and so today it's far easier to prove it all wrong. It's just important to ask yourself as you explore this topic, how do we know this to be true? And then checking the basis for it. The more you know, the harder you are to fool. But it's not just that, it's everywhere. People just don't notice because of the programming. It's like when a hypnotist makes himself invisible. Everyone else can still see him, but because the subject believes they cannot, they literally cannot. In much the same way, when they get results they cannot believe because of their worldview, it must be a mistake or something else that allows them to hold the same worldview. The foundation never gets checked. And it is mostly because NASA and the moon missions proved it. And so we just need to have faith in the Church of NASA and continue believing in the globe.
So you see it like a religion then, but why would everyone at NASA lie?
Pretty much, yes. It's like a religion. The globe religion was born from religious fundamentalism that belonged to the secret societies. In fact, the globe was a secret doctrine of the secret societies back in antiquity. The vast majority of the general public was religious, and all of those religions had a flat worldview. And I would not characterize it as everyone at NASA is lying. It's just a select group of people. The whole organization is compartmentalized. Most of them only see images on screens, and that is not hard to manipulate. If it appears to confirm their biases, why would they question it?
I see your point, but now even India has been to the moon.
Did you look at that, Looker? It looks even worse than the original moon landings. To take that on faith is pretty foolish to me. It might feel good because it confirms the bias or the worldview, but it's the worst space propaganda I have ever seen.
Yeah, okay, it does look a little like a Lego spaceship, and yes, the quality is atrocious. But don't we love Elon Musk fighting for free speech?
He was propped up by NASA. According to him, he would never have made it without NASA. To quote him, "You know it's real because it looks so fake." To me, he's a false savior, built for people to worship. The supposed champion of free speech still shadow bans and censors us, Alex Jones and others. I like that he's putting a spotlight on some of the censorship they rolled out to cover suppressing us, but it's just a few steps back, one step forward. Now this is only speculation, but as far as I'm concerned, this flat earth card was not supposed to be used right now. The globe card was only first played after they explored the south and supposedly nuked the sky. Before that, it was a novel idea of sex cults. The majority of humanity rejected it due to the Bible and their religious beliefs contradicting it. And so as you look throughout history, you see Jesuits and Freemasons bringing this globe gospel to the world. Now, I'm not a very biblically minded person, but it seems to me that an element within the church has been attempting to fulfill the prophecies of the Bible. And so the globe deception is supposed to be this great deception that is supposed to be revealed at a certain point to shock the public. Our dissemination of this information is accelerating this plan, as you can see by the state of the world and its rapid descent since this information started to circulate. Most likely, they will attempt a fake alien invasion or Project Bluebeam, which will culminate in the Church reasserting its dominance over a one world order through a manufactured savior and accompanying revelation. They are currently in the process of merging the prior one world order on the surface in a technocratic dystopia. It has already been unified through secret societies for decades. Granted, I foresee it shattering before it takes complete control, and the patsies taking the fall, such as the World Economic Forum and select billionaires, to give a veneer of legitimacy to the new governments. They will just be beholden to the churches, or the church, since Jesus comes on his spaceships and stops the fake aliens which are distracting from the tyrants taking over. They already are prepping the public with alien disclosures and New Age nonsense, the Vatican liaison to the UN, for instance, for aliens. The cabal is always busy playing musical chairs. They cover for each other until they're dead. And then it's too late to do anything. But that only works for so long. Soon time to pay the piper. Granted, that scenario is just a last resort, so potentially not something I will see within my lifetime, since they will play every card possible to extend the game and keep playing until they die. So the next generation will have to deal with it. Or that is my speculation, Lucker, based on the evidence and history available. So to me, what we see on the political stage is just a big play.
An interesting perspective. We see the legacy media say flat earthers are conspiracy theorists. Would you consider yourself then a conspiracy theorist?
As you probably know, Lucker, the moniker was popularized by the CIA to discredit things, and that has worked to some degree, when in reality there is nothing wrong with considering possibilities. If you have a working brain, you are classed as a conspiracy theorist, and as such you can theorize based on the evidence that people do conspire. Some people conspiring is not a new thing. While I wear this title, I do not auto-accept any theory about a conspiracy. I consider every option, and I go where the evidence leads me, Lucker.
So what do you think about Donald Trump?
No one is perfect. I do like things about Trump. He's being cast as a martyr, and so will be another savior figure to draw attention from things that really matter. And so you get one step forward with him, and then the next guy will step you 2 steps back or more, or like with Biden, sprinting backwards. One step won't cut it now, Trump. And based on his mediocre performance last time, the swamp undrained. I like Vivek a little bit more, younger, more on point. But I have hope for the Donald in America, so I still think Vivek works better as vice president this time around. You need fresh blood, but like Trump's first term, he's untested and it takes just a malicious advisor to mess either of them up. Presuming they're not both corrupt already, so I would rather have both rather than one of the two, and none is unacceptable, and I would even argue that I would like to see you in there, Lucker, and like have you in the government, because we need good voices to tell the truth. But my solution to all of this is just simple. Stop glorifying these people. They're supposed to be frickin' civil servants. They should be under extreme scrutiny and be on minimum wage, living in the same kind of housing as the poorest citizen. That way they actually have incentives to try to make things better. They would build houses for the homeless in no time. They should not be career leeches who contribute nothing to society. They act like their primary job now is to get lobbied by corporations and foreign entities through non-profit money laundering schemes, or in other words, make oodles of money, so the public suffers while they live like kings. We are ruled by despots and liars. They are essentially trying to be royalty and treating the public like peasants. I won't stand for that.
Yeah, that is egregious. But what do you think can be done about it?
Bring awareness, teach people, get informed, take part in your local governments. The same applies to the Flat Earth Lucker. It's just about learning to deal with the mind control and being patient and compassionate enough to help people. There's, for instance, zero financial incentive to be a flat earther. We still do it. In fact, there's a stigma due to the misrepresentations and censorship. So that leaves a lot of flat earthers in the closet, so to speak. I think the same is true for conservatism to a degree in today's political climate, although that is shifting. But I like the work you're doing, Looker. Someone needs to inform the public, since an uninformed public is easily manipulated. So most of what we do is just teach logic, see through manipulations, and how to correctly use the scientific method so scientism doesn't fool them. Most people do not want to face the evidence that contradicts their beliefs, and often it requires something other than the evidence to even begin to consider the evidence and the worldview that they grew up with being wrong. In essence, we're not trying to win anything. The victory to us was years ago. It's become more of a therapy session and us learning to be better teachers, while teaching them logic and scientific principles, going over the validated mechanics of our world as we clear up misconceptions, beliefs, and fallacious reasoning. It can become tedious, but then we tell people just take a break. Not everyone can be helped.
As research for this show, I watched a bit of the live stream from you guys. The patience you guys show is pretty astounding. I know I could not do that, but it sure is entertaining to listen to. But are there many flat earthers in the world?
Yes, there are millions who identify as such, but since many don't want the stigma associated with it, they might know other flat earthers and not know that they are flat earthers. Granted, many flat earthers just believe real flat earthers and do not have enough evidence to argue against a globe believer. I oftentimes call them faith earthers, since a real flat earther is a realist who does not have a replacement cosmology, since falsification is independent of replacement. The faith earthers generally start to imagine up a new cosmology and then get laughed at for the errors. This ridicule causes some of them to turn back, since they only had faith as the basis. It is why we tell people to test it for themselves to build up a foundation in knowledge and not just belief.
Interesting. So how would I go and test that?
Good question, Looker. There are many ways. First, we need to get the numbers from the globe claims. Radius of the globe, 3,959 miles, which would necessitate a drop over distance of 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. In other words, the horizon on a ball would appear a set distance away. This is how they assumed it was a ball, from assuming the horizon was the edge of a ball and the limitation of how far you could see with the human eye as a consequence. Now, when the globe was conceived from looking at the optical apparent horizon, they assumed it was a physical geometric position. Today, we can prove them wrong using optics of different sizes. Get a small aperture camera and the horizon appears closer, making things appear to disappear bottom up over a flat surface. Get a big aperture camera and it appears further, since you can zoom in and see things that appear to be hidden behind the curve until you zoomed in and saw that it was just angular size and not curve. So is this imagined physical ball getting bigger or smaller depending on the optics we're looking through, or is the horizon purely optical? And that is the crucial component of the evidence most globe believers refuse to look at. It takes serious hand-holding to get them to consider the implications of this. They like to just clutch the word refraction, thinking that all light is bending around the globe to make it appear flat all the way up to the horizon. Problem with that, refraction is not a magic word. It's well understood today. We understand different wavelengths refract at different rates, and so we can quantify the refraction between two wavelengths or more by how much they separate, or optical dispersion. It is how we have rainbows, Looker.
So what does that mean exactly? If the Earth is a ball and the light is all being bent around the globe, we would see evidence of this optical dispersion. And there is none?
That is correct, Looker. It's how refraction works with different wavelengths, and it falsifies yet again the claims of the globe believers. First we falsified the geometric horizon, then we falsified their ad hoc excuse for why they could no longer find the geometric horizon. It's the final nail in the coffin of the globe religion, although there are so many nails that they have become a solid boundary on the coffin lid. So, of course, countless other things are related to this, so we could get into this for hours, Looker. But I will leave that to your audience to experience on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Well, that is shocking. And you will see me there listening in, trying to understand this whole subject. So what is next for Flat Earth?
Like I said, it's just spread the information. We work entirely on volunteer basis. We ask for no money or compensation. It's pure civic service. The Discord is open 24/7. We welcome anyone and everyone for a healthy conversation. We prefer people with some educational background, but we don't mind teaching everyone. People just need to read #welcome to familiarize themselves with our rules. We get a lot of people spamming things, and our live stream is moderated. It's where we like to keep things on point and logical, where we discuss the evidence or arguments. So obfuscation or manipulative tactics get addressed, not ignored, and so lose their power.
Being so public, are you not worried about the people behind this globe idea coming after you guys?
Not very much, Looker. We are decentralized and share all our information for free. It is very hard to stop such a movement. There is no leader to take out. All they can do, as long as we maintain this neutral stance, is attempting to misrepresent us, and that does not seem to be working. If anything, it adds more people who believe, and we have to correct. Once you know flat, there's no going back. Truth fears no scrutiny, so ask yourself why the globe believers are so scared of us. Well, we welcome them.
Yeah, that is strange. Well, I hope you continue what you are doing. I don't see a problem with asking people to re-examine their beliefs and to teach logic to the public. I think that is admirable. So thank you for coming in and having this conversation with me.
Thank you, Looker, for giving me this opportunity. I recommend you speak to Indio or Quantum Eraser or the other mods on the server. Each has a specific skill set and details that I highly recommend. I don't want to butcher their presentations, so I barely cover the subject.
Thank you. I will consider that. This has been Lucker Larson and Drace AI with Litter or Z, as it's now called, on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Join me next week as we dive even deeper into this massive corruption and diabolical deception that is being perpetrated on all of humanity. Stay tuned, stay based. Until next time.
Yo, Drace, I got a question for you about that.
Sure. What's up?
What was that? An AI you were talking to?
Yeah. I have access to an AI where I can just clone any voice I want and talk to it. I can even clone my own voice and just make it talk for me. That's one of the things I'm
Because that
about
sounded
doing.
exactly like Tucker Carlson, dude.
Yeah.
I could tell it was like not real, but it sounded so much like him.
There were a couple of places where I could have redone it and made it sound just like him, but yeah, it was close. I had to sometimes, like, you run the text through the voice phone, and it'll not pronounce it the way Tucker would, or he won't use the wording that Tucker uses. So you gotta kind of fiff it and edit it until it works. Oh, nice earthquake! It's kind of like when I used Fight the Tight Shirt, because Craig, the model he's built on, always talks in ums and ahs and hesitating and that kind of weirdness. So to sound like him, you gotta add that. I just listened to Tucker before I made it, and then took 5 minutes of him speaking, taught my clone how to sound like him, threw in a few lines, or questions or whatever, spat him out, didn't sound right, did it again, sounded better, used that.
You know he made his own like talk show?
Yeah. I want Indio to go on the real Tucker show. That would be the best.
Why Indio?
Because Indio is so knowledgeable. He'll be like all day blowing his brain, and Tucker will be like, "Oh, my brain's exploding."
Well, I mean, is your brain exploding?
But I'm pretty sure he's not gonna accept that. So, second best thing, I'm just gonna make a bunch of questions, make a bunch of Lucker Larson, which is my version of Tucker Carlson, my AI version, and then I'm just gonna make him interview AI whenever I get a hold of him, and then have a little show, and then I'll post all those shows on Twitter and tag him.
So you used to be a Glober too, Drace?
Naturally. There's very few people who didn't start out as Globers. I only know one personally.
That's barely anything.
Yeah, he grew up a geocentrist and with a bunch of information that we generally don't get until we become flat earthers, and so he got to that conclusion long before me when he was young. I needed Eric Dubay to be like, yeah, don't prove it to me. I don't like, just prove it to yourself, like, so that you know that the Earth is a ball. You can stand confident in that belief. And I'm like, okay, yeah. I realized that he was right. I had this belief that the Earth was a ball, but I didn't really know it. I couldn't prove it to anyone. So that's what started my journey. I wanted to prove to him that the Earth was a ball. And so I tried to get the evidence, and that just the evidence was too flimsy and not enough. And so I kept digging and digging and digging, and then eventually I'm here. I'm a flat earther. I mean, I really wanted it to be a ball. It took me a long time to like just come to terms with it. I think it took me like 2 months total before I told Karma, and I told Mom. Like before I told my closest people, I was like, I gotta understand, like, what the fuck, this, why are they lying? How is the world? And trying to formulate a new model and all this junk. Like I went through this process. I didn't get stuck at it because I realized that there are many different ways of representing the world, and I can't make assumptions on what those conditions are, because I can change those conditions in my mind and make it work anyway. So until I have more knowledge of what the extremities of the earth are, traveling to the north, traveling to the south, I can't make a determination on the world. I can't imagine it in its full picture because I don't know how it's actually composed. I just have vague ideas based on all of the little pieces of information we have.
Wow, man. I don't know what to say.
I totally get that. I never know what to say. That's why I don't like holding up the VC. I like sitting in the background and just reacting to what the things people are saying.
There's a lot of people in the politics chat right now.
Yeah, I came from there before I came here to hold CB Company. I'm gonna be going back to What's Anime soon, and then
to where?
I don't know. I was watching anime with Karma before she had to go do some stuff, and I popped into politics, and we've been having the show like half finished. So I'm gonna go watch it with her in a little bit.
All right. What anime?
We're currently watching the latest episode of Mushoku Tensei.
Do you watch it in Japanese sub or English dub?
I only watch with English sub because I can't stand the dub.
I'm the opposite.
Yeah,
I don't like
I
sitting there reading subtitles.
Yeah, but if you do it long enough, all of a sudden, like you can just hear what they're saying, and one of the beautiful aspects of it is a lot of the times they're saying things differently than the translation. It's badly translated sometimes, and so it almost has a different connotation and different impact when it's in Japanese, and you understand what the words mean. Sometimes it gets lost in translation, or just the other aspect I don't like is the tone of voice used in the voiceovers for the dubs. It's so fake. I can't. The only dub I'll accept is Dragon Ball Z abridged.
Yeah. Or Shinopuden. Shinopuden in English was fucking hilarious.
Yes, yeah, that was actually funny as well. The Nobuden. Generally, I just watch the Japanese.
What was your reaction like when you realized the Earth was flat?
Wow. My reaction. I was flabbergasted. Like, when I finally accepted it, after bargaining with myself like for many days, I ran downstairs and I was like, guys, I think the Earth might be flat. And they're like, what? I'm like, hear me out. Like, I got this video, so I want to show you. But since I've always shown them interesting stuff, and I didn't push it too hard that like they must accept it. More like just like it might be. Look at this, and then showed them a bunch of videos, and they got super interested and thought it like the first one I think I showed them was NASA fail videos, and just watching those, laughing at the absurdity of it all, and they were like, "Oh, so like this whole outer space thing, like they didn't actually go there." I'd already showed them some moon landing stuff, so like we just believed there were aliens out there. So like they were faking the moon landings just to hide the aliens, you know. That was the classic conspiracy theory. So this was kind of an awakening, if you will. I pretty much got my entire family on board, like, in just a day or two. And then, because dad was a little bit estranged and grandma was a little bit fundamentalist and a normie, they took longer, but anybody who I spent extended durations with generally just turns into a flat earther because I can't help but not talk about it. Like you see parallels everywhere. It's it's so obvious, and you can start teaching them just small things when you see them, and as you do that, it builds credibility, and that's one of the things that is the reason why we're in this mess, is because they manufactured all this credibility and then made people accept that as the holy truth, and now they just appeal to this credibility, or like, this guy is credible, therefore I believe. When you look
Appeal
like
to
a
authority.
madman, yeah, when you look like a madman, or like you have always been a person they can't rely on, and then you all of a sudden go out and say the Earth is flat, they're going to be like, oh, okay, he's just being crazy again. But if you're a person they could always rely on, and when you tell them something, it generally turns out to be true, and like, that builds for them a little bit of credibility, so that when you say stuff like this, they're like, wait, could it be? He's always been right about all these other things. Maybe I should listen.
I'm listening.
On that note, from the other side of this, because like he's the one who brought Flat Earth to me, one of the things I want to comment on is the fact that he framed it really nicely. Because it started out with just showing me the funny stuff before he even mentioned Flat Earth. Until I started having questions like, so is NASA all fake? Is space all, like, is space real at all, and all that? And he would be like, yeah, no, look at all this evidence. This doesn't make sense. And the reasons why would give me just the information for why it didn't make sense. So when he points out the inconsistencies and the illogical stuff without directly telling me anything about this, while I'm already curious and asking questions, he's got me in the right mindset. It was so easy to just see it for what it was, because if I had any questions or anything that was still like bothering me about the globe model or the belief I had, he had an answer for it. So because he already researched it beforehand, it felt so obvious when he showed me. And like he was talking about with the credibility thing, one of that is also the honesty thing, in my opinion. For instance, when he would bring me all this cool stuff over the years that he finds through research and stuff, if it's something that isn't 100% confirmed and he knows for a fact to be true, he won't claim it as such. He'll tell me, I saw this interesting thing, this implies this, there's correlations here, and he would always be intellectually honest about everything when we talked about all this kind of stuff. And when we found something new, or he found new evidence of something else, he would correct it and tell me about the new thing. So I was used to like, oh, okay, we can be wrong about stuff, and being wrong is nothing negative in our household because we're used to just learning about all kinds of interesting shit. So when he brings me this stuff, I know he's checked it out, because when you've checked someone's sources enough, they become a credible source to you, like he was saying. And he'd already become a credible source to me because he'd shown me the sources and all the stuff. He wouldn't just tell me about these things and tell me about this and that. He would show me the documents that were declassified. He would show me the videos and all this other different stuff. So I'd be like, I've seen the receipts. So when he showed me stuff like this, it wasn't hard to skip the cog this almost, because I trust him more than I trust my government. I trust him more than I trust my school system, because I've known those two both to lie to me and not have my best interest at heart. But I know he has my best interest at heart, and I know he has receipts. So, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, the school system's fucked. They tell you to be successful, you go to school to get a job, and now people just go to fucking work at McDonald's, Walmart, whatever, and make minimum wage. That's their idea of success.
Student loans and minimum wage. Success!
Yeah, eat your goy slop.
I got some notes.
Nice. Where from?
So we got some major breaking news. This is huge. As confirmed by satellite imagery, we now have irrefutable evidence that China, Russia, and the United States are all simultaneously, in relative secrecy, building out their nuclear weapons testing facilities. Okay? We have a nuclear situation on our hands. I don't see how it doesn't go nuclear. I mean, already every single possible red line has been crossed. There's not many more red lines that can be crossed at this point in time.
Yeah, it's gonna get worse before it gets better.
I'm not saying this is what I want. This is from the perspective of an objectivist, a realist. In order to truly understand what's going on, you have to be somewhat impartial to the outcome.
Yeah, I totally get you, man. It's a bleak situation.
Wow.
Those
All right,
nukes aren't
so
going to do
here's our
anything good
choices.
anyways.
The dollar can collapse, the economy can collapse, the US can cease to be the global reserve currency, or we can go to nuclear war. Pick one.
Yeah, if the non-nuclear option happens, then the Russia-China BRICS alliance is gonna become the new superpower, and we get communism.
Guys, I'm telling you, based on the sources that I have, this situation is about to get hot.
Yeah, I know.
Ranch Enjoyer, are you playing a video or something?
Clips seems like soundboard.
India.
Okay, just say India. And then leave. Yo, Drace AI.
What's up?
Do you think that the US dollar will collapse?
No, I think they're trying to make it collapse, but I think there's gonna be a fix, if you will, for America, and I think there's gonna be war. How great a war kind of depends on how all of us take all this stuff. If everybody keeps buying into war is the best option, and supporting those people that say that war is the best option, then you're gonna end up with that.
Bro, I'm not going to no fucking war.
Well, that's why my country is the best. We don't have a military. We don't go to war.
Where are you from?
Iceland.
You don't have a military?
Nope.
Wow, that's cool.
Our cops didn't
Hey,
even have guns back in the day.
Hey there, I just joined a few minutes ago, and I was just wondering, is it okay to ask questions or?
Of course, Cash Out.
Yeah. Yeah, so I was hearing you out. I think Drace AI, and I one of the things that led me to Flat Earth was sort of following Donald Trump actually. So how I saw what he was saying and how it was reported in the news and things like that. That sort of the penultimate thing that I was seeing as being lied to kind of thing. And once I got into Flat Earth, of course, now it's I find everything hard to believe. And so I just want to ask you about you mentioned Vivek as a possible candidate. But at this point, I don't know. Maybe I'm too skeptic about everything. But everything he says seems so much like what I want to hear. It's almost like it's somebody is just placing it as an option right in front of me to choose. That's sort of the
Yeah.
feeling I get. I mean, everything seems like a theater to me, so I don't know who to trust.
Like I said, presuming they're not both corrupt already, he does say the right things, and he looks bright, and yeah, like he's quick on his feet. If he does half of the things he says, he's good in my book. Like, you're gonna get a good outcome, even if he is a part of the establishment. Like, they always present you options, and the options are always, one is gonna be really bad for you, one is gonna be bad for you, but not as bad as the other one. And so, like, if I could choose, I would choose normal people. I would want the government, like I said, to be downsized. And if you're gonna be a public servant, you better fucking be a public servant. You can't just be a billionaire and make money off of sitting at the levers of power. You gotta, like, make the civic servants have a consequence for their actions. So if the whole housing situation in your country is super bad, then the civic servants shouldn't be living in mansions. They should be living under the same conditions, so that now they have an incentive to fix the situation and get people housed. Like, if the minimum wage is horrible, they should be getting minimum wage. Like, why should they be getting so much money? Oh, you want people who are educated? Yeah, great. But you also want people who are not in it for the money. You want people who are there to serve their people because they want a better society.
Similar kind of to my job, because I technically work for the government. Because the after school program that I work for is technically paid for by the city. And according to the census type thing we have here, Hagstofan, my type of profession is on average the lowest paid profession. But in return, you get a lot of people that are in it for the kids.
Yeah, in it for the right reasons, not in it for the profit. In it just because they want to serve their community, they want to make the world a better place for their children. That's the people we need in government. We don't need greedy scumbags who want to destroy everything.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. At the same time, I mean, but I don't know how practical it's, because everything, like I heard about best interest, like earlier. So in my understanding, a person can have best interest of his family and maybe what he's directly connected with, but at some point, the moment you think that you expect a government to have the best interest of you, is perhaps the wrong expectation to begin with. That is, I mean, there is never going to be a guaranteed way of ensuring that the government would have the best interest, and perhaps that may be a reason why. Yeah.
That's why you
Sorry, go
limit the power they have. It's not. You're not supposed to rely on the government having your best interest. The government is supposed to be as limited as possible and as regulated as possible. Like I would like it if all of these all of the people who are in government would be under 100% surveillance, and everybody can just check out what they're doing. So like you would have to subject yourself to scrutiny far beyond the normal man if you want to have access to the levers of power.
Yes, that is what I mean. I think is instead of the other way around. It seems to be regulations all for the normal people and everything else for.
Yeah,
okay.
it's upside
that
down.
makes sense. Yes. So,
Yeah,
I
I'm,
mean,
su-
one of the things is like, sorry, go ahead, please.
I was just going to say, I'm sure there is a way to make this work without it being so corrupt. It's just you're always fighting against corrupt elements that want to hold on to power.
As long as you don't have something hanging over their heads to temper that power, they're always going to abuse it. The same as like when you're working for children, for instance, there's a ton of rules and things you need to follow, and there's certain conduct that you need to make sure that you're doing properly because you are working with children. And any fuck up that you do is taken seriously because these children have parents. So there's such a, like in a good workplace like I'm in, the boss has such a spirit of transparency where it's like you make sure that your staff is routinely made aware of the rules, and you know that if you do something wrong, it's going to be dealt with. And having the type of transparency where like any one of the parents is allowed to walk into the workplace at any point and walk through and be here however long they want to be and observe however long they want to observe. Like with the more transparency you have, I think the less corruption you get.
Yeah. Transparency, definitely. And also, like,
public.
I think today, sorry, go ahead.
No, you can go.
Yeah, and one of the things is today, as children grow up, everybody aspires to be or become things is more governed by how much it pays, and that seems to be the and that's how society is set up today. It's